So welcome back guys, today we are back with another story of Bella and Alice. So today we are going to see, what if Bella Swan left Edward Cullen for Alice Cullen. Before that, if you haven't subscribed our channel yet, do it faster to stay updated, so let's back on story. I'll be waiting for you. Here inside my heart, I'm the one who wants to love you more. You will see I can give you everything you need. Let me be the one to love you more. To love you more, Celine Dion. Bella. When he pulled away from the kiss abruptly and pushed me away, I snapped. This had been our daily routine for the past 3 months and I was damn sick of it. Ever since coming back from Italy, where I had basically saved his sparkly ass from the Volturi, I had been wanting to take our relationship to the next level. And every time, it ended with him pushing me away and apologizing for not having more control. I got up from the bed and ran a hand through my messy hair. I'm going to go shower. I'm sorry, Bella. He apologized for the 100th time. Yeah, I know, I responded tiredly, but in reality, I didn't. How is it that we had been together for so long and he couldn't handle a few kisses without losing control of himself? I wondered as I opened the door and walked away. Knowing I needed to calm down some, I took longer than usual in the shower. One thing that surprised me, but maybe not so much anymore, was the lack of wetness between my legs. It had been happening more often as of late, and the more Edward pushed me away, the more I wanted to ask him to go home and not come back at night anymore. All he ever wanted to do was cuddle, with him outside the blanket and me underneath, so even that was a joke. Alice's face swam before my eyes as I thought of T. He little pixie that had no problems with distance or making me uncomfortable when she stayed over on the nights Edward couldn't make it. Alice would cuddle with me the entire night, under the blankets. And never had a problem with our closeness. I always ended up sprawled all over my best friend and Alice never said a thing about it, she actually seemed to encourage it. Not only that, but she was a hell of a lot more comfortable to lie with than Edward. While both were cold and their skin was hard, Alice still had some feminine softness to her skin and I loved to bury my head between the pix's neck and shoulder. Wrap an arm around her waist and nestled my leg in between Alice's for the entire night. Alice made it ever better when she stroked my back and arms softly, lulling me into a aceful sleep that I didn't get with anyone else. With Edward, I always went to bed frustrated or stressed, but with Alice, I was in a calm state that made me relax completely and the nightmares stayed away. As I finished my shower, I made up my mind as to what I was going to do. Either Edward accepted to move further in our relationship, or I was done with it for good. Things hadn't been the same for us since he had left me abandoned in the woods and I had never fully forgiven him for that. I had, however, accepted to give him a chance to prove himself, but so far, he hadn't done anything to make me think he had changed his ways. He insisted on overprotecting me, on telling me I shouldn't see Jake as much, patronizing me when it came to the things I wanted in my future, telling me becoming a vampire like him and his family was out of the question. Going away had done nothing to change his feelings about our relationship, so why should I put up with it? The way things stood was no longer something I wanted in my life. He had been killing the love I had felt for him a little bit every day and I no longer cared whether we were together or not. Our relationship consisted of holding hands, chaste kisses and nothing more. I would never be able to show him how I felt physically, I would keep on aging while he stayed the same. And eventually, I would have to move on to someone else. T allowed me to be myself and make my own decisions. After I finished drying myself and applying lotion all over my body, I put on a silk robe Alice had gotten for me and went back to my room. I was going to test him one more time. And depending on how he acted, I would make my final decision. As soon as I walked into the room, he looked up and smiled at me in that crooked way of his that no longer held appeal like it had at first. That took longer than usual, he mentioned as he walked up to me and opened his arms. I think it's time you go to sleep, dear. Tomorrow is a school day and you'll be tired. I bristled at his words. So much for thinking a little lotion would get some of his attention. I walked over to my dresser and ignored his opened arms. Opening a drawer I took out a matching pair of boy shorts and tank top. Also courtesy of Alice, aka my personal shopper. Without thinking about it any longer, I undid the knot at my waist and let the robe fall to my feet. A smile played on my lips at Edward's sudden intake of unneeded breath. Bella, What are you doing? He asked in surprise. Turning around, I gave him a full frontal view and watched as his eyes widened. Like what you see? I asked playfully. Bella, please, stop it this instant and put some clothes on, he ordered me as he swiftly turned around. Facing his rigid back, I put on my clothes quickly and then put the robe back on for good measure. Squaring my shoulders, I tightened the robe at my waist. I walked over to the bed and sat down. Hearing this, Edward peeked over his shoulder and let loose a sigh of relief to my complete annoyance. As he was walking over to the bed, I put up my hand making him stop. I think you need to go home. What? You heard me. I took a deep breath and made my decision. Quote, I don't think this is working between us anymore and I'm done with it, Edward. What are you talking about, dear? The confusion was clear in his eyes. Well, I would be more than happy to clear it up for him. I don't think we should see each other anymore. Obviously, we want different things and neither of us seems willing to back down. Before it gets to the point that we can't even be friends, I'd rather stop it here. His eyes widened even more. Bella, consider what you're saying here. Surely you know you're not thinking clearly. He would do much better if he kept his mouth shut and his chauvinistic comments to his damn self. I couldn't be more serious, Edward. Nothing has changed since you came back. Nothing will ever change. You've set your mind about how you want things to be and I have no say. However, I tend to disagree and I do have a say. And this is it for me. Did Jacob put you up to this? He asked, losing his calm. I just barely kept myself from pulling at my hair in frustration. No, Edward, no one put me up to this. I've been feeling this way for a while and I just can't take it anymore. No one knows about this, either, so don't go thinking of someone else to blame. I can't accept this. You're going to have to find a way to, then, because I'm not changing my mind. You can't do this to me. Edward, please leave. I'm tired and I need to get some sleep or I'll be a mess at school tomorrow. He stood there, looking at me, not really believing I was serious until I got up and walked over to the window. I opened it and looked pointedly at him. Knowing here wasn't much he could do at the moment, he walked over to the window and glared down at me. This isn't over, he threatened. Yes, it is, Edward. Good night. Gritting his teeth, he climbed out the window and I immediately lowered it and put the lock in place. Hearing that, he climbed down the tree furiously and ran into the nearby forest. I unlocked the window again and then leaned against the wall as the tears came and I let them fall. I cried for over an hour, sitting down against the wall, and when the tears stopped, I got up and walked over to the bed. Grabbing my cell phone from the night table, I noticed it was a little after 11. I quickly wrote a text message, sent it and then took off my robe. I lied down and pulled the covers up to my waist. I knew I wouldn't have to wait long. Alice. I heard my cell phone vibrate and picked it up, curious as to whom it could be at such a late hour. Seeing Bella's name on the screen, I quickly opened the message. I need you. I put the book I had been reading down, put on my shoes and jumped out of my open window. It didn't take me long to reach Bella's house and I quickly climbed up the tree. I was in the room an instant later and looked towards the bed. You came, Bella whispered from the bed. Of course I did, honey. What's wrong? I asked as I closed and locked the window. When I was done, I walked closer to the bed. Ella lifted the blanket and I understood the silent invitation. Being used to this by now, I quickly took off my shoes and jeans and climbed into the bed wearing only a baby tee and my lace panties. Ella immediately snuggled into me and I hugged her tightly. Bella, sweetie, where's my brother? I asked as she wrapped her arms more tightly around me. I asked him to leave. What? I broke up with him, Allie. My eyes widened and my breath caught in my throat. You broke up with Edward? Yes. Why? Because we want different things and I can no longer ignore that. How come you didn't talk to me about this before if it was bothering you, honey? I didn't want anyone's opinion on the matter and wanted to make the decision on my own. I guess I understand that, but what brought this on? I thought you guys were doing well. That's what I let everyone think. Nothing's been the same since you all came back and I no longer feel the same way I did. Don't you love him? I do. I don't understand then, I said at a loss. I love him, Allie, but I'm no longer in love with him. I haven't been since he left me in that damn forest without a care. Oh. Bella snuggled closer to me and You read her face in her favorite place by my neck. Can we talk about this later? I'm sleepy, Allie. Whatever you want, Bells. Thanks for coming over. I promised you I'd never leave you again and and I would always be here when you needed me, and that is a promise I intend to keep. I know. Good night, Allie, Bella whispered as she pressed a light kiss to my neck. I swallowed hard as a light shiver ran down my spine. Good night, sweetie. I held her close for the rest of the night, wondering the entire time what the hell had happened to bring this on. I had no idea she had been feeling this way, and no visions had prepared me for it, either. As far as I knew, no one knew about this, and I bet my idiot of a brother was not taking it well. Knowing Bella like I did, however, I was sure she hadn't made this decision lightly. I ran my fingers absently over the exposed skin on her lower back as I tried to make sense of what was happening. I had thought my best friend was crazy in love with my brother, going as far as breaking every rule and worrying her father to death just so she could go and save his snotty ass from a certain death at the hands of Arrow's guard. As much as I loved him, I knew he had asked for this to happen with his old-fashioned ideals and his need to overprotect Bella. I had gone along with his stupid plan of leaving Bella alone, because no matter how much hell I raised about it, no one listened to me. I've no idea who made him a god, but I was so over it at this point. If he decided we would have to leave again, I would beat his pale ass to a pulp. I might be small, but I was strong and conniving, and they all knew how my strength seemed to double when I was pissed. Let me just say I would be beyond pissed if he so much as suggested we leave again so he could go and lick his damn wounds in some godforsaken corner of the world. I was done with his drama queen antics. It took me a hell of a long time to get back into Bella's good graces when I came back. Kay and I wasn't about to go that route again. While we had been away, I had missed her more than anyone before in my life. Even Jasper noticed this, and we discussed it plenty away from the family. The end result was that we broke up. No one could understand it at first, since there had been no signs pointing to us having problems. He was a gentleman about the whole thing and didn't hold it against me that my heart had changed courses and taken off in another, unexpected, direction. While we had been away, we had also started working on ways to keep Edward out of our minds when it came to important stuff. After many hours of painful practicing, we had managed to let him see our day-to-day thoughts while keeping the important things locked away from him. So far, he hadn't noticed this had happened, which was a good thing. Especially when it came to my thoughts of the beautiful girl sleeping peacefully in my arms. Somewhere along the way, I had fallen in love with her. It happened without me noticing. And I didn't realize it until we had gone away and I no longer had her in my life. I'd never been more grateful that Edward had taken off the moment we had arrived in Denali, otherwise he would have killed me. That is when Jasper came up with the idea of learning how to block some of our thoughts from him. He also told me he had known the moment Bella walked into our lives that our relationship would come to an end, and he didn't want to be in the way of my happiness. As it was, he had stayed behind in Denali for a while, and the last time I had talked to him he had mentioned he had asked Kate out on a date. I could not be happier for him or for her. My Jasper was a good man and he deserved to be happy, and if Kate could offer him that, then I was all for it. He had asked me if I planned on telling Bella how I felt. And I had told him no. Now, however, if her breakup with Edward was real, maybe I could. Not right away, of course, but now that there was a possibility of a future with her, I was willing to wait however long it took. I loved Bella Swan, and nothing or no one would ever be able to change that. Only time would tell if she was the one for me. For the first time in years, I prayed and wished with all of my heart. After kissing the top of her head and bringing her a little closer to me, I closed my eyes and let my mind go blank. Bella. It's been too freaking once since I broke up with Edward, and he still doesn't get it. He's come to my window at night more times than I care to count, and every time I ignore him. I haven't taken the lock off of the window either. Something that infuriates him even more. I finally asked Alice to buy me some dark curtains to put over the window. You know Alice and shopping. We ended up redecorating my entire room the minute Esme found out I had asked for curtains. When they got like that, I knew better than to fight them, so I let them, and I have to admit the results are amazing. From the new and sleek laptop on my new desk, to the bigger bed and nicer mattress set, new wall colors, comforter set, Egyptian cotton sheets, decorative pillows and a rug in the middle of the floor. I was in love with my room. Charlie was still trembling in his work boots since Esme had suggested doing the rest of the house. God, I love that woman. Surprising the hell out of me, his family took the news of our breakup well and most had figured it would happen eventually. Let me just say he was not pleased with that, either. He had expected his family to root for him and convince me to take him back, but no one had even tried. I still went over to visit. Since they all insisted I was always welcome there. He tried to talk to me every time I did, but Alice and Emmett always kept me busy and never left my side. Even Rosalie, to my amazement, had told him off the other day. She had actually defended me and I don't know who was more surprised, him, me or Rosalie herself. Emmett about died laughing, no pun intended, and didn't even get a single smack for it. Which just goes to show you how much they support my decision. For the past week, thankfully, he's gotten a little better, but he still tries to convince me and Scoo that he has been patient enough and it's time for me to get back with him. I haven't slapped the shit out of him because I'm afraid I'll break my hand. Jake has offered to bite his ass numerous times. But so far I've kept the two away from each other. Alice has been my rock this entire time, coming to stay with me most nights. If she's not here, I'm over at her place. Charlie even asked her if she wanted to move in. Cheeky monkey that she is, she showed up the next day with a suitcase and a sack of groceries to his delight. She even cooked for him that night. Good thing he got called away and by the time he got back, I had eaten and she pretended like she had as well. Charlie loved to have her around and she even took the time to watch sports with him when I was busy cooking or doing homework. Surprisingly, she seemed to enjoy herself. Emmett had even come over a couple of times to watch football with them. I just sat back and watched with an amused grin on my face. Alice would look over at me every now and then and wink. Every time she did, something strange happened to my heart. It would go all crazy and beat a hell of a lot faster. Other times it seemed to skip a beat or two. And let's not even talk about the butterflies on my stomach every time she had that knowing smirk on her beautiful face. She would sometimes sit next to me in the love seat, head resting on my shoulder. Other times I would lie down on the couch, head resting on her lap while her fingers played with my hair absently. Charlie would send us a curious look every now and then, but I always managed to ignore him. Just like I was ignoring that I could barely go a day without seeing Alice. I hated sunny days with a passion nowadays and I couldn't wait to get home since I knew she would be waiting for me in my room. The worst was when they all went away for the weekend to hunt. Jake kept me company then, but he had also noticed that something was off. And that is where I found myself at the moment. Walking down La Push Beach with him by my side, my giant best wolf. He had just asked me what was wrong and I couldn't very well tell him I missed Alice like crazy. He'd never let me live it down. Yeah, he had come to terms with me being friends with vampires and they had come to terms with Jacob's place in my life. I wasn't sure yet, but something told me that my breaking up with Edward had actually eased some of the discomfort and Jake seemed more willing to be civil to Alice and Emmett since they were the ones he saw the most. Last weekend he had come over and had actually sat with us in TH's living room while they watched a game with Charlie. I knew it hadn't been easy, what with their dislike of each other's sense, but they had done it for me and I loved them more for it. Charlie had been so pleased to have them all over that he almost wet his pants with glee. I was bored out of my mind at first, but ended up cheering along with them. Thankfully, Charlie didn't notice that Jake ate most of the pizza. The clearing of his throat made me snap out of it and I turned my head and gave him a small smile. Nothing is wrong, Jake. So how come you look like someone kicked your puppy? Jake, you're too big and intimidating looking. No one would dare to kick you. I teased. Har har, you're so damn funny, Bells. What can I say, I try. It's Alice, isn't it? Whoa, where did that come from? Wipe the smile right off my face, why don't you? What do you mean? I tried for a casual tone, but I'm sure he didn't buy it. Admit it, Bella, you miss Shorty. She'll kill you if she hears you call her that. And I haven't even mentioned her. I said as I threw up my hands in exasperation. Exactly. I looked over at him, my eyes scrunched up. That makes no damn sense, you dork. It does. It means you're in denial. He seemed so pleased with himself I wanted to smack him, but again, self-preservation prevailed. I settled for glaring at him instead and the idiot just laughed at me. "Why are you laughing now? You don't even know, do you?" he asked in wonder. I was really lost then. I have no fucking idea what he was talking about. "Care to share, oh wise one?" He smirked. "Sure. You're in love with her." I was so surprised by his statement that I tripped over thin air and he grabbed me just in time. My eyes were wide and my face paler than normal. "What did you just say?" I whispered. He cupped my face then and looked deep into my eyes. "Babe, you're in love with Alice and have been for quite a while now. I think you're the only one that doesn't know it yet." "No, that's not true," I said as I pulled away from him and started walking quickly down the water's edge. He caught up with me a moment later. "Bells, come on, don't be like that. You have no idea what you're saying, Jake." "Yes, I do. Bella, it's all over your face when she is near. Your smile is brighter, your eyes shinier, you fidget with your fingers a lot. When she's not looking at you, you see take your eyes away from her face or her body. Hell, babe, even Charlie has noticed this." "What?" I almost screamed at him. "Bells, I'm telling you, it's so obvious I'm surprised you haven't given into it by now." I was shaking my head in denial. "I can't be in love with my best friend. It's impossible. I don't even like girls, for fuck's sake. But then why do I always want her around? Why can't I sleep well unless I'm wrapped securely in her arms? Why can't I seem to breathe when she holds me close or plays with my hair? Now that I think about it, Alice is always touching me. She cuddles with me as much as I cuddle with her. Even when we are watching TV in her room, she holds me close to her body. And where do I always end up? On her chest or on her lap, happy as can be. Lately we have taken to sitting against the headboard of my bed, with her nestled between my legs, her back pressed against my chest as we talk. And when we are in that position, I always nuzzle her neck, dropping little kisses on it. I've also taken to putting my hand under her shirt when I snuggle into her as I'm falling asleep, and she always lifts my tank top a little and caresses the small of my back and runs her toes softly over my calf. I never noticed before, but lately, I lay my face closer to her chest than to her neck when I sleep. My mind is so filled with images of us at the moment that I actually stop walking and sit on the sand. Jake says nothing and sits next to me. I lean my head on his shoulder and close my eyes. As if I was watching a movie, things that have happened in the past couple of months start playing in front of my closed eyelids. Alice laughing merrily, her eyes crinkling at the corner, and me smiling because she looks so cute. Alice putting her hand on my thigh as she drives us to school or shopping. Me covering her hand with my fingers as I lean back on the seat and close my eyes. Me hugging her close and taking in her unbelievable and addicting scent and holding her tighter. Alice playing with my hair. Nails running softly over my scalp and making every last hair on my body stand in attention. Me straddling her in bed and ticking her mercilessly even though it does nothing to her, and noticing her eyes getting darker and darker as my core rubs against her center. My breath hitching when her hips buckle up instinctively and she flips us over, running towards the window and telling me she has to hunt and will be back in a little while. Alice running the tip of her nose all over my neck, nuzzling and purring, telling me how addicting my scent is. Alice placking little kisses on my neck while my hands go under her shirt and caress her back. Oh, my God, I have to be the world's densest dolt not to have noticed this earlier. Jake is right, I realize with a start. Best friends don't cuddle as much as we do. Best friends don't sleep wrapped around each other's bodies. Best friends don't kiss each other's necks for no apparent reason. They don't share heated looks. They don't hold hands in the car. They don't touch each other so much. I'm such a fucking idiot. I, Bella Swan, have fallen irrevocably, desperately and undeniably in love with my best friend, Alice Cullen. What the hell am I supposed to do now? I finally open my eyes and look at Jake. He has a tender smile on his face and wraps his warm arm around my shoulder, pulling me close. Finally figure it out, babe? He asked quietly. I'm a fucking moron, is all I answer. He just chuckles and we sit there for a while longer. Thank God for Jake and his willingness to listen. We spend the saint of the afternoon talking things out, and by the time I crawled back into bed that night, there is no doubt in my heart or mind. I love Alice with all of my heart. Alice. For the past week, Bella has been a mess. I have no idea what has gotten into her. Every time I go to touch her, she pulls back or stiffens. Then she relaxes into my touch and seems fine. She's never been this fidgety or preoccupied. Not even when she and Edward had first started going out. When it's time for bed, she seems unsure of herself and it's driving me crazy. I miss how easy it's always been between us. Things have always been so effortless that touching and being close have become second nature when we're together, but lately it seems forced and I don't like it. Since we came back from our hunting trip, Bella has been in her own little world and I can't seem to reach her there. I can't get any visions of what happened, which tells me Jake was involved somehow. So while she is showering, I decide to call him. I've had enough of this shit and I want answers. I dial his number and wait for him to pick up. Hey, shorty. He greets and I grind my teeth. To what do I owe the surprise? Don't call me that, pup. Hey, be nice, shorty. What's going on? I ignore the nickname for now. I need information before Bella comes out of the bathroom. Do you happen to know what is wrong with Bella? Wrong. What do you mean? Did something happen over the weekend while I was gone? Jake, I say in a warning tone. I don't think it's my place to say. Give me something to work with here, Jake, or I am going to make you look like a French poodle the next time you shift into an overgrown puppy, I threaten. He laughs merrily at this. I'd like to see you try, Pixie. Seriously, Jacob, what the hell happened while I was gone? Why are you asking me this? What's wrong with Bella? She's acting all weird and I don't like it. We all know Bella is weird, shorty. She hangs out with vampires and werewolves, for fuck's sake. I sigh. Apart from that, okay, I'll bite, he says and chuckles at his wisecrack. I growl in response and he quiets down. Damn, you're prickly today. Fine, what's she doing? She's fidgety and nervous around me all the time. I touch her and she jumps. I walk into the room and she stiffens. Did I do something to her that I'm not aware of? Did she tell you anything? Alice, this isn't something I can help you with. I'm sorry, but it's not my place to say. So something happened. All I'm going to say is that Bella realized something important this weekend. ND she is having a little trouble dealing with it. Does it involve me? I press. Maybe, but I'd rather not say. I really think you should talk to her. Jake, please, I'm begging here, I plead, not caring how humiliating it was to do so. Can I ask you something, Alice, and have you be completely honest with me? I frown at his serious tone. Yeah, what is it, Jake? Just how much do you love Bella? I suck in a breath at his unexpected question. Where did that come from? I'm not going to tell you shit if you don't answer, he growls at me. Fine, okay. I take another unneeded breath and go for broke. I love her, Jake. More than I thought possible, more than life itself. I love Bella with every inch of my dead heart. She is my world. Happy now. Aw, shorty, don't say that. Your heart isn't dead. Look, it's Friday and I think you should take Bella away from here this weekend and tell her that. I think you'll find her answer surprising. Without further ado, he hung up on me. I stared at my phone in disbelief. The mutt had hung up on me. How dare he? Before I could call him back and rip him a new one, Bella walked into the room. I turned around to look at her and I swear to God my heart gave a startled beat. She was just wearing her silk robe, which was a little open in the front, giving me a great view of her cleavage, wet hair framing her face and a small, sheepish smile on her face. I forgot my clothes, she says as she walks to her dresser. Do you want me to leave the room while you change? She looks at me over her shoulder. Alice, we're both girls. I know. And you were the one that helped me all that time I was recovering after the Phoenix incident. You've already seen me at my worst, she reminds me. I only nod and sit on the bed, leaning my back against the headboard. I close my eyes when I see she is undoing the knot at her waist. If I get a single peek of her naked body, I will not be able to control myself and I will jump her. I wanted her so much it was driving me crazy with lust. A couple of minutes later, she walks over to the bed and sits next to me. Alice, yeah, could you brush my hair? I open my eyes as I turn my head to look at her. Her eyes, God, I could drown in those chocolate pools. Sure, give me the brush. She does, and as I am going to turn to my side, she gets up and settles herself between my legs. I close my eyes. Yes, and swallow hard when I spread my legs further apart and her ass presses against my center. Bella Swan would be the death of me if I wasn't dead already. She wiggles while getting comfortable and I have to bite back a moan. Is she fucking doing this on purpose? Because I am this close to snapping and taking her, consequences be damned. Before she could move even more, I brought the brush up and Dee started working out the tangles in her hair. She sighed as she felt the brush running over her scalp. I love it when you do this for me, Allie. And I love you, but what can I do about it? I thought to myself as I continue. She puts her soft hands on my naked knees and her fingers start caressing my skin softly. I grit my teeth and keep on brushing. I'm glad you like it, sweetie. Do you want to do something this weekend? I don't have any homework and Charlie is going to be fishing both days with Billy. This was my chance to do as Jake had suggested. If he was encouraging me to tell her how I felt, he must know something. He did say I would be surprised by her response and it didn't sound like it would be in a bad way. What would you like to do, honey? Anything, just as long as we do it together. I missed you this past weekend, babe. My heart trembled. I swear it did. Bella didn't call me by anything other than my name or Allie. I missed you too, Bells. More than you could possibly know. I put the brush aside and she leans back against me. I wrap my arms around her waist and she puts her hands over mine. I run my nose over the warm skin of her neck, dropping a kiss there before pulling back. You smell good, sweets. She smiled. I'm glad you like it. Let's go away this weekend. She leans up and turns on her side to look at me. Where to? I play with a strand of her hair while I try to calm my freaking nerves. Seattle. Just us. I finally dare to look into her eyes. Only if you want to, I say softly. Her hand comes up and her soft fingers caress my cheek tenderly. I'd love to. I nod once, unable to say much as our eyes met and hold for several long and heated seconds. I finally blink and shake my head to clear it. The smirk on her face surprises me a little and I smile back at her. I have to go hunt, then. Why don't you get ready for bed while I'm gone? I'll pack our bags while you're sleeping. I'd rather you pack in the morning. Why? I don. T seem to sleep well unless your arms are around me, she admits softly while looking deep into my eyes. I swallow hard again. Okay. I'll pack in the morning. I drop a quick kiss on the tip of her nose and walk over to the window. Yep, it's official. Bella Swan has me wrapped up so tightly around her little finger it was shameful. I jump out the window and land gracefully at the bottom. I take off running towards the forest. A happy laugh erupting from my chest. Bella. When Alice got back last night, she came right to bed and held me close to her. After the stressful week I'd had thinking over and over about my newfound feelings for my best friend, I cuddled into her body and was asleep in no time. The soothing touch of Alice's cold fingers on the small of my back was my last memory before I woke up this morning. She was a little quiet and I was concerned but decided to let it go for the moment. She was focused on packing our suitcase. I had teased her about it, telling her we why needed pajamas since I wasn't planning on doing anything but lounging in bed the entire time we were away, but she insisted on packing a full suitcase for both of us. When she was done she ordered me to go shower while she made me breakfast. I had no intention of angering her, so I grabbed the clothes she had set out for me and left the room. After my shower, I went downstairs and ate the bacon and cheddar cheese omelet she had made me. For someone that couldn't eat and had no recollection of her human life, she sure as hell could cook. I ran back upstairs to brush my teeth once again when I was done while she loaded our stuff into the car. She had already told Charlie of our plans since he was just getting ready to leave when she had come down. I walked towards the front door, took a deep breath and pressed my forehead against the door. This weekend was the perfect opportunity to confess my feeling to Alice. We would be alone, far away from family and friends, and if I didn't do it now, I'd never get another chance as perfect as this. I opened the door and locked it on my way out. Alice was waiting by the passenger side of her Porsche, a nervous smile on her lips. I walked over to her and not stopping to think of my actions, I grabbed her face, planted a kiss on her startled lips and moved back. In case I forget to say this later, I had the best time ever this weekend. Without waiting for her reply, I climbed into the seat and she closed the door absent-mindedly after me. Alice. She kissed me. She fucking kissed me. Bella Swan just kissed me on the lips. I had to stop myself from shouting it to the entire town of Forks. I was so giddy. Let me tell you right now, the ride to Seattle is going to be a short one, so she better be ready for it. Not wasting more time, I peed over the top of my car and was seated inside in less than 3 seconds. Bella smirked at me. Show off. I threw my head back and laughed as I pulled out of the driveway. That's how I roll, baby. Buckle up, sweetheart. It's going to be a fast ride to Seattle, I warned. Are we in a hurry? Let's just say I don't want to waste any time this weekend. She put her hand on my thigh absently, leaned back against the headrest and closed her eyes. I peeked at her and smiled. She looked so at peace and relaxed that I was glad I had listened to Jake and had suggested going away for the weekend. Bella had been under a lot of stress lately and this was just what we needed. We were lucky that there were no cops on the way to Seattle and I made good time. Between thinking about how I would tell Bella that I loved her and her even breathing, the ride seemed to be over before I realized it. I pulled in front of the luxury hotel we would be staying at and turned towards her once more. Sweetheart, we're here, I said softly as my fingers ran down her cheek gently. Already, she mumbled as she blinked her eyes several times. I told you we'd be here quickly. Before she could respond, the doorman was at her door opening it and helping her out. She smiled at him in thanks and waited for me on the sidewalk. I opened the trunk and he told me he'd bring the suitcase over right away. Nodding at him, I handed the keys to the valet attendant and joined Bella. She grabbed my hand as we walked in and I was so stunned by her actions that I almost missed a step. Damn my visions, anyways. She kept making decisions on the spur of the moment and I never saw anything coming anymore. It was both frustrating and a relief. Frustrating because I could not prepare for anything and a really because it was a rare occasion for someone to surprise me. Checking in was a breeze and we were in the elevator to the top floor in no time. When Bella saw me push the number, her eyebrows rose. We're on the top floor. Yes. Isn't that awful expensive? Maybe. Alice, she began but I cut her off with a finger to her lips. Don't start, Bella. In case you haven't realized it yet, we're pre-TTY loaded and don't usually have the chance to enjoy it. It still makes me a little uncomfortable that you spend your money so freely on me. I'd suggest you get used to it, then. Be grateful there isn't a new car on your driveway yet. Quote, hey, there is nothing wrong with the beast. Right. I swear to God if you buy me a new car I'll stop talking to you, Allie. Knowing you it'll be something foreign and ridiculously expensive. What do you know? She knows me too well. Still, she would look amazing in a Mercedes-Benz SUV. I'll have to work with her on that later. Right now, there were more pressing matters in my mind. I won't be buying you a car, sweetie. You have plenty of money to buy yourself one anytime you're ready. I'm just going to help you choose wisely and fashionably. No, I don't. Oops. She doesn't know about that yet, so I would have to tread carefully. Yes, you do. But I'll tell you about it later, I said as we stepped out of the elevator and I walked over to our door. There are other things we need to talk about first. Bella frowned at me, but let it go for the moment. Smart girl. I opened the door and motioned for her to go in first. Her eyes widened when she took in the spacious and richly decorated suite. Wow, Allie, this is better than the room we had in Phoenix. Only the best for my girl, I said before I could stop myself. I was turning into the uncoordinated and flustered vampire in the history of vampires. How fucking unbecoming of me. Her eyes flew over to me and a delicate blush covered her cheeks. Thanks, babe, she said softly, a beautiful smile adorning her lips. Oh, hell, for this girl I'd be flustered the rest of my life if it made her smile like that. I smiled back as I put the "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door and closed it. After locking it, I walked closer to her. Go on and explore the suite. Would you like anything to eat or drink? Just water, thanks, she said absent-mindedly as she disappeared down the hall. I led a bottle of water from the fridge and followed her. I found her in the bathroom, staring in awe at the whirlpool that was placed by a wall of windows. Candles surrounded the rim of it and a glass vase full of wild flowers was placed in one of the corners. Wow, can we use it? I couldn't help but laugh at her face. Anytime you want as long as we share it, I dared to say. Her eyes sought mine again and held. Is that what you want? Quote, I do. Then we will later on. Good. Great. Awkward. She took the bottle of water from my hand and walked over to the bedroom. She stared at the huge king-sized bed. Another blush adorning her cheeks. Something wrong with the bed. You don't like it? No, what is it, Bells? We're going to get lost in it, I think, she said with a chuckle. At least we'll be comfortable. A twin would do, you know. Are you saying I'm tiny? I joked to ease the tension that I could feel building up already. She chuckled softly. That's beside the point, but since I can't seem to sleep unless I'm all over you, a lot of this space will go to waste. Not necessarily. She shot a nervous look my way again and I had to swallow hard at the desire lurking in those dark orbs. She simply nodded and walked out of the bedroom. I followed like a damn lap dog in training. It was ridiculous what this human reduced me to. Other vampires would be ashamed to know me. When I got back to the living room area, she was sitting on the couch, the unopened bottle of water on the coffee table. I wasn't sure if to sit by her or in the love seat. She made my decision or me as she patted the space next to her. I walked over and sat sideways, tucking a leg underneath me. Something wrong. Allie, I think we need to talk. I nodded slowly. What do you want to talk about, sweetie? Us. Yeah, what about us? She fidgeted with her hands for a bit, looking everywhere but at me. When 15 minutes went by and she said nothing, I grabbed her hand and stood. She shot me a confused look and I simply tugged on her hand. She got up and followed me. I walked back into the bathroom and started filling the tub. I added scented crystals and bubble bath to it and adjusted the water temperature. I then grabbed some of the flowers from the base and scattered the petals over the rising bubbles. Lastly, I lit all of the candles and turned off the light. There. This should help us relax enough so we can talk calmly. It seems to me that we both have things to get off our chests. I turned around to look at her, and the desire was back in her eyes, as well as apprehension. I walked over to her and cupped her cheeks. Her eyes bore into mine with an intensity that stole my breath away. Her heart was beating so fast I was surprised she hadn't passed out yet. Clothes or no clothes? Do you want to wear clothes in the whirlpool or not? I clarified. What do you want? I'd vote for no clothes. Okay. I let go of her face as she put her DS at the bottom of her shirt and lifted it over her head. Without breaking eye contact, she unbuttoned her jeans and lowered the zipper. She tugged them down and I finally let my eyes roam over her delightful body. Victoria's Secret looked amazing on her and I'm glad I had changed all of her underwear little by little to it. I noticed she swallowed hard as she brought her hands to her back and undid the clasp on her bra. She lowered it one shoulder at a time and I felt my heart tug in my chest again. I'd have to ask Carlisle about that later, though absently as the bra fell to the floor. I couldn't keep my eyes away from her chest. Her breathing was coming in and out in little choppy pants, but she never looked away from my face. The candlelight flickered over her skin, giving it a golden glow that was pulling me in and tempting me to throw caution to the wind and take her right here on the bathroom floor. However, I controlled my impulse because this was Bella, the human I loved more than my own life. And she deserved so much better. When she finally lowered her panties, I took another shuddering breath, unneeded, I know, but so very necessary at this moment. You're absolutely gorgeous, Bella Swan. I whispered reverently. Her blush was back, and it made her look even more beautiful to me. Thank you, Alice. She walked over to the tub and went to step in. I was at her side. Immediately to take her hand and help her. The last thing I wanted was for her to slip and hurt herself. She settled down and looked pointedly at me. My clothes were off in a flash and I stepped into the tub with her. I sat opposite to her, our legs touching and rubbing together. Our eyes locked again and the heat in the bathroom rose to its highest peak yet, and I don't mean the hot water, either. Nothing was said for a little while as we sat back and let the water begin to soothe us. When the water was at a good level, I shut it off and got the jets going. What did you want to talk about? I finally whispered. What is going on with us, Allie? She whispered back. Her question took me by surprise a little and I wasn't sure how to answer. Seeing my hesitation, she took a deep breath and back against the border of the whirlpool and rested her head on a towel. I'm not sure how I should answer that question, Bella. What is it you're looking for? I've been thinking a lot this past week, Allie. And the way we act towards each other, well, it's just not right. My heart sank at her words. That is not what I was expecting from her. Silence enveloped the room again as I waited for her to continue. My heart breaking already. Bella. The silence was deafening and I knew I had to continue. We had come this far and I had to find out if she felt the same way about me as I did about her. I would not be able to go on like we were. Alice, who else do you know that acts like we do? Define act, she edged. The constant touching, snuggling, kissing, etc. What other pair of best friends do you see doing the same thing? I don't sleep well unless you're there with me. I snuggle into you or you into me all the time. You caress my back every night and I fall asleep with a smile on my face. And we don't just cuddle. Alice, we're all over each other. Every night. Now we hold hands in the car. I can't be close to your neck unless I'm kissing it. You do the same to me. It's just not normal, I finished in exasperation. Alice. I frowned in confusion. It didn't sound like she minded it, but her tone said otherwise. I had to know either way before I made my decision as to how to proceed with this conversation. If you mind it so much, then why didn't you say something before? I didn't stop doing any of that because I thought we were both okay with it. I know my tone let her know I was a tad frustrated. But I couldn't help myself. She had me wound up so tightly right now that I was bound to snap at any moment. I am okay with it. Then what exactly is the problem here? Friends don't do that. I didn't know there was a rule book on friendship do's and don'ts, I said sarcastically. Enlighten me, please. Don't be an ass. I gritted my teeth and pinched the bridge of my nose. I'm sorry, Bella. But you're driving me crazy here. Allie, friends don't do the things we do, she said softly after a few minutes of silence. She finally lifted her head and looked at me. Couples do. Oh. Time for me to go for broke again. We were running around in circles and wasting precious time. If my gut feeling was right, Bella loved me just as much as I loved her. I took a deep breath and steeled my nerves. If that's what's bothering you, then be my girlfriend and this will all fall into place. Her eyes widened. What? She whispered. I moved from my seat and kneeled on the bottom of the whirlpool. I moved over to her and grabbed her knees, pulling her legs apart and settling myself between them. My hands moved softly from her knees, over her trembling thighs and finally landed on her waist. I pulled her closer to me and closed my eyes when her center finally pressed against my belly. I moaned softly at the contact. I could feel her heart thudding fully fast inside her chest and her hands were gripping my upper arms tightly enough that I could actually feel it. Finally opening my eyes, I drowned in hers. I love you, Bella Swan, with every fiber of my being. With every non-beat of my dead heart, with every unneeded breath I take, and with all of my body and soul. Everything I do to you or with you is me trying to show you how I feel. I don't know what I'm going to do if you don't feel the same as me, but I cannot live with myself any longer unless I tell you all of this. Bella's eyes filled with tears and her heart slowed down a little bit. Her smile was the most precious thing I've seen in my life and it was all for me, directed right at my heart. Silly vampire, she murmured before closing the distance between our faces. Her lips were mere millimeters from mine and the tip of her tongue darted out to lick them. I am so in love with you it's not even funny at this point. Before I could respond, her warm lips were on mine and my brain ceased to function. Bella. Finally, my heart seemed to shout as my warm lips met Alice's colder ones. I wasted no time nibbling on them. I had wanted to taste her for so long that I didn't want to take it slow. We had the rest of our lives to do that. Right now, my body wanted Alice, all of her, and going slow was not even an option. She opened her mouth lightly and the tip of her tongue touched mine. I moaned as I opened my mouth wider, luring her in to taste me. She moaned into the kiss and leaned fully on me, our naked chests finally coming together. I ran my hands from her arms to her shoulders and into her spiky hair. One of her hands came up and cupped my cheek tenderly and our tongues danced merrily together, giving and taking equally. Nothing had ever felt this perfect, this fulfilling, this amazing. Alice's body was actually warm from the water and it glided sleekly against my own, as the coils tightened inside of my body. I lost count of the kisses, each longer than the previous one. All I could feel was her body pressing against my own, rubbing that part of me that was on fire for her. Even in the water, I could feel how wet I was for her every time her belly rubbed against me. Her hands were now on my chest, nimble fingers playing with my hardened nipples, and my hands moved down to her tight ass and pulled her closer to me, seeking some sort of relief from the aching between my legs. God, how I wanted her. I had never felt this way about anyone before, and it took my breath away just thinking that someone as perfect and graceful as she was would fall for a klutz like me. The way she touched me, almost reverently, showed me just how much she cared, how in control she was of herself, and how much she wanted me. I finally pulled away from her delicious mouth and looked deep into her coal black eyes. They were so full of passion and lust that it took my breath away. I love you, I whispered. And I you, she whispered back. Then show me. She trembled at my words, and my desire for her grew deeper. Are you sure? As sure as I am that I'll love you for the rest of eternity. Oh, Bella, my sweet Bella, she sobbed and kissed me again. She lifted me effortlessly from the tub and set me down by its side. In no time, we were both dried, and she picked me up again and took me back into the bedroom. She held me against her with one arm and pulled the covers back with the other. After setting me down gently, she dropped another kiss on my lips and moved back. I'll be right back, love. She was a blur around the room as she brought some candles back from the bathroom, lowered the lights, and plugged her iPod into a cradle on the dresser. Soft music filled the air a moment later, and my heart soared even more. Alice was such a damn romantic. See, my heart was about to burst with love and happiness thanks to her. A moment later, she was hovering over me, a loving smile on her face. God in heaven, how I loved my little pixie. Alice. I looked down at my human, and my heart gave a phantom beat inside my chest. I could feel tears pooling in my eyes as I got lost in her beautiful orbs. I'd lived for over 100 years, and nothing in my life had ever prepared me for this. For this moment, for Bella. The happiness I felt at the moment was something inexplicable, something that made me feel alive again. I couldn't get over the love I felt for her, the passion that she inspired in me, and the tenderness she evoked. I wanted to show her that and more. I needed her to know just how special she was to me. I lowered my lips to hers again. As I tried to keep the kiss tender and soft, it soon escalated to a raging volcano of emotions and desires. Neither of us seemed to want to go slow, and I was all for that. I wanted her, had wanted her for so long now that I just had to have her. Before I lost my last coherent thought, I had to ask her something, as embarrassing as it might be for both of us. Ending the kiss with a little bite to her lower lip, I lifted my head. Bella, there's something I need to know before we go further, honey. She blinked several times to clear the fog from her brain. What is it, baby? Another shuddering breath. Damn, but I loved it when she called me that. Sweetheart, have you done this before? She blushed, and I had my answer before she opened her mouth. No, she whispered at last. The single word set off an explosion inside of me, and the beast in me roared with glee, the venom pooling suddenly in my mouth. I swallowed it back and felt it burn my throat on its way down, calming the monster inside. I closed my eyes tightly and leaned my forehead against hers. As disgusting as it was, I couldn't deny the pleasure that single word brought me. I would be her first lover. I would take Bella's virginity, and I couldn't be more pleased and more disgusted with myself. How very animalistic and primal of me to feel this way, I thought with revulsion. As if sensing the battle raging inside of me, she cupped my face so gently that it brought tears to my eyes. I lifted my head and looked down at her. Her smile was my undoing, and I let out a single, dry sob. It pleases me just as much that you're going to be my first. I wouldn't want it any other way, Alice, and I'm so grateful I waited for you, for this moment, she whispered lovingly as she reached up and placed her lips against my own. They trembled against mine, and I felt my heart melt for this girl all over again. I don't think she would ever stop surprising me, and for that, I loved her even more. Bella, you don't know what you're doing to me. Make love to me, Alice. Make me yours, please, she begged softly and broke me. The coils inside of me finally snapped, and my chest rumbled in response to her words. I was kissing her before she could blink, my legs parting her own and settling against her wet center. My hips buckled against hers instinctively, seeking her warmth as my hands roamed all over her body. I was unable to rein the beast in, but I was always careful. Lust was guiding my movements, but love made them tender and careful. The beast had met its human match. The human had tamed the beast and the beast felt human for the first time in over 100 years. I lowered my lips to her neck, nipping at her skin, licking the cords on her neck while her hands roamed over my back and ass, pulling our centers closer, rubbing sinuously against me. I sucked on her neck and she tilted her head back, giving me more access as her moans and gasps fueled my hunger. Every time she called out my name it felt like lightning was striking the middle of my chest. Every time her nails raked over my back it felt like fire was licking at the inside of my veins. We were both going on instinct and it couldn't have been more perfect. Wanting to give her more, I moved my head down to her breasts and licked her left nipple, earning another moan of pleasure from her. I covered it with my mouth and sucked on it and was rewarded with her back arching off the bed. My other hand moved down her belly, cold fingers soothing the overheated skin. I could feel her muscles quivering under my touch as I moved to give the other breast equal attention. As I neared her core, I hesitated, unsure of myself. Was I going too fast for her? I didn't want to fuck this up and I wanted her to be at ease. Sensing my inner battle, she brought her hand down to mine and guided it home. Both of us let out a deep moan as my cold fingers were enveloped in her warm, wet folds. "Oh, Alice," she whispered. "Bella," I whispered back, my voice full of devotion and adoration. "Please don't stop," she begged. So I didn't. I kept moving my fingers softly over her and moved back up to look into her eyes as I played with her swollen nub. They were glazed over with lust and burning into mine. I moved my fingers lower, hovering over her entrance, hesitating once again because I knew this would hurt her. "Do it, baby," she whispered, encouraging me. "It's okay. I don't want to hurt you, my love. It might hurt a bit at first, but it'll be over soon. Please, Alice, I want you to." I nodded, knowing there was no other way around it. As praying that the lust and desire she was feeling would ease the pain some. I pushed a finger inside of her lightly, not too deep, just trying to get her used to it. She closed her eyes and gasped. I continued this for a bit. And when I felt how very wet she was, I knew there was no point in waiting anymore. I pressed another finger in just as softly as the first. "Ready?" I whispered. "Yes." "Do it," she moaned back. "Take a deep breath, honey," I begged. She did and I finally pushed my fingers inside of her quickly, breaking her barrier and taking her purity at the same time. Her eyes scrunk. Head close and a painful little moan escaped her parted lips. Tears pooled in my eyes and I felt like a villain. Unable to look at her face, I buried my face on her neck and started pulling my fingers out. "Bella." As much as I tried, I could not keep from crying out in pain and I felt Alice immediately stiffen over me. When I felt her pulling away, I moved my hand over hers quickly and kept her fingers buried inside of me. "Don't you dare, Alice Cullen," I threatened her in a low voice. "But I hurt you," she whined from her place on my neck. "We both knew it would be like that and it can't be helped. It's just human nature and it's over with. Just give me a moment to get used to it and you," I whispered in her ear. I felt her shudder and smiled. How like us to be having a conversation when we were in the middle of making love. But she had to understand that I wanted this, her, and nothing was going to keep me from having it. "Tell me what to do to distract you until we can continue," she pleaded. "You can kiss me. Or play with my breast. Anything you want to do just as long as you keep your fingers right where they are," I dared to say. She lifted her head and our eyes met again. I noticed hers were filled to the brim with tears that would never fall, and all because of me. "Baby, please, don't feel bad. I can't help feeling like a monster. You're my little monster, baby, and I love you more than life itself." I teased her with a playful smile. My words earned a little smile. "I still hate hurting you in any way. I know. But could just you shut up and kiss me?" Her smile grew then. "If anyone ever finds out how pussy-whipped I am, I'll never live it down." I threw back my head and laughed, but it soon turned into a deep moan as her mouth covered my nipple again and started sucking softly on it. Her teeth raking over it. And just like that, we were back. She worshipped my upper body and started moving down slowly, nipping and licking every inch of skin she encountered along the way. My fingers alternated between scrunching up the sheets and massaging her scalp. The lower she moved, the deeper my moans. I never knew making love would feel like this. Or maybe it Was just Alice and the effect she had on me. Either way, I never wanted this feeling to go away. As she neared my burning center, I spread my legs further apart to give her easier access to my core. I wanted her, needed her so badly right there, that it was all I could do to stop myself from grabbing onto her hair and pushing her those last few inches until she gave me what I wanted most. Alice. Through the fog in my brain, I was finally able to tell that there was a little blood mixed in with Bella's fluids. If possible, my eyes darkened even more and I was dying to taste her. The burn on the back of my throat increased and my body shook with want and need. But I had to tell her before I went further. I would hate myself otherwise if I didn't. I knew I was in control of myself, but I wasn't sure how she would feel about me tasting her blood or if it would freak her out. "Bella," I whispered as I rested my chin on her lower belly. She looked down at me with inquisitive eyes. "Yeah, honey, there is a little blood here." Her face was red within seconds and she covered her eyes with her hands, groaning in disappointment, thinking that I was going to stop. "Sweetheart, look at me, please," I begged. She propped herself up on her elbows and looked at me. I smiled at her. "I promise you I can control myself, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't want to taste you. All of you," I finished softly. Bella looked at me, her eyes clouding over, mouth hanging open slightly, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. Something seemed to snap inside of her and she brought her hand down and ran a finger over my lips. "Would you think any less of me if I said I was completely turned on by that?" She finally said, and I about had a heart attack if it was possible. "Fuck, Bella, the things you do to me," I whispered, my voice trembling. "If you want to taste me, I'm not about to deny you anything. I trust you, Alice. My body is yours to do with it as you please, baby." "That's all I needed to hear," I said as I finally lowered my face between her legs. After taking in her intoxicating scent in one big breath, I pulled my fingers slowly from inside of her and brought my mouth to her center. The second I tasted her juices and blood mixed together, I shuddered and moaned loudly. The flavors exploded in my mouth, making me dizzy with a lust so powerful I thought I would pass out from the sheer pleasure of it. My own clit was throbbing painfully between my legs and I pressed them together to ease the ache. I knew I was about to lose it myself, and when Bella ran her fingers through my hair and pushed me closer against her, I couldn't help but growl. I couldn't stop then. My tongue suddenly had a mind of its own and went at Bella with a vengeance. I licked her clean, my hands on her hips, keeping her close to me, and she buckled under my mouth. Her moans were driving me crazy. She kept begging me not to stop and I was going mad with the need to make her come. I finally focused on her swollen clit, sucking on it softly as I pushed a finger back inside of her tight center. I was greeted with her flexing muscles, pulling me in and not wanting to let go. She brought our hands down again and opened herself up more for my questing mouth, and her actions only made me want her more. "Baby, please, I'm so close," she whimpered. I growled again, deep in my throat as I heard her words. I sucked on her nub a little harder and raked my teeth over it, making her buckle hard against my mouth. I pushed my finger a little faster, inserting another one when I noticed she didn't mind it. She was riding my face hard and I tightened my hand on her hip and I pushed my tongue faster over her. I felt her body begin to tremble and her breathing was choppy at best. Knowing she was at the brink, I rode her harder still, my fingers curling inside of her and my tongue basically vibrating over her swollen nub. A moment later, and with the most amazing sound I've ever heard, Belle stiffened and cried out my name as wave after wave of exquisite pleasure ran through every cell on her body. I held her close but didn't stop. My fingers slowed their pace and my tongue slowed its movement over her clit as my love continued to ride her orgasm. As her trembling was coming to an end, I pulled my fingers from her and she moaned low in her throat. I lowered my face once more and licked her clean again. Satisfied that I had gotten every inch of her, I crawled up her body until I was looking down at her. Her smile, God, that smile made me a slave for her. I would worship her body for all of eternity just so I could see that satisfied smile adorning her beautiful face. "Hi," I whispered. "Hey," she whispered back. "How are you feeling, sweetheart?" "Like I've died and gone to heaven." "That was incredible, baby. Could you blame me if my ego swelled to the size of a blimp?" "Yeah, you know it. Good. Pretty pleased with yourself, aren't you, baby?" "Hell, yeah. I smirked. How about I take that smirk right off your face, then? Before I could ask what she meant, she had me pinned under her. Holy shit, when did she get so strong? Bella. I smiled at the look of surprise on her face. It was payback time and I knew my Alice well. She was wound up so tightly right now it would be easy to please her. I'm not sure how I knew I would be able to, but I knew she loved me. And would forgive me if I did something wrong. However, instinct was my guide and I would follow it blindly until I was able to satisfy my lover just like she had done to me. I didn't waste any more time and went right for her nipples. Knowing her body was a lot harder than mine, I felt no worries when I bit one of them hard, eliciting a deep moan from her. Oh, God, Bells, she whispered as her fingers buried themselves in my hair and held me close to her. Liking where this was going, I kept on playing with her nipples as my hand moved south. When I finally reached her center, I didn't hesitate and pushed my fingers between her wet folds. We both moaned at the sensation. Her nub was surprisingly hard and swollen and I pressed it between my fingers, rubbing softly and loving it when her hips buckled under me. Do you like that, baby? I whispered in her ear, nipping at her lobe. Fuck, yes, she hissed. It's not going to take much, love. I'm so far gone at this point it's shameful. Then maybe my mouth should move south before I miss any of it. What do you think, Allie? She growled deep in her throat. I think that would be an excellent idea, love, she said between grit. Teeth as my fingers found her entrance and I pushed them in. Not stopping the movement of my fingers, I started moving down, full of feminine power when I saw how my vampire trembled in my arms. I licked her belly and she purred. I moved lower still and wasted no time pressing my tongue against her. The hiss that left her mouth was my undoing and I pushed harder. I wanted her trembling and out of breath in my arms. I wanted her shouting my name over and over again. I wanted Alice to beg for release. I wanted to make her mine and mine only. So with that in mind, I took her clit into my mouth and sucked hard on it. My fingers driving relentlessly into her core, my tongue doing wicked things to her. And just like I wanted, she started moaning and begging for release, telling me how much she loved me and how much she liked what I was doing to her. I was in heaven once more, my own clit throbbing again with need the more she moaned and writhed underneath me. I licked furiously at her, learning the places she liked it more. Lingering there for a moment before moving elsewhere and prolonging the pleasure. Bella, please, Alice moaned as her body trembled uncontrollably. Her fingers were buried in my hair, keeping me close but never pushing. I pushed a third finger into her and bit her clit. While I held it between my teeth, I flicked my tongue hard over it and she screamed. Her CK arched beautifully off of the bed and our eyes locked and held for a second before she was laying back down, sobbing my name and shaking wildly. I pulled my fingers out carefully, but kept my mouth on her. Licking her clit lazily and softly, bringing her down from her high. When the trembling was subsiding, she grabbed me underneath my arms and brought me up to her. She kissed me softly, fingers buried back in my hair, keeping me close. I moaned into her mouth and relaxed my body on top of hers, enjoying our closeness. Several kisses later, she pulled back and smiled at me, eyes full of love. I'll be waiting for you. Here inside my heart, I'm the one who wants to love you more. You will see I can give you everything you need. Let me be the one to love you more. To love you more, Celine Dion. Several kisses later, she pulled back and smiled at me, eyes full of love. Bella, you, my love, are simply amazing, she told me as we snuggled close in bed a few minutes later. I kissed the tip of her nose. Thank you, baby. You made it easy for me because you're so easy to love. I don't think I've ever felt this way about anyone before, Bella. The things you do to me, I can't even describe it. You don't have to because I feel it. The love we share is amazing. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me. Thank you for saying that. It means a lot to me. She kissed me softly. How are you feeling, love? Are you sore? Just a little, but nothing to worry about. And don't apologize again, please. I wanted this just as much as you did. I won't. I just worry about you, sweetie. And I love you for it. Tell me when you're ready for round 2, she joked as she ran her hand over my ass and squeezed. Are you? I smirked back. I'll always want you and be ready for you, sweetheart. Good answer. I told her before I captured her lips with my own. Several more hours passed before I was somewhat satisfied and Alice had a content smile on her face. Alice. We were sitting in the tub again. After several rounds of lovemaking. Bella kept insisting she was fine, but I made her take a couple of painkillers and now I had her in the hot water, relaxing her muscles will. I ran a loofah sponge all over her delectable body. Baby. I want to ask you something. Anything, love. I don't mean to kill the moment, but why did you break up with Jasper? My move me. NTS stopped for a couple of seconds and she settled back into my chest. I wrapped my arms and legs around her and kissed the side of her neck. I was going to ask Esme to redecorate my bathroom. I want a whirlpool in it just so I could do this with Bella anytime we felt like it. Now, however, I had more pressing issues at hand. When we left you all those months ago, I wasn't the same and he noticed right away. I didn't want to leave when Edward decided it would be best for you. I raised holy hell, but I was voted down along with Emmett. We both knew what it would do to you and to us as a family to leave without you. But Edward got his way and I left with a broken heart, even if I didn't know it at the time. As the days passed and my mood didn't improve, Jasper started taking me away from the family and we started talking a lot. He was the one that made me realize I was in love with you and had been for months without even realizing it. He told me he knew the moment you walked into our lives that things would never be the same. How did you keep this to yourself all this time? Jasper and I have gotten very good at keeping important information from Edward. We practiced endless why so we could separate our thoughts into things he could see and things that were none of his business. It was hard, I'll admit, but so worth it at the end. He probably has no clue I feel this way about you. And how did the family react when you told them about Jasper and you breaking up? Surprised at first. No one could really understand the decision, but since we were still together most of the time, and both of us seemed fine, they accepted it. Is that the reason he stayed behind? Bella was too perceptive for her own good at times. Yes. While I was in love with you, he still loved me. So it was decided he would spend some time away from the family to recover. He will come back to visit, but I'm not sure he'll ever live with us anymore. He'll be there tomorrow night when we get back, though. Bella sighed. Doesn't that make you sad, though? Yes and no. Explain. I think he won't be back because he's dating someone else now and it seems to be going well for them. She turned her head a bit to look at me. Her eyes full of surprise. He is. Who is it? Kate, one of the members of the Denali Coven. She's a really nice girl and I'm hoping it works out for them. Kate. Wasn't that the one that was interested in Edward all this time? The one and only. Since we moved there, Jasper started spending some time with her. They have an awful lot in common, more than any of us suspected. And I guess it grew from there. How do you feel about it? I couldn't be more thrilled for them. I'm glad they're together. She ran her fingers absently over my arm as she processed that information. So all this time that you've been back you've known you loved me. Yes. And still you dealt with Edward and I getting back together, being around us all the time, and you never once said a thing. There was nothing I could say. If you were happy with him, I was happy for you. Bella, you have to understand something. When you love someone, you want their happiness above all. Even if it means you aren't the one giving it to them. So I put my feelings aside and went on with life the best I could. My God, baby, these past few months must have been torture for you, with me wanting you close all the time. It was so damn selfish of me to be all over you, wanting you with me at all times, all the cuddling and the things we did all while you secretly loved me. I didn't mind. Call me a masochist. But if that was all I could get, I was willing to settle for that as long as you were happy. That doesn't seem fair. Maybe, but it was my decision and with the way things have turned out, I can't very well complain about it. I guess. I think I've been in love with you for a long time as well. When you left and I got over the pain of his leaving, I realized it was you who I missed the most. You who I wanted back in my life. Now I see that he never really had a chance once you came back. I think it's always been you, but it took me all this time to realize it. Our words were a soothing balm to my frayed nerves. Thanks for telling me that, sweetheart. You don't know what it means to me. It's only fair that I tell you since you've been through so much. I got the girl in the end. So it doesn't really matter now. Yeah, you definitely did. Hearing those words of confirmation gave me the courage to ask my next question. What are we going to do once we get back home? What do you want out of this? I want to be with you, baby. I don't want to hide our relationship from anyone. She stiffened all of a sudden and I couldn't help but notice. I responded by tightening my arms around her. What's the matter? Do you want a relationship as well? Silly, Bella, of course I do. I did ask you to be my girlfriend earlier. Yeah, and I'm still waiting for an answer, I pressed. She laughed. Are you? I thought it was a given after all that's happened. No, I want to hear you say it, I said as I unwrapped myself from her body and turned her around in my arms. Do you want to be my girl, Bella Swan? I'd love to. But you have to promise me something. Anything. When I'm done with school and graduate in a few weeks, I want you to turn me. I want to spend eternity at your side. I took a shaky breath. Really? Really? Besides, you did promise Arrow. I nodded and my heart took flight. Just as long as you promise not to freak out when I show you something a little later. Okay, she said, but I could tell she was a little hesitant. So I'll turn you and you won't freak out, do we have a deal? Yes, let's seal that with a kiss and then I'll show you. She did as I asked and kissed me softly for several minutes. Now that we had loved each other several times, the need was still there, but it wasn't all-consuming now. She pulled away slowly. Come on, sweetheart. Let's get out of here since the water is turning cold again. Alice. Once we had dried down and dressed, I ordered room service for Bella. We were sitting in the middle of the bed as we waited. A fine leather folio in between us. And it was my gift for Bella, one I was hoping she would accept. What's in the folio, baby? Well, you know how I said you had plenty of money. Right, she said doubtfully. I wanted to make sure you could go to any college or university you wanted when we left, so I started investing in your name. Because of my ability, I knew what would work and what wouldn't. I took money out of my own account and started investing it. Now, before you go crazy, I've recovered all of my money, so no harm done. I made some really good decisions, sweetheart. And this is the result, I said as I unzipped the folio and took our several sheets of paper. I handed them to her and she scanned them. When she got to the bottom, her eyes widened so big it was comical. That is a shitload of zeros after that 7. Yes. Am I rich? Pretty close. That's just the beginning. Oh my God, Alice. Well, I wanted to make sure I secured your future in case we didn't get to come back to you. Please don't hate me for it. Remember you promised not to freak out. Bella looked at all of the papers for several minutes. There were several accounts in both of our names. A couple of properties and some even for Charlie's retirement. Before I knew it, big, fat tears were rolling down her cheeks. Bella, honey. She put all of the papers in the folio carefully and zipped it close. Putting it to the side, she wiped her tears and finally looked at me. I almost swooned at the look in her eyes. Intense love burned in them for me and my heart thudded in my chest. This was no longer a joke. I grabbed her hand quickly and put it against the weak beat. Her eyes widened even more. Alice, I think your love has somehow awakened my dead heart, sweetheart, I whispered beyond awed. Oh, Alice, she sobbed. I love you so damn much. And I love you and I plan on spending the rest of eternity showing you just how much. They do say great minds think alike. Come here, I said as I pulled her over to me and leaned back against the pillows. Are you happy with me? Unbelievably so. Before we could talk further, there was a knock on the door. Bella's food had arrived. Bella. The weekend went by in a blur and before we knew it, we were on our way back to Forks. Surprisingly, or maybe not, Alice was only driving 10 miles over the speed limit and I could tell she didn't want to go back either so soon after everything that had happened. It was, without a doubt, the most wonderful weekend of my entire life. So many things had changed. And so many more would still change in the coming weeks. We had to come clean with her family and tell them of our relationship. I was pretty sure most of them would be okay with it, but I was a little afraid of Edward's reaction. I didn't fear him, but I wasn't sure what he was capable of, so I was apprehensive. I didn't want the family to suffer more or divide on my account. If Jacob was right, Charlie already had an idea. So we would only be confirming to him that he was right. My mom had always been a free spirit and accepting of everyone, so telling her would be okay as well. I talked abo. Ood Alice so much with her that I'm sure she had an inkling already. Edward had never been a big topic of conversation, even when she asked about him. Alice had even suggested we go visit her one weekend so she could get to know her. And I had agreed. I was planning on telling Mom about Alice and I during the weekend of graduation when her and Phil were coming over. "What are you thinking about, love?" Alice asked as she squeezed my hand. "Our families and their reactions when we tell them." "It's going to be okay, sweetheart. Have you gotten any visions?" I asked hopefully. "A few and most take it well." I sigh. "Edward. Yeah, he's not going to take it too well," she said in a low voice. "Has he been able to guess what's going on?" "Not yet, but once we get back, there's no hiding anymore." I refused to hide our relationship as if it was something dirty. "You are my life now, Bella, and nothing and no one will ever change that." The look she gave me made my heart shudder. Her love for me was shining in her amber eyes and there was no mistaking the desire lurking in there as well. I'm sure my eyes reflected the same. Like her, I wasn't willing to put my happiness on hold for Edward. He'd had his chance and ruined it. Now I had someone in my life that was not afraid to show me how she felt, was not afraid to love me in every way possible without holding back. The love we shared had no limits or boundaries. It just was. And I would be damned if I let anyone get in the way of that. There was some truth to that saying about a woman scorned and he would find out if he tried to put a single finger on my Alice. Damn it. Edward didn't know me as well as he thought he did. He never took the time to do so properly, always worrying about not hurting me and such. But Alice, my sweet Alice, let her love for me dictate her actions and in doing so, she was able to be with me fully without letting fear consume our relationship. "I lost you again," she murmured as she ran her thumb over the back of my hand. "I was just thinking about how much I love you," I said as our gazes connected again. "I love you, too, sweetheart. Let's go to my house first. After we tell Charlie, we'll go tell your family." Her eyes widened. "Are you sure?" "Yeah. I don't want to hide our relationship, either. I don't see the need to be out at school with so little time left, but I don't want to hide when we're at our houses." Alice's smile was radiant and it gave me the courage I needed to confront anyone that wasn't with us on this new journey. "Bella." We stood in front of the door and Alice gave my hand a little reassuring squeeze before letting it go. I unlocked the door and we walked in. Charlie was, as usual, watching a game and having some beer and pizza. Seriously, my dad needed a wife. He looked up when he heard us. A big smile on his face. "Hey, Bells." Alice. "Hey, Charlie. How are you, Dad?" "Good, good. Fishing was great this weekend. Do you have a couple of minutes?" He put the beer can down and muted the volume on the TV. "Something wrong?" "No, just need to talk to you about something," I told him nervously as I walked over to the sofa and sat down. Alice was immediately at my side and smiled at me softly. I took her hand and wrapped it between both of mine before turning back to Charlie. He had noticed my actions and had a small smirk playing on his lips. "I'll save you the trouble, kiddo. If you're going to tell me there's something going on between the two of you, I already know and I'm okay with it as long as you're both happy." My mouth started opening and closing. But I was incapable of uttering a single word. Damn nerves. "Alice." Noticing Bella's struggle, I squeezed her hand again and smiled at Charlie. "Thank you, Charlie. That means more to us than you could possibly know. So is this official now?" he asked with a small blush. "As of this weekend, yes. But it's been going on longer than this, right?" "For me it has, from the time I met Bella. I think Bella just realized it herself, though," I told him sincerely. I knew there was something going on, but I didn't want to press. "Thanks for that, Dad," Bella said, finally finding her voice. "It does mean the world to me." "I know, kid, which is why I'm telling you. It doesn't matter who you love as long as they make you happy. I don't want you to go through life like me, alone and without someone to share it with. So if Alice makes you happy, then I'm okay with it. Besides, I think the world of you, Alice, and I know you're going to do right by my little girl, here, right? I promise you, Charlie, that no one will ever love her more. Then you both have my blessing. Just be careful and take care of each other." Bella jumped up from her seat and rushed over to him, enveloping him in a rare hug. Charlie looked up at me with a surprised look on his face and I smiled at him, motioning for him to hug her back. He smiled and did. I watched the scene with a serene smile on my face. 1 down. 6 more to go tonight. Alice. We spent another half an hour talking to Charlie and then we left. We were at my house within minutes. I got out and went over to Bella's side. After helping her out, I extended my hand to her. Ready, love? Yeah, let's get this over with so we can go back to my place. Any particular ideas in mind? Other than loving you and holding you close? None. She whispered in my ear and bit my lobe softly. I bit back a moan as desire rushed through me. I swear she had me whipped. Before we could move from the side of the car, the front door opened and Edward stood there, grinning like a fool as he looked at Bella. It took all of my strength not to growl at him for looking at her that way. She surprised me by lacing our fingers together and walking over to the porch. I noticed his gaze on our hands and a frown appeared on his face. Hello, Edward. Is everyone home? Bella asked. Hi, Bella. It's so good to see you. And yes, everyone is inside. He looked so hopeful that I almost felt pity for him. Almost. She surprised me again when she spoke next. Good, since we have some good news to share with them. Without waiting for his reply, she walked past him, dragging me behind. He followed right away, the frown more pronounced. Esme walked out of the kitchen and greeted us with a big hug. Girls, it's good to have you back. It's good to be back, Mom. Could you call everyone into the living room? There's something we need to discuss. Esme gave me a curious look, looked down at our hands, and then at Bella, a small smile playing on her lips. Yeah, my mom is a pretty smart woman. No problem, dear. Go on and I'll get everyone. Seconds later, we were all gathered in the living room. Emmett had come down and grabbed Bella away from me, giving her a huge hug and twirling her around. She laughed delightedly at this while Rosalie looked on and actually chuckled. I was so surprised that I couldn't help but look at her. She just winked at me, shrugged her shoulder delicately and walked over to the sofa. Jasper came down next and hugged me after kissing my cheek softly. Good to see you, Alice. Likewise, Jazz. Carlisle came in last and we all finally sat down, Bella securely at my side. Like she had done in her house, she grabbed my hand and the looks on the faces of my family were priceless. They ranged from open curiosity, to knowing smirks, to livid. Something's happened and we wanted to let you all know about it, I started. I'm sure some of you will be surprised, but this is something that we had control over and something neither of us regrets. What is it, dear? Esme asked. I took a deep breath, which would seem ridiculous, but I had been human after all at one point, and this called for strength. Alice and I are very much in love and have decided to be together, Bella said, surprising the hell out of me and of everyone else there. Before any of us could react, Edward jumped from high seat and had me pinned against the wall by my neck. No. Bella is mine and I will not allow this, he screamed at me, his venom hitting my face and making it burn. I growled, but before I could do anything, Emmett had grabbed him and thrown him off of me. Bella was at my side a second later, running her fingers softly over my neck and crying. She turned towards him then, fire burning in her eyes. I belong to no one, Edward Cullen. But I choose to give myself to Alice, all of me, in every way possible, and there is nothing you or anyone can do about it, damn you. If you ever try to hurt her again, I swear to all that's holy that I will make you pay one way or another. I'm in love with her, and only her, and I'm going to spend the rest of eternity showing her just how much. The deafening silence that followed her outburst was made even worse by the pain and anguish reflected on Edward's eyes. Bella didn't know it, but she had just made him pay for what he had done to me. The worst thing she could do to hurt Edward was telling him she loved me and wanted to spend eternity at my side. I wish I could feel sorry for him, but I couldn't bring myself to. Edward had been a selfish bastard. And these were the consequences of his actions. Jasper grabbed Edward by his neck this time and lifted him off the ground while he struggled to get free. I had never seen such anger pouring off of him before, and I had never seen him use such force. The way his face was twisted in anger was something I didn't ever want to witness again. Touch her again, either one of them, and I will finish you, Edward. Jasper threatened in a low voice that scared the shit out of me. You do not hit women, you asshole. Carlisle was at his side a moment later, putting his hand on Jasper's shoulder. Let him go, son. It's not worth it and you have come too far to do this now. Carlyle, he heard Alice, Jasper said, not letting go of Edward. I know, and we will deal with that, but put him down now. Please, son. For you. Jasper said as he let Edward drop to the floor and walked over to me. Are you okay, darlin'? He asked as he checked my neck. I'm okay, Jazz, thank you, I whispered and hugged him. He grabbed Bella and pulled her into our hug before she could get the wrong idea, and I loved him for it. She's okay, Bella. Alice is a hell of a lot stronger than most give her credit for. Thank you, Jasper. Bella said as she kissed his cheek softly. Jasper stepped back and we watched as Carlyle helped Edward up and walked him over to the door. Go hunt and don't come back until you have calmed yourself down. You are my son and I love you, but I will not allow you to hurt your sister or Bella. You should know better than that, and your mother and I are very disappointed in you right now, young man. Edward looked defeated then and took a look around the room. Everyone was glaring at him and forming a sort of protective circle in front of Bella and me. I had never felt the love of my family as I did in that moment. Without another word, he turned around and left. Carlyle walked over to us. Are you really okay, Alice? Yeah, Dad, I'm fine. I'm just sorry it had to be this way. You can't apologize for falling in love, sweetheart, Esme told me as she led us back to the living room. Love just happens. We sat back down and I pulled Bella close to my side. There were tears on her cheeks now and I hugged her close. Don't cry, love, I'm okay. I wiped her tears away and kissed her lips softly, not caring that my family was watching us closely. I know, baby, but I didn't want him to hurt you. You knew he would, didn't you? I had no way of lying and neither did I want to. Yes, and you still wanted to go ahead with this. Of course, I love you and nothing is going to change the way I feel. Edward will come to terms with it soon enough. I've seen that as well, so I want you to forgive him, I told her as I caressed her cheek softly. No, Bella, I pleaded. How can you ask me that, baby? He tried to hurt you. Sweetie, I don't want you to harbor hate in your heart. She looked at me, tears filling her eyes again. Bella, sweetheart, Esme started and Bella looked her way. Alice is right. You know. Don't let what he did come between you two. If you love each other, you have our blessing and Edward will have to deal with it. He had his chance and while he didn't fully appreciate it, he had your best interest at heart. I don't think he meant to hurt Alice and acted out in his anger. However, he knows he will have to apologize before he can set foot in this house again. I'm sure he's full of remorse by now. Edward is not a bad man, Bella, Carlyle continued. I promise you I will have a long talk with him and I'll ask him to go away for some time so he can work this out alone. I'm not condoning what he did and he knows that. It will take him a while, but he will come to terms with your relationship with Alice. And as Esme said, you have my blessing as well and I know you're both going to be very happy together. We've noticed this growing for a while now and we're just waiting for you to act on it. Bella was blushing now and I thought she looked adorable. See, everything is going to be okay, love. And if Edward tries to do something stupid again, I'll beat his sparkly ass for you, little sis, Emmett promised Bella with one of his goofy grins while he flexed his muscles. Rosalie smacked his arm playfully and smiled at Bella. Welcome back to the family, silly human. Bella smiled back. Thanks, Rose. You sure have a way with words. I try. She shrugged with a smirk. Jasper, Bella said while looking at him. Is this really okay with you? As long as Alice is happy, I'm happy, Bella. Thank you, Jazz. She snuggled into me again and the conversation flowed around us for another good hour. I told them about Bella's decision to be turned after she graduated and my promise to make it happen. After discussing it for a while, it was decided that we would meet with Jacob and the pack and see how they felt about it. Not that Bella gave a shit about that, either, but it would be the right thing to do. A bit later I drove her back home. Kissed her goodbye for Charlie's sake and drove back home. No more than 10 minutes later, I was back in her room waiting while she took a shower. I wanted to join her so bad, but I knew for Charlie's sake I'd better wait in her room. I lay on her bed and got comfortable while I waited. Bella. I let the hot water soothe my body while I replayed what had happened in my head. I had expected Edward to be upset, but I had not imagined he would attack my Alice. If I'd had the strength, I would have beaten his ass to a pulp. Shaking it off, I finished my shower and stepped out. After drying myself, I put on my favorite lotion and the only pair of sexy underwear I own. A simple white tank top completed the outfit. If I had my way, I would be very naked, very soon. After putting on my silk robe, I walked into my bedroom and smiled. Alice was laying on my bed on her stomach, wearing a similar outfit. That has to be the best looking ass in all of Washington. Only Washington, she called back as she turned on her back and smiled sexily at me. I locked my door and untied my robe. Her eyes roamed over my body hungrily and I can't deny the immediate effect it had on me. Lord in heaven, but she made me want her. I walked over to the end of my bed as she licks her lips and her eyes focus on that part of me that is throbbing painfully at this point. Keep looking at me, like that and you will have to do something about it, I challenged as I crawled over to her on all fours. As I was going to lower my body over hers, she grabbed me around the waist. Keep moving up, she whispered, her eyes pitch black. What? I asked her, a bit confused. Instead of answering, she pulled me towards her until I had to grab onto the headboard and look down at her. She grinned when she saw my expression of surprise. My pussy was right above her smiling lips. Her head lifted off of my pillow and she licked me through the lace material of my panties. I closed my eyes, threw my head back and moaned softly. Oh, God. Alice, I whispered. Did you like that? She husked. You know I did. Good, was all she said before she grabbed my panties with her teeth and ripped them right off. I almost came right there. I have to admit to myself that I like this aggressive side of my lover. It was amazing the things her talented tongue could do to me. She had me panting and biting my lips to keep from crying out. I didn't want Charlie to know what was going on, but no way in hell would I stop this from happening. I wanted Alice too much. She kept on licking me mercilessly. I couldn't really think anymore and I gave up trying. I simply let my body move over her, my hips undulating over her as her fingers gripped onto my ass and pressed me tighter against her. She FTED me up a little more and I felt her tongue probing my entrance and the way she moved that tongue of hers was enough to drive me insane with want and need. No matter how many times I had fallen apart in her arms, I craved her more. Needed her more, loved her more. She pushed in and I gasped as I looked down. I moved my hand down, fingers gripping her soft hair as I moved over her, riding her tongue hard as I panted. When she moved back to my clit, I knew I was close to losing it. I never expected what she did next. I was completely unprepared for it since I was so concentrated on the feel of her sweet tongue on me. I could feel one of her hands moving between us and her fingers were soon completely coated in my juices. She then moved that hand back towards my ass and in between my cheeks. When she reached the puckered skin there, her fingers rubbed softly over it, pushing in just a bit as she sucked my clit into her mouth and her tongue moved quicker over it. I suddenly pressed my oath over my arm to keep the noise down as a powerful orgasm hits me and blows my mind away. I'm shaking so bad right now that the only thing keeping me up is Alice's grip on my waist and then she starts lowering me back to the bed. A mess of quivering limbs, panting slightly and unable to say anything. I cuddle next to her as she runs her fingers over my temples and forehead softly, calming me down as she smiles at me. Are you okay, sweetie? Yeah, I manage to whisper. The things you do to me. She chuckles softly. It's time for you to go to sleep, honey. No, you're not, you know. Great, now I'm blushing again. Satisfied. Yeah, it's okay, sweetheart. I can take care of myself when you're asleep. Oh, no, baby. I don't want that. Oh, do you want to watch then? She smirked. My eyes widened. You would let me. If you want to watch, I don't mind. Besides, I'm pretty horny right now, so it won't take me long. I blushed at her honesty. Seriously, I was just ready. In her face a few minutes ago and now I'm blushing like an idiot because she told me she's horny and she's willing to let me watch as she does herself. I should slap myself. I'd love to watch you, baby. I somehow manage to say and it comes out all trembly and shit but she seems to like it. She moves closer to me and kisses me as I feel her hand moving down between our bodies. As we kiss, I help her get rid of her underwear and then she is gasping into my mouth as her fingers move between her dripping folds. I break the kiss because I want to watch her. I don't want to miss a moment of this as she looks at me and our eyes lock. She smiles at me for a moment, but then her smile fades as she pleasures herself and I have to bite back a moan at the picture she makes. I don't know what to do. But my fingers are itching to join in the fun. I was sleepy, but not anymore. She is moaning softly and I look down and see her fingers moving quickly over herself, and I can't take it anymore. I push her on her back, move down and spread her legs before I bury myself in her folds. Her taste explodes in my mouth as her fingers tangle in my head and her nails run over my scalp. She tastes so damn good that I find my tongue moving all over her, trying to get to all of her at once, and before I know it, she is rocking her hips and gripping my hair a little tighter. Bella, she moans as I move back to her clit and work it hard. She is panting, trying her damnedest to keep quiet and grabs my other pillow from the bed and puts it over her face as her back arches of the bed and she comes in my mouth. Gripping her hips harder, I continue until she pushed my head gently away. God, sweetheart, it just keeps getting better and better. Tell me about it. We cuddle close and after she kisses me goodnight, she plays with my hair and I feel myself drifting. I love you, baby girl. I love you more, she whispers, and that is the last thing I heard before I fall asleep. Alice. It's been 3 weeks since we told everyone. Bella graduated with pretty good grades. We told Renee and Phil about our relationship and we even went to visit them this past weekend. They have been very supportive of the whole thing and I could not be happier. The past 3 weeks have been amazing and the more time I spend as Bella's girlfriend, the more I find to love, the more I desire her, and the more I want to change her. We're making plans for that as well since the meeting with the elders went better than we expected. They only had one condition after Bella pleaded our case to them, tears rolling down her cheeks with emotion, and they had no way of refusing her. When they had given their condition, my entire family gasped and Bella cried out in the negative. I told them all to be quiet, told the elders I accepted, and that was that. The condition is pretty hard, but one I am willing to take in order to have eternity with her. The condition was that Jacob has to be present in the house, and if I kill Bella while I'm trying to change her, he in turn will have to kill me. I know it's a lot to digest for everyone, but at this point in my life, now that I have found my soul mate, I have no intentions of going on with life without her in it. So if I make the horrible mistake of killing my mate, I will welcome death at the hands of Jacob with open arms. It would be like poetic justice for to avenge her death, and I am willing to do it. Bella was furious with me at first for making the elders that promise, but I do have my ways with her and she is beginning to ease up about it. I think I finally made her understand that life without her would be no life at all and I would be doubly dead. We have planned the change for the coming week, so this weekend I'm taking her back to that hotel in Seattle where it all started. I need one more weekend with her as a human before we go back to the house and prepare for her change. Charlie, bless his soul, believes we're taking Bella on a European vacation as a graduation present from my family for the entire summer. Esme charmed him into accepting our generous gift. After the summer is over, and depending on Bella's actions as a newborn, we will decide what to tell him. Bella, as of right now, doesn't want to fake her death and have her parents suffer, and I will support her decisions for as long as I can. Edward is back now and he has been apologizing for days. But Bella wants nothing to do with him yet. She has refused to talk to him alone, she has refused to be in the same room as him, and she is basically ignoring the hell out of him. I tried, for my family's sake, to talk to her once about it, but she didn't let me get far and I didn't try again. None of my siblings blame her and Esme is just a little upset about it because she doesn't want Bella to go through any more shit right before her change. Emmett is secretly hoping that she doesn't forgive him until after she is changed so she can beat Edward's ass. M's all for Bella forgiving him after that, though. It would be funny to watch, I have to admit. Just thinking about Bella as my knight in shining armor, come to my rescue, is a really big turn on. Presently, E is out shopping with Rosalie and I was not allowed to come along, something that irritates me more than I can say. Rose just told me to stop pouting and to pack my bag and she would have Bella back in a few hours and I would like it. So I did, I sucked it up, packed our bags, and sat down to play with Emmett until they got back and Bella and I could leave for Seattle. After about 4 fucking hours, I heard Rose's BMW pull into the garage. I wanted to go out there and jump Bella, but I didn't want to look desperate. It's bad enough already, as Emmett so kindly reminds me of every chance he gets. Have I mentioned I'm pussy-whipped yet? I hear their laughter as they are coming into the house and I smile. I'm surprised Rose took the initiative to do this and that Bella went along with it. She won't admit it out loud. But Bella is pretty terrified of Rosalie and for good reason. I look up and I swear if it wasn't for the skin holding my face together, my jaw would have hit the floor. Belle looks stunning and I am drooling and wet in 2 seconds flat. I'm pretty sure I'm whimpering softly. Rosalie took her to a hair salon, obviously, since there are deep auburn highlights in her chestnut locks. And her hair is now in long layers that curl prettily at the ends, making it seem full of body. On her feet are strappy, leather sandals and I can't help but notice her toenails have been newly painted in fire engine red. So she also got a pedicure. My eyes move up low-rise, curve-hugging designer jeans, a leather belt with a super girl buckle that makes me smile, a royal blue skin tie. T-top that leaves little to my imagination and a khaki jacket. I see her nails are painted to match her toes, so she also got a manicure. Her makeup has also been done, subtly, but it enhances every one of her features. She looks breathtaking and I can't help staring. I can now see she is going to make a stunning vampire when she is turned. I'm going to have to beat other vampires off with a stick at this rate. Holy shit, little sis. You look hot, Emmett exclaims as he stares at her. Rosie, how did she let you do this? I threatened her, Rosalie says casually as she walked over to us and dropped several bags on the sofa. With what? Death. Don't be silly, babe. I just told her it would take longer if she didn't cooperate. And that would mean less alone time with Alice, less sex, etc. So she cooperated like the good little girl she is. Alice must be damn hot in bed if I'm to judge by the look of horror she gave me when I mentioned that, Rose jested with a laugh. Bella was blushing furiously now. But a little smile played on her lips. What can I tell you? She's more than good. She's a goddess in bed. Bella. I cried in embarrassment, but inside I was jumping with joy. It's true, baby. I'm glad you think so, but we don't need to share. Oh, it's all right with me if Bella wants to talk about it, Emmett said with an eager look. From what we've heard, you two have it going on. Rosalie laughed. I'm just pulling your leg, Alice. We actually had a nice time shopping for some crucial essentials. I even got you some things you might find useful this weekend. My eyes shined with excitement. You got me some presents. Don't I always? So we're ready to go. I asked Bella. Let me pack some last-minute things and I'll be down in a bit. Rosalie handed her a few bags and she walked over to the stairs. I was about to follow, but Rosalie stopped me. What? Some of what she has to pack is a surprise, so take a chill pill and wait. For fuck's sake, is she that good in bed as well? I grinned and wiggled my eyebrows. Wouldn't you like to know? Yes, we would. Emmett, we both screamed at once. He simply put his hands up, kissed Rose on the cheek and went back to his game. So what did you get me? Toys and such. What? You'll thank me later, love. Bella. The look on Alice's face was priceless when we walked in and she saw my new look. Rosa. Lai had been adamant that I looked better for my last weekend as a human and she thought Alice would get a kick out of it, too. I knew fighting her on it was pointless, so I went along with it and once I did, it was actually nice. I still couldn't believe I looked this good, but I had to admit I liked it and it gave me more confidence in myself. Alice liked it, so it was all worth it. I also had to admit that spending time alone with Rosalie was a lot better than I had anticipated. She was actually really funny and carefree when she dropped the bitch act and I found myself at ease the more time we spent together. She even convinced me to get some really sexy lingerie for the weekend and while I was embarrassed at first, my need to please Alice won and I went ahead with her suggestions. I was surprised at most of her choices. Thinking she would go for the racier things, but she had gone for pieces that were tasteful but so very sexy at the same time. All in all, I couldn't be more pleased. With our shopping trip and that of itself was something. I think they were finally getting to me when it came to shopping. Would wonders never cease? Finishing my packing, I picked up both bags and headed downstairs, where Alice was anxiously waiting. Finally, she exclaimed when she saw me walking down the stairs and came over to help me with the bags. I giggled and leaned over to her. Eager much, baby? I whispered in her ear and then gave it a playful nip. She actually growled, low and deep in her throat, and I swear I was instantly wet. God, the things she did to me. It was actually sad how bad I had it for her. Pitiful even that she could reduce me to a quivering mass of nerves with a touch, a look, a sound. By the look in your eyes, I'd say you are, too, she whispered back and kissed me before I could reply. Both bags fell to the steps as we embraced and deepened the kiss. I moaned into her mouth when I felt her hands bury themselves in my hair, pulling me closer to her. My mind was clouded over with lust and I forgot we had an audience. I was never one for public displays of affection with her, but once her lips were on mine, my brain handed the reins over to my hormones and all my inhibitions went to hell. That is, until Emmett started wolf whistling and hollering like a maniac and ruined the moment for us. Stupid, overgrown man-boy. I swear if he wasn't so adorable I'd hate him right now. We pulled back and stared at each other, both of us breathing hard, lips glistening and begging for more, hormones raging out of control. How fast can you get us to Seattle? I'm not sure, darling. But I'm going for a record today. She grabbed both bags in one hand, put the other one around my waist and pulled me with her towards the front door. Horny little vampire. Rosalie murmured and Emmett burst out laughing. I'd say horny little human as well, Rosie. I mean, who would have thought our Bella Bear had it in her? Shut up. We both screamed at them right before we walked out of the house. After putting the bags in the trunk, Alice opened the door for me and then went around to her side. We were peeling out of the driveway in less than a minute. Alice. As I drove towards our destination, I could not help but look at Bella every chance I got. Her head was resting on the headrest and turned towards me the entire time. She had been playing with the strands of my hair and it soothed me as much as it turned me on. I know that's an oxymoron, but it's true. You look wonderful, sweetheart. I love the new hairdo and you look great in those clothes. She smiled. Thank you, baby. I did it to please you. But does it please you? Surprisingly, it does. I actually had a great time shopping with Rose and going to the salon was a nice surprise. I don't usually get pampered that much. I'm glad you enjoyed it. There's a spa at the hotel, so if you want, I can get you signed up for a massage. That actually sounds really good. I'll make an appointment when we check in and maybe they can do it this afternoon. Can you get one? No, they would never be able to give me one, and not just because of the coldness of my skin. That's too bad. It's okay, love. I can always give you a tongue massage. She purred in my ear and she licked the outer rim. I swear my car swerved on the lane and I was just glad no one was close by. Bella, I hissed as she nibbled on my ear. Yes, baby, I'm trying to drive here. And I'm not keeping you from it. No, you're just muddling my brain. Ah, my poor little pixie can't concentrate, she cooed as she moved down to my neck. Honey, come on, now. I was begging, but I have no idea if I wanted her to continue or to stop. We're almost there. Surely you can wait a few more minutes. But your neck is so very tasty. She mumbled as she nibbled on it. Bella Swan, I swear to God if you keep that up I will pull to the side of the road this instant and have my way with you. Do you want to spend the night in jail? That, thankfully, did the trick and she pulled back with a smirk on her face. Spoil sport. Did the Supergirl belt buckle give you vixen powers or something? I got the Wonder Woman one, too. Imagine what that one will do. She jested and my eyes widened. What the hell did Rosalie do to you? I'm not letting you go shopping with her ever again. That little threat only made her laugh harder, to my annoyance. Seriously, when have you ever heard of a human owning a vampire? I know, it's shameless. Finally, we pull in front of the hotel entrance and are met immediately by the same doorman and valet guy from last time. They remember us and greet us warmly, which makes us feel welcome. I walk into the hotel lobby, holding Bella's hand again, and head right for the reception desk. After handing the attendant my black card, I inquire about the spa hours and make an appointment for Bella. We get the same room and head up. I have 2 hours before her massage is due, and believe me, Bella has plenty to pay for right now and I intend to make sure she does. No sooner are we in the room that I have her pinned against the door, kissing her passionately, as her clothes fall down piece by piece. Yeah, it's time for the vampire to be on top, pun very much intended, thank you. Bella. I'm out of breath after 2 intense orgasms, but trying to make a note to myself to make sure to irritate Alice more often while she is driving. Not only did she take me right against the room door, which was incredibly delicious, but she also brought me to the bedroom, sat me in bed, knelt on the floor between my spread legs and went at me again, no mercy. Now, I'm a quivering mass of nerves while she runs her fingers through my hair softly, bringing me down from my before I have to shower and head down to the spa. How are you feeling, sweetheart? She asked softly as she kissed my forehead. Was all I seemed capable of saying. She chuckled. That good? Yeah. Speechless. Mostly. Serves you right, you know. MMMHMM. She laughed at me and I smiled at her. Do you want me to move your massage and facial until later this afternoon? No, baby. I just have to take a quick shower and I'll be fine. I'm going to step out and hunt while you're there. Is that okay? Do you need to hunt? Yes. How come? I noticed she debated with hers. LF for a moment before actually answering me. Bells, you make me lose control. I don't want to ruin this weekend by doing something ahead of time. This is your last weekend as a human and I want to make sure you enjoy it fully. If I hunt now, I'll have a little more control over myself. Okay. But just know that if something was to happen ahead of time, I'm okay with it. The decision's already been made. So it makes no difference when it happens. I still don't want to take any chances and this hotel is not the place to do it. I want us to be able to make love often without my hunger for your blood getting in the way. Can I ask you something? Anything, honey. Is it worse now that you have actually tasted it? I asked her shyly. She took a shuddering breath. Yes. It makes me want it even more and it scares me. You just have no idea how appealing and delicious your blood is to me. So if I was to cut myself or something equally stupid this weekend, it would make it harder for you to control yourself. It would probably take all of my self-control not to hurt you, yes. I nodded slowly. I'd have to be extra careful this weekend. I didn't want to cause Alice any added stress over turning me ahead of schedule. I looked at my watch. I should go shower, Allie. My appointment is in half an hour and I shouldn't be late. Want me to join you? No. I'll never make it in time if you do. After kissing her softly, I got up from the bed. Alice. I ran as far as I could in order to feed and think for a bit. I had been gone for almost 3 hours now. After feeding on 3 deer, I felt satisfied and full. I wasn't worried about Bella because I knew she would take a nap as soon as she got back to the room, since I'd had a vision of it. Between my making love to her and the relaxing session at the spa, she was more than ready for it. Besides, I knew she was a little worried about our conversation. I didn't mean to worry Bella at all, but I had to make her understand how difficult it was for me to resist her sometimes. If I truly let go of my desire for her I would end up hurting her. We have a great sex life, don't get me wrong, but I know it's going to be so much better when she's turned and I don't have to worry about holding her too tightly or touching her too roughly. My Bella likes it a little rough, but even then, I'm holding myself back a lot. Tasting her blood only made it worse. I ache for it. I desire her so much more now. It's a constant struggle not to bite her and taste it again. Her blood is like an elixir to me. The one time it happened, there wasn't a lot of it there. But it was still enough to make me an instant addict. I had a pretty tight control over the monster inside of me, and the love I felt for my human was above all, but that didn't mean I didn't want her blood constantly. If I could only have one more taste before she was changed I'd be deliriously happy. Damn it all to hell. I can't believe I just thought that. I'm so stupid to think she'll let me again. And even if she offered, how do I know I'll be able to stop if I bite her? Will the love I feel for her be enough to keep the beast inside of me from killing the person I love most in this world? With those troubling thoughts in mind, I started running back. As soon as I started running, I stopped as a vision hit me. Bella was sitting on the toilet, face buried in her hands as she sobbed. I didn't think of anything other than snapping out of the vision before it was even over and I ran faster to the hotel. I had no idea if that was currently happening or would happen later. But I had to be there for her. Bella, I can't believe this shit. Unrelenting pain woke me up from my nap and I run to the bathroom only to find that my fucking period is here. And from the looks of it so far, It's going to be on the heavy side and painful. And then it hits me. Alice. What the hell am I supposed to do now? She'll be back any time now and she'll be able to tell right away that something is wrong. We just had a discussion about the blood issue and now this. There is no way to mask it, no way to make it go away. We're either going to be going home in separate cars, or I'm going to be changed prior to the agreed date. Had I been changed already, I wouldn't have to worry about this and torturing my Alice with stupid human functions. The pain in my chest expands until I'm going crazy with it. I don't want to hurt her, I don't want to cause her pain or to tempt the beast inside of her. Love might rule it, but it can still break loose and things can get ugly. Tears fill my eyes and I sob into my hands. Why did this have to happen now? Alice. As I'm nearing the hotel, another vision stops me in my tracks. Bella got her fucking period. I stagger like a drunken person when the implications of this hit me full force. I won't be able to resist her. I won't be able to rein in the beast with so much of her blood around. But then I think back to the times she's been hurt. The time James almost killed her. I was able to be around her then, I was able to resist enough. For God's sake, I was the one that took care of her when she was recovering. I changed her bandages and cleaned her wounds daily. Surely I could do this. But now we're alone, I keep arguing with myself as I walk into a pharmacy. I go down the aisles until I find what I'm looking for. I am sure Bella doesn't have the necessary precautions with her, so I'm getting what she needs before I get back to the room. I'm not sure which brand to get, so I grab a few packages and boxes and head over to pay for them. The cashier gives me a weird look but I ignore her. As she is ringing me up, I throw in a bottle of painkillers they have conveniently there for good measure. Thank God Carlisle is a doctor and I know a little about these things. I would hate to find my Bella in pain on top of the worry she must be going through. Knowing that seems to calm me. Knowing she must be torturing herself on my account serves to remind me of how much I love her. I won't hurt her, even if I have to leave her in the hotel a few hours until someone can come and pick her up. Or she could drive back in my car and I'll run. Either way, I'm not putting Bella in danger. I'm not going to kill her. My mind made up, I grab the bags and walk quickly out of the store. As inconspicuous as I can manage to be, I am back in the hotel and opening the door. Knowing there is no other way around it, I stop breathing and head over to the bathroom after picking up a bottle of water from the fridge. Bella. I hear the bathroom door open and I look up. Alice's eyes widen when she sees me. I guess I must look a fright with bloodshot eyes and tears all over my face. Oh, honey, please don't cry. It'll be okay. How can you say that, baby? This is going to be torture for you. I'll handle it for a bit. I'm calling Jake to come and pick you up. No. Why not? Would you rather drive? No. I don't want to go back. Just get me another room and we'll go back when it's over. It won't take more than 4 days. I'm not going to let you stay in another room by yourself. Then what do you suggest we do? I don't know. We'll discuss it in the room. She hands me the bags and my eyes widen when I see all she got. Oh, my God, Alice, why did you get so many things? I didn't know which brand you liked. I just grabbed a few things and some painkillers. Her thoughtfulness was my undoing again and new tears started falling. Here I am, worried about her sanity and she is worried about getting me the brands I like. Her selflessness never ceases to amaze me and it just makes me love her more. Seeing the tears, however, she immediately panicked. Did I buy the wrong things? A laugh escapes me as a sob. Silly, beautiful, thoughtful vampire, I whisper. She shrugs her shoulders. Is there anything else I can get you? Underwear, please. Just leave them in here. I'm going to shower. She is out back in within seconds and smiles warmly at me. Here you go, sweetheart. Thank you, baby. Take your time, okay. And if you need anything just call me. I just nod and she leaves. Deciding I nay. More than a shower I get the water going in the tub. While it's filling I go through the bags and take a couple of pills. I'm in the water a good half an hour when Alice peeks her head in. Sweetie, are you alright? You've been here an awful long time. I lean my head back on the edge and close my eyes. How do I tell her I'm avoiding her for her own sake? That I don't want to be a bother. That the very hot water eases my pain. And the worst one yet, that I am so needy for her touch right now I can barely stand it and haven't done myself yet because I don't want her to hear me and feel bad. My life fucking sucks right now. Love. Alice calls tentatively again. I'm fine. Oh, Alice. My Bella is hurting and I can barely stand it. Her voice is flat and devoid of emotion, completely unlike her. Knowing she needs me, I start undressing and climb into the tub. I notice she doesn't move from her position and I figure extreme measures are needed. I straddled her lap and that got her attention. Her eyes were wide with surprise when she lifted her head and stared at me. I wrap my arms around her neck and kiss her. She wants to pull back, but I am stronger and I don't let her, my teeth nibbling on her bottom lip. Kiss me back, sweetheart, I murmur against her lips. Don't deny me what we both want. She opens her mouth to protest and I push my tongue in, effectively shutting her off. I would never force myself on her. But I know deep in my soul she needs me. We're so close now that I can tell when she does, and this is definitely one of those times. She tries to resist me, but my hands are caressing her face softly as my tongue tempts hers to play. It doesn't take long before she is kissing me back forcefully and then it dawns on me, Bella is horny as hell because of her period. I break the kiss and stare at her. Her pupils already dilated and she is out of breath, her cheeks flaming red. What are we going to do about this, love? About what? Your need? Nothing. I'll get over it in a few days. I'm just sorry I ruined the weekend. I frown at her. I didn't know you had such control over things like that, Bella. Goodness, you're more talented than I thought. I mean, you can make your period come and go at will. That's just positively unheard of. I finish mockingly. Don't be an ass, Allie. Actually, I'm being nice and trying to make this better. You, on the other hand, are shutting me out and I don't like or appreciate it. I don't want to be a bother to you. When have you ever been a bother to me? Have I ever done or said anything to make you think that? I know what this can do to you, so I'm trying to keep you from being in pain because of my damn blood. Why is that so difficult to understand? I kissed her lips. Bella, I won't deny I'm tempted by it. I won't deny I want to taste it again and again. I won't deny this is difficult for me. But you have to understand that your well-being is above all and I will control myself. The last thing I want is to hurt you. She held me close then, wrapping her arms around my back tightly and I lay my head on her shoulder. It felt good to have her hold me like this. She held me close for a while, her fingers caressing my skin softly. Allie. Quote. Yes, love. Would you think I'm awful if I tell you I want you to taste it again also? My body tensed right away at her words and she held me tighter. This was a conversation she didn't want to have face to face and I was willing to give her that much. I don't know that I could talk about tasting her addicting blood again without falling apart and giving into the beast. It was bad enough already, and while the water kept the flow at bay, my heightened sense of smell didn't help my hunger and desire for it. Bella. I can't believe I just told her that. What was I thinking? I'm in love with her and I should make her life simpler. What do I do instead? I tell her I want her to have my blood again. Bella, you don't know what you're saying. You don't have to do that just because I desire your blood, she whispered as she held onto me tighter. I'm sorry for being such an insensitive girlfriend, baby. I'm being selfish and it shouldn't be that way. Selfish? Could I risk being completely honest with her? Did I have the guts to go for this? Was it even acceptable? Would she think less of me if I told her what I really wanted? Talk to me, sweetheart. I know your mind is going 100 miles per hour and you not making a decision isn't going to help. I don't want you to be mad at me. Why would I be mad, love? Because Anton needs something that is completely wrong. How so? It's just not done. And yet, you want it, she deadpanned. Yes, and I feel horrible because of it. She put her finger under my chin and made me look at her. I knew my eyes were troubled, my breathing labored and my cheeks flushed. All in all, I was a mass of nerves. Sweetie, tell me what's bothering you so. I can't help you unless you tell me what's wrong. She told me as she caressed my cheeks softly. Allie, she whispered and looked down. I want you to drink my blood the same way you did the first time. It felt like rushing ball had hit me right in the middle of my chest. My eyes widened in surprise as the monster danced merrily inside of me. Bella wanted me to drink her blood from its present source. Oh, fuck, How was I going to resist giving in to her now? When had I been able to deny her anything she asked for? What was I supposed to do in this situation? Just how strong was my control? It had never been poo. Shed this much and I was afraid of the consequences. But I wanted to drink her blood. It was in my nature to want it. It was what vampires did. I desired the taste of it and fought against it constantly. Bella's blood was more potent than any other I had come across before, and resisting until now had been pure hell. And now, here she was, offering it to me freely, and I was about to collapse from my want and need of it. I was a despicable monster for even considering it, but there it was. She was offering and I wanted to take her up on the offer. Bella. Alice was quiet for so long that I knew I had made a mistake by being honest with her. I knew to the majority of people it would be wrong. But we weren't like other couples, be it heterosexual or homosexual. I was her human and she was my vampire. Our relationship did not work as others did. I was a constant temptation to her, and while she was stronger than most, she still desired my blood. And now, while not conventional, it was there. Free for her to take without even having to bite me. Some would be completely grossed out by my thoughts, but Alice lived on blood. Without it she could not survive. Maybe it was wrong of me to ask her to do this, but I needed her so much. To me, even if it sounded absurd, having her drink my blood in such an intimate act only made us closer. It strengthened our bond and our love. I wanted her to have me in every possible way. I wanted her to know I wasn't afraid of her. Deep down I knew she would be able to control herself. She would get the blood she desired so much, and I would get the closeness I craved with her. Not to mention an exquisite orgasm. The need to have her take me right now was raging inside of me. I wanted her hands and mouth all over my body. Never before had I desired her as much as I did now, and it was driving me crazy with want and need. But her silence said it all. She probably thought I was sick or something equally disgusting. My sigh was slow and deep, and I let my arms fall from her. Closing my eyes, I leaned my head back and tried to keep the tears from falling down. The last thing I wanted was to make her feel guilty with my tears as well. I swallowed past the lump in my throat. "I'm so sorry I said that, Alice. Please forgive me for even suggesting such a thing. Just give me a few minutes to finish my bath and get the bags ready. I'll drive myself back to Forks tonight." Alice. Her words finally snapped me out of it. The tone of her voice told me how much pain she was in right now, how defeated she felt. As she had been thinking, the most peculiar thing happened. I could read her thoughts. I don't know if it was part of my visions, because I didn't see anything happening, but it was certainly in my head. I could tell she was mortified for offering her blood to me this way. And while she regretted doing so, she still wanted me. Honestly, I wanted her just as much, and I had no way of fighting her. The love I felt for her was so intense, and it made me want to please her in any way she chose. If she wanted me to drink her blood and pleasure her at the same time, who was I to deny her? I was her mate, and it was my duty to please her in any way she wanted. We would both get what we wanted, and our intimacy would reach a new level. Was it right? Maybe not for others, but for us, it was perfect. Not wanting her to suffer in vain, I got up from her lap and looked down at her closed eyes. The moment I stood up, 2 tears broke free from the corners of her eyes and rolled down her temples, getting lost in her hairline. My heart gave a painful thud inside my chest. And while I was used to it beating now and again because of the love I felt for this silly, beautiful human, it reminded me I lived to please her and make her happy. Not giving her any time to react, I grabbed her by the waist and lifted her up from the water. She opened startled eyes and looked at me. "Allie." I didn't respond, just sat her down on the edge and knelt down between her quivering legs. Her breathing was coming in and out in choppy little breaths as I put my hands on her knees and parted her legs. Moving my hands to the back of her thighs, I pulled her towards me and moved closer. "Alice. Shish, love. Just let me love you like we both want," I whispered. Without waiting for her reply, I pressed my tongue to her swollen clit and gave it a hard lick. The water had stemmed her flow. But now that she was out of it and my mouth was pleasuring her, the flow started again. The moment her warm and delicious blood touched my tongue, I felt my eyes roll back in my head, and it was total ecstasy for me, an instant high. Unlike the last time I had done this, there was so much more of her for me to drink from. It occurred to me that my eyes would surely change some. But I didn't particularly give a damn at the moment. I was completely focused on my mate, and the pleasure we were both getting. "Oh, fuck, Alice," she moaned and I trembled, wetness rushing out of me as well. "It feels so damn good." She leaned back, one hand supporting her up while the other buried itself in my short hair and pulled me closer to her center. Surprisingly, the monster was so happy to be getting the blood it so craved that I didn't feel the need to tear her apart. I was submerged in a sea of sensations, getting the blood my body craved while also being aroused like never before in my life. It didn't help that Bella was gushing now. It didn't help that she kept calling out my name and moaning in bliss. It didn't help that my clit was throbbing painfully and it felt like I would come at any moment without any stimulation. My hands on her waist kept her in place while I had my fill of her and her hips bucked against my face. Moving slightly down, I pushed my tongue into her and we both moaned at the sensation. "Alice," she whispered raggedly, completely out of breath, as she pulled hard on my hair. "Oh, God, baby." I just moved in and out of her faster, my hands kneading her warm skin. I started humming and she moaned deep in her throat. I knew she was close because she was trembling uncontrollably now, so I moved one hand down and used my thumb to be her clit while my tongue kept moving in and out of her at a steady rhythm we both enjoyed. Not long after that I felt her entire body tense up, muscles quivering, hands shaking and her breathing stopped. She looked down at me and our eyes locked and held. "I love you," she managed to say somehow and I winked at her. That's all it took. She screamed my name in a way she never had before while she threw her head back and pulled me harder still against her. I felt more of her warm blood spill into my waiting mouth and I came right then and there, my moans vibrating against her core, my body acting wildly and my heart thudding in my chest. Nothing had prepared me for this, for her. Nothing had ever felt so incredible, no love had ever felt deeper, and no devotion had ever been this miraculous. Nothing would ever be the same again, I thought as I pulled back and lowered her back into the water once I had cleaned my face. I cradled her in my lap while she held on to me for dear life, sobs racking her small frame. I wasn't worried. These were not tears of pain or hurt. They were tears of joy, of thankfulness, of fulfillment and of a love so intense neither of us could even begin to comprehend it. There were tears on my eyes as well, and for the first time ever, they fell, leaving reddish streaks down my cheeks. She saw this and dried them with her thumbs, kissing me softly on the lips. "I have never loved another as I love you right now, Alice Cullen. Thank you. You really are my life," she whispered before claiming my mouth in another hungry kiss. "Bella." We spent the most amazing weekend and a few extra days in Seattle and before we knew it, it was time to go back again. I had already said my goodbyes to Charlie before leaving for the weekend, so I didn't have to worry about any of that. We had talked to Carlisle and everything was ready. Before the night was over, I would be turned by my love and we would spend eternity together. Was I nervous about it? Hell, yes. I was almost terrified. But not for the reasons everyone would think. I was scared Alice would change her mind at the last minute and decide she would not turn me into a monster. I looked over at her. As if sensing it, she turned her head and smiled, making me melt on the spot. Her eyes looked gorgeous. Since she had drank from me several times over the weekend, a deep, ruby red ring surrounded her pupils before melting seamlessly into the beautiful amber of her eyes. Others would notice and wonder, but since there were no bite scars anywhere on my body, there was nothing much they could say. And even if they did, neither of us gave a shit. We had decided to leave the toys Rosalie and I had gotten for later on when I was turned. Alice kept damn tight control over her actions in order not to hurt me and I wasn't about to push her limits with those. I was, however, very much looking forward to putting them to good use when the time came. I saw her smirking at me and I knew she knew what I was thinking about. Since the first time we had made love this weekend, she could almost read my thoughts. She got bits and pieces through some link we seemed to have formed now and it was amazing to me. I wasn't getting anything back from her, but I was wondering if that would change once I was turned. I was hoping so. As we were nearing the Cullen mansion, she turned to look at me once again. "Are you ready for this, sweetheart?" "Yeah, you know I am, baby. I want nothing more than to spend eternity loving you." You always know what to say to make my beating heart melt." Another amazing thing had happened this weekend. Alice's heart had been beating at a regular rhythm since she had cried. I still can't get the thought of her bloody tears from my mind. If I had not seen it with my own eyes, if I had not wiped them away from her soft cheeks, I would be hard-pressed to believe it was even possible. Whatever was happening between us was different from anything that had happened before. There wasn't much documented about vampire and human romantic relationships, so Carlyle was at a loss with our situation. Now we would be throwing more information at him and he would be blown away by it, I was sure. It didn't matter much to me. The tears and the heartbeats only reminded me of how deeply her love for me ran, and I couldn't really be worried about something so wonderful. I loved her back just as fiercely. When I get home, I want to speak to Jake alone for a bit. Is that okay? Alice frowned. Any particular reason why? I just have to tell him a few things. And I'm not to know. I could tell she was a little hurt by the tone of her voice, but it was something that needed to be done. When the change is over and things are back to normal, I will tell you. But not until then. I'm sorry, Allie. It's just something I have to do. I want to talk to Rosalie as well. Do you think something is going to go wrong? Are you afraid I'm going to hurt you? Because we don't need to do this. I'll be with you regardless if you're a vampire or a human, Bella. Stop right now, baby. We're doing this and you're not going to hurt me. You had plenty of opportunity to lose your cool this weekend. Need I remind you how many times you came in direct contact with my blood? The only thing I was worried about then was me passing out from the incredible pleasure you gave me. How everything is going to be fine during the transformation. Alice looked at me again, a small smirk playing on her lips. Incredible pleasure, You know it. She laughed. Who would have though? You'd turn into such a wanton kitten when it came to sex. I remember how much you used to blush around us at the mere mention of it. Please, don't remind me. And those days are in the past. I'd be a fool not to fully enjoy our romps in bed and out of it. You've seen nothing yet, darling. I cocked my head to the side, curiosity sparkling in my eyes. Meaning, she turned to look at me again, eyes smoldering with desire. I haven't fully unleashed my desire for you, Bella. I've been holding a lot of myself back in order not to hurt you. But when I no longer have to worry about that, I will. I'll make sure to love you like you're meant to be loved. And since we won't get tired, I'll be loving you for hours, maybe days. I whimpered softly and pressed my thighs together as liquid heat flowed out of my center and drenched my panties. Alice breathed in the air delicately, a smug smile on her beautiful face. She moved her hand from the stick shift and her 3 middle fingers moved between my jeans-clad legs and rubbed against me. I gasped and leaned my head back, spreading my legs slightly to give her more room. We have another 15 minutes until we get home. Want me to take care of that ache for you, honey? She joked. If she thought for a moment my answer would be no, she was sorely mistaken. I threw my seat back, unbuckled my belt, undid the button and lowered the zipper. By all means, baby. Make me come, I purred while looking at her through half-closed eyelids. After her eyes widened in surprise at my bold move, she pushed her hand eagerly past my lace panties and went to work on me. I was never more thankful for the dark tint in the car as I was at that moment. I leaned back down and let the pleasure those talented fingers could evoke wash over me. Only Alice could bring me to ecstasy like this, and I loved every minute of it. Eternity might never be enough. Alice. When we got home, I parked in the garage and waited for a few minutes until Bella could wipe her self clean and make her appearance more presentable. I chuckled while I watched. She knew everyone would be inside and she didn't want to walk in there smelling like sex on legs. I had to agree with her. Which is why I kept wipes in the car now. I mean, this had happened more than once already, but never when we were so close to meeting my family. Emmett would not let her live in peace if he got a whiff of her, and I didn't want her feeling bad before the big event. Once she was done, we stepped out of the car and headed into the house. Everyone was gathered in the living room, including Jacob and Seth. Esme had obviously been cooking since the scent of food was all over the place. The boys were taking turns playing on Emmett's console while Rosalie looked through the latest car magazine. Jacob looked up and grinned when he saw us. Shorty, he hollered. He gave his control to Jasper while everyone gaped at us, expecting me to flip out at his pet name for me. He ran over to us, picked me up and twirled me around while Bella laughed and the rest of the family stared in complete confusion. I'm not sure who was more surprised that I was letting this silliness go on. He finally put me down and kissed my cheek. He then turned to Bella and hugged her tightly as well, before he kissed her forehead. Did he just call her Shorty? Emmett whispered to Rosalie and she nodded, eyes wide open. Oh, shit. Jake's going down, he gasped in the same whispering voice. Hey, pup, how's it going? It's been great, Shorty. Esme's been spoiling us for the past 3 days. Oh, it's been nothing, honey. Esme said as she walked out of the kitchen, a tray of huge sandwiches on her hands. I've enjoyed it. Oh, Mrs. C, thanks, he said as he took the tray from her hands. What's everyone staring at? I asked as Jake went back to the living room to put the tray down. Since when are you and Jake so chummy? Emmett asked. Since I've been together with Bella. He called you Shorty, he continued aghast. And I call him pup, I deadpanned. I'm still not getting the issue here, Em. You would kick my ass if I tried that, he exclaimed while throwing his arms up. Someone's jealous, Rosalie commented softly with a chuckle. Some more chuckles were heard while Emmett pouted like a little boy. The good atmosphere was broken, however, when someone else spoke to me. What's wrong with your eyes, Alice? Edward asked from the corner where he had been sulking quietly. Fucking figures he's the one to bring that up. Nothing is wrong with her eyes, Bella snapped at him without even giving me a chance to respond. She then put her arm around my waist possessively and shot daggers at him while the rest of the family stared at my eyes in surprise. It was easy to see the concern in Carlisle and Esme's eyes. But I wasn't sure what would happen since having Jake and Seth around messed my visions up. There's red in them, he continued unfazed, and I could have kicked his glittery white ass. No shit, Sherlock. If Bella says there is nothing wrong with Shorty, then there is nothing wrong. Jake came to our defense, surprising the hell out of everyone in the room. Leave them the hell alone, Cullen. If you know what's good for you. Are you threatening me in my own house, mutt? Edward asked pompously. I growled in Edward's direction, which surprised the hell out of him. I guess he never expected me to take the side of a werewolf over family. But then again, we weren't close anymore, so it didn't really matter. There's no threat, asshole. It's a promise you can bet on. Jake continued while his hands trembled. I won't let you hurt them anymore. I love Bella, always have and always will. I've come to care for Alice a hell of a lot as well, and I'll be damned if I let you mistreat them anymore. Seth got up and put his hand on Jacob's shoulder. It's okay, bro. Calm down. You should leave. You're not even welcomed here, Edward continued, provoking Jacob even more. Edward, shut the fuck up. Emmett thundered, finally getting up and turning to face Edward. He put his hand on Jacob's free shoulder and gave it a pat. Jake is part of our extended family now, and you better deal. Why is everyone turning on me now? I'm the one that got dumped for a woman here. I should be the one getting all the damn support and understanding, he whined, and the term drama queen came to my mind. Before I could voice that, however, I had to grab Bella by her waist as she went to launch herself at him, hands closing into tight fists, eyes blazing with anger. She kept struggling to get loose from me, and Rosalie came over to us and cupped her face. Settle down, damn it, Rose snapped when Bella kept struggling. I'm going to beat the shit out of him, she spat as she kept trying to get loose. You can't. You're just going to hurt yourself, Rose continued while she kept Bella in place with me. I'll beat him for you again, Bella, Jasper offered. More shouting was heard all around until Esme surprised us all by whistling loudly. We all stopped arguing and turned to look at her. She was livid and in full mother mode. It was a scary sight indeed, and we all cowered. Carlisle, bless his dead heart, covered his mouth to hide his smirk when he saw our terrified faces. That's enough out of all of you. I raised you better than this, and you will not fight each other. He started it, several of us said and pointed at Edward. Yes, we could still revert to spoiled brats under her wrath. You don't know Esme when she is like this. I don't care who started it, it's going to stop right now. Am I understood? Yes, Mom, most of us chorused again. Sorry, Mrs. C, Jake and Seth added. Carlisle had to cough to cover up his chuckle. Esme glared at him as well, and he stopped right away. Sorry, darling, he murmured, his face serious now as well. Yes, Carlisle was pussy-whipped too. Seemed to be something several of us suffered from in this house, Emmett and I included. Now, then, I think Edward needs to go for a walk and cool off. Jake and Seth, go back to lunch before the sandwiches spoil. You boys go back to playing. And Alice, take Bella upstairs, honey. I think she needs a shower to cool off. We'll meet back here in 3 hours and get things ready. No one dared to argue and we all did as told. I took Bella upstairs and Rosalie followed us. EDW. Ard wasted no time storming out of the house, tail between his legs, and the rest went back to the game and food. When we got to my room, Bella started taking her clothes off, not giving a damn that Rose was with us, and throwing them furiously around. All the while, she kept murmuring to herself about kicking some sparkly ass and so forth. Rose and I watched in surprise as my little tornado walked into the bathroom and slammed the door behind her. I didn't know Bella Bear had it in her, Rose said full of admiration. Bella Bear. It's what Em calls her all the time, so I guess it rubbed off on me. Isn't it amazing how one little, clumsy human has this family eating out of the palm of her hand? It's actually humiliating, if you ask me. Wouldn't change it for the world, I told her and she nodded. You're right. She's good for us and especially you. Now then, she said as she took my hand and dragged me to the bed. Tell me what happened to your eyes, she whispered so low. I knew the others wouldn't be able to hear. I drank her blood, I whispered back just as low. Her eyebrows shot up. What? She hissed. I didn't bite her, Rose, I promise you, I assured her calmly. Then how? She continued. Clearly confused. It was already there. She fell. Cut herself. No. For fuck's sake, Alice, how did it happen? Rose, it was already there, I said again and looked down pointedly at my lap. The look on her face was priceless, I had to admit. Oh my God. How did you do that without hurting her? I could never hurt Bella, Rose. I love her. You do, don't you, Pixie? With my entire being. And it doesn't stop there. I can read most of her thoughts now also. Can she read yours back? No. But I don't know if that will change when I turn her. Carlisle is going to go crazy when he finds that out. And what the hell, Alice? Your heart is beating. Rose leaned down to my chest and pressed her ear to it. Just then, Bella walked out of the bathroom. Hands off my girl, Blondie. Rose chuckled and nuzzled my neck playfully. Or what, little human? Or I'll beat your ass the moment I wake up and I'm stronger than you. Rose laughed harder. Damn, girl, is eating Alice like eating Wheaties for you. You want to take vampires on or something. Or something. Rose moved back with a grin of her face. Edward was too much of a prude for you, darling. Alice is what you needed all along to bring that little kitten out to play. That's what I've been thinking, too. I'm having so much more fun now with her. Being serious all the time gets old really fast. Alice lets me be me and is not afraid to show me affection. It's one of the many things I love about her, she said as she came and sat on my lap. Aw, honey, that's so sweet of you to say. I beamed at her. Is it possible for a vampire to go into sugar shock? Rose jested and I pushed her away. Like you and Em are any better. We talked for a while before Bella got all serious. Rose, I need to talk to you and Jake alone for a bit. Quote. Now. Yeah, before we do anything here this evening. Rose looked at me and I shrugged. She won't tell me what about, sorry. Okay, then let's get Jake and go for a drive or something. Rose said, but I could tell she was still a little bothered. Bella got up and leaned down to kiss me softly on the lips. Get everything ready, love. As soon as we come back, I want to get started with this. Quote. I just nodded and they left. A few minutes later I heard Rose's car pull out of the driveway. Bella. We drove for a while with the top down, none of us saying anything. Rose drove away from town so no one would see me and think it strange. We were supposed to be in Europe by now. She finally pulled into a pretty deserted rest area and shut off the engine. She sat sideways and looked at me. What's going on, Bells? Jake asked as he leaned forward a bit from the back seat. I need to ask you both a really big favor and I don't want Alice or the others to know. Why? Because I don't want Alice to feel like I don't trust her and I want to protect her. I get that, Bells. What do you need from us? He asked me seriously. I took a deep breath. Jake, I know Alice is stronger than she gives herself credit for. I know she will be able to stop in time when she bites me. But in case something goes wrong, I need you to promise me that if you do end her life. I paused and swallowed as tears filled my eyes and my throat constricted at the thought. Bells, that won't happen. Shorty will be able to handle it. We're mostly here for support. I know, Jake, but if it goes down to that, make sure you do it quickly and as painlessly as possible. I don't want her to suffer, is that clear? His eyes filled with tears as well as he watched me cry. He intertwined his fingers with mine and squeezed. It won't come to that, but if it does, I promise to make it quick and painless. Thank you, Jake. And me? Rose asked quietly. Rose, I need you to keep her calm during my transformation. I've talked to Carlisle about it plenty of times and I sort of know what to expect. It's going to be the worst pain I've ever felt and I'll probably regret asking to be turned several times before it's over. I don't want Alice to go crazy while I'm screaming or whatever else I happen to do. I know my little pixie and she will blame herself, she will be crazy with grief and I don't want any of that. I need you to keep reassuring her that this is what I want. Remind her as much as you can of how much I love her and this sacrifice is nothing more than my selfish way of getting to spend eternity at her side. She is not at fault and she is not a monster. Can you do that for me, Rose? Sure, Bella, I promise. And stay with her the entire time. I don't care if she asks you to leave her alone with me. I want you there with her to keep her sane until this is all over. Even if you have to tie her up and sit on top of her. My, Bella. You really are a kinky little monster, she joked and made all of us laugh while we wiped our tears off. Leave it to Rose. I'll just remind her that when you come back she'll have all those new and shiny toys to play with. Toys? Jake asked, his eyes alight with mischief. Care to discuss those next, Bells? Shut up, Jake. We both screamed at him while Rose got the engine going again and headed home. Alice. When Bella got back, Esme had her favorite meal and dessert ready for her. After eating, we went back to my room since I wanted to have a moment to myself with her before anything was done. I just needed to have my human once more in my arms. We laid down on my bed, facing each other. Are you really sure? Baby, if you ask me that one more time, I'm going to think you don't want this. I don't want to grow old and leave you behind at some point. This is the only way I can be with you. I just want to make sure, is all, I whispered. And I just want you to forget about it for a little bit and kiss me instead. Quote. So I did. I spent the next hour kissing her and caressing her body softly. I wasn't planning on making love to her again, but having her this close, I couldn't help myself. Little by little, we took our clothes off without saying a word. Our eyes, hands and lips were doing all the talking. It was slow and tender, not hurried in the least. I was laying between her parted legs, rubbing softly against her core, our bodies moving in perfect synchronization as we kissed tenderly. Only small gasps could be heard in the room, and when Bella came apart, her back arched off of the bed and she sighed my name softly, almost reverently, and I fell over the edge as well, whispering I love yous in her ear. When our breathing was back to normal, we showered together, fixed the bed, and called the others. It was now or never. Bella. I could tell Alice was nervous. The only people in the room right now were Jake, Alice, Jasper and Carlisle. The rest of the family was outside the closed door. I was laying on the bed, with Alice by my side. Jake was looking out the window, his posture a little stiff with worry, but otherwise calm. Esme had kissed me before leaving and had promised to take care of me when it was all over, and I believed her. Are you ready, Bella? Carlisle asked gently. He was standing on one side of the bed, while Jasper stood on the other. I looked at Alice and smiled. I'm absolutely ready to spend the rest of eternity loving you, I whispered to her. She gave me a wobbly smile and pressed her lips against mine. She moved so she was lying on top of me again and pressed her forehead against mine. Tears were gathering in both of our eyes. I love you, Bella Marie Swan, with every beat of my heart, and I'll love you for the rest of time. And I love you, Mary Alice Brandon, because without you, life has no meaning for me. I put my hand behind her head and tilted mine to the side, exposing the left side my neck to her. I guided her head closer to me and whispered in her ear. I'm giving myself to you, baby. For eternity. Alice pressed her lips to my throat and I saw Jasper put his hand on her shoulder and waves of love and calmness washed over us. Alice sought out Carlyle's hand and he squeezed her fingers comfortingly. I felt her press another kiss to my pulse point and her tongue peeked out to lick it softly. My thigh. Nerves tightened against her raven locks as I pressed her harder against me. Do it, baby. Make me yours and only yours, I whispered to her. Mine, she growled softly before I felt her teeth break skin and my blood poured into her waiting mouth. I hissed, but not in pain. Instead, I was surprised by the pleasure I felt as she bit me, my body melting under hers and my other arm tightening against her waist. Alice moaned when she felt it as well and all of a sudden it felt like our minds melded together as one and our thoughts were running freely from her brain to mine and mine to her. I could also feel our love flowing through whatever link had us tied together. She moaned into my neck and I moaned in response. Alice stopped sucking suddenly and I felt her venom finally rush into my veins. It felt like fire fighting against ice as it happened. While the venom started running through my veins, Alice's cold body took away some of the pain that was beginning to take over my senses. Not long after that, I felt her pull away and lift her head. Her lips were stained with my blood, as was her chin. Red tear stains marked her cheeks once more and my own tears fell as I saw the pain in her eyes. Boldly and not wanting her to feel guilty, I cupped her cheek in my hand and brought her bloody lips down to mine. I kissed her with all the love and passion I felt for her, not minding the blood that mixed in our kiss. I only stopped when the pain was becoming too much. Looking at her through my human eyes one last time, I smiled at her. Now we'll be together forever, my love. I will see you soon, baby. The last thing I remember before giving myself up to the pain was her smile, radiant and full of hope. Alice. I watched as my Bella was submerged in pain, her eyes tightly clenched. Her muscles tightening more and more and the minutes went by. She moaned in pain and it was all I could do not to moan along with her. You did good, darling, Jasper whispered to me as he squeezed my shoulder and then left the room quietly. He's right, Alice. I'm so very proud of you. In a few days' time, Bella will be with you forever, Carlyle added as he kissed the top of my head and followed Jasper out. Jake walked over to me and helped me up. He grabbed a few tissues from my bedside table and dried my tears carefully. I'm proud of you, Shorty. Bella might be in some pain now, but his will be over sooner than you think and then you get to be together for the rest of time. Remember she wanted this, Alice. My tears kept on falling and there was no way to stop them. Through the new link Bella and I were sharing, I could feel some of her pain and it was pretty bad already. I knew it would get worse and I kept wishing I could absorb more of it into my own body to spare her the suffering. That she loved me so much to go through this for us to be together humbled me in ways nothing else had before. I'm going to step out with your family for a little bit, but if you need anything, I want you to call me and I'll be right back in, okay? I simply nodded and he hugged me before stepping outside. I was in and out of the bathroom in seconds after having cleaned myself up. I would not be able to leave Bella's side the entire time she was under the transformation, so I got back into the bed, held her close and willed my love for her to go across our link and sustain her in some way. A few minutes later, I heard the door opening and looked up to see Rosalie stepping into the room, a sad smile on her face. Hey, Pixie. How are you holding up? I'm here, doing just fine while she writhes in pain and agony. I feel like a complete ass for doing this to her. This is my entire fault for being selfish and wanting to keep her at my side forever. Rosalie smiled at me and moved closer to the bed. She went around the side and laid down on Bella's side. She propped herself up on her elbow and looked down at me. Your girl knows you so well, it's amazing to me you've been together such a short time. Wanna know what she wanted to talk to me and Jake about? Enlighten me, I replied sarcastically. I didn't mean to sound like a bitch, but my emotions felt like they air rubbed raw and the more Bella whimpered and moaned in pain, the worse I felt for causing her this. I'm the queen bitch in this house, Pixie, so don't even try to take my place. It doesn't suit you at all. I'm sorry, Rose, but I didn't think it would be this difficult to see her in such pain and it's only started. Alice, Bella knew you would blame yourself and she asked me to be here with you during her transformation. She didn't want you to be sad, and she didn't want you to blame yourself. She asked me to remind you that she loves you and wants to spend eternity at your side. She said that. I asked between sobs. This girl loves you like there's no tomorrow and this is what she wants. She said it was her selfish way of keeping you forever, so please don't ruin it for her by ying the entire time and blaming yourself for something she decided she wanted. You don't think I'm a hideous monster for doing this to her? No, and neither does she. She touched on that as well. I'm sure you're her little horny monster. But other than that, you are the woman she loves more than life itself. So please concentrate on that, and that alone. You love her, don't you? I saw her look down at Bella. A small smile playing on her lips. I have to admit she's grown on me more than I thought possible, Allie. She is one very special human. Not anymore, I sobbed again. I killed her, Rosalie. She's going to be a monster like the rest of us, I told her as Bella let out a scream. Rosalie ran her hand softly over Bella's forehead and cheeks, down her neck and collarbone. That's me. To calm her down, and Rose and I exchanged a glance. Does our coldness help with the fire raging inside of her? She asked in wonder. I don't know, but it seems to. Get undressed, Alice. Just lay on your underwear and do the same for Bella, Rose instructed as she got up and started taking off her own clothes. Not sure what she was doing, I followed her instructions and undressed myself. When we were both done, she helped me undress Bella and we got back on the bed. Help me turn her on her side. I did as she asked and watched as she spooned behind Bella, her arm going around her waist. I did the same to Bella's front, tucking her head close to my neck. Within minutes, she had calmed down significantly. Rose and I stared at each other in wonder, never having imagined our cold bodies would come in this handy to Bella. Tears of gratitude fell from my eyes again and Rose brought her hand up and wiped them away. Allie, no more crying, honey. Bella is going to be so mad at you if she is to find out you cried the entire time. Just concentrate on the love you feel for her, let her feel that love without the guilt. She wanted this as much as you did. It was a decision you made as a couple and a decision all of us stand by and support. Even the wolves allowed it and made an exception to the treaty. We all know how special what you have together is, so dwell on that and be patient. Please, Allie, no more tears. Do it for Bella, sweetheart. Her words touched something inside of me and I finally knew she was right. I had done the right thing. Bella had made the right decision. What we had was more than special and more than anyone could begin to comprehend. We were destined to be together and love each other for all time. We had the support of family and friends. We had the rest of our lives to love each other. There would be no more fears, no more accidents, and no more tempting blood. Bella would be one of us finally and things would only get better from there. Rose's fingers brushed Bella's hair away from her face as she looked down at her with a tender smile. I had not seen this side of Rose often, but it just made her even more stunning than she already was. The fact that she was here for us, doing this much, just made me love her even more. Rose, I whispered her name and she looked at me. Yeah, thank you. No need to thank me, Pixie. I lifted my hand, palm facing out, and she pressed her own palm against it. Our finger intertwined and she squeezed my hand. That's what sisters are for, she said softly. I squeezed back and then let go of her hand, only to rest in on her waist. Pulling her closer. She did the same to me and we cocooned Bella as tightly as we could between us, letting our coldness seep into the fire raging under her skin, calming her down as much as we could and hoping and praying this ordeal would soon be over. I would make it up to Emmett at some point, since it looked like he wouldn't see his wife for a few days, but I knew he would understand. He loved his little sister and he would do this for her. Me, I was somewhat at peace with myself and my surroundings. The girl I loved held tightly in my arms. I pressed a kiss on her temple and relaxed into the bed while closing my eyes. For the first time in a very long while, I prayed for time to fly by. Alice. I could tell it was almost over. Carlyle had explained that as soon as Bella's heart started beating faster and faster, as if it was getting ready to blow, the change was at its end. For the past hour, she had been fidgeting more, moaning a little here and there. Grimacing in pain, and her muscles would clench impossibly tight before relaxing once more. Rosalie and I shared a look, not knowing if we should get up from the bed or wait longer. No one knew how Bella would react once she woke up. Her mind would be confused, her senses overwhelmed, and her feelings would be all over the place. Since she would wake up in full vampire mode, none of us were safe. And she would be possibly stronger than Emmett, which was saying a lot. I grabbed the blanket from the bottom of the bed and covered us with it. Rose gave me a questioning look. We should probably call Carlisle and ask him to check on her. I whispered in a tone only she would be able to hear. She nodded. It's almost over, isn't it? I think so. Her heart is beating so fast I'm afraid it's going to come through her chest at any moment. I don't know if we should be close to her when she wakes up. Do you think she's going to go ballistic? I have no fucking idea, Rose. She might not even recognize us at first. So it's probably best to be prepared for anything. You're right. Let's just get up, dress and then call him. That way, if he has to check her, we won't be in the way. We should dress her as well. I'm sure she'll be highly embarrassed if she wakes up, jumps out of bed, and sees herself in her underwear. She would probably kick our asses then. Rose chuckled as she got up and started dressing. I smiled at her. Did you get her a super vampire belt buckle as well? Rose laughed at that. No, but I do have a surprise for her. Well, Emmett, Jake and I do. Bella hates surprises, Rose. I chided. She'll love us for this one, trust me, she assured me with a wink. Once we were dressed, we worked together and had Bella dressed in no time in comfortable gray sweatpants and a black skin-tight t-shirt. I figured we might as well make her comfortable. On her feet we put socks and a pair of tennis shoes. I was sure she would wake up hungry and I wanted her to be as relaxed as possible when we went hunting. The black would help if it got messy and would save her any embarrassment she was sure to feel. So what if they were designer clothes? There were plenty more to choose from in my closet if Bella damaged those. Once done, I called Carlisle and he was in the room within seconds. Rose explained what we had done to ease Bella's discomfort and he seemed impressed by it. I guess it hadn't occurred to any of us before that we could fight fire with ice. He checked Bella over while I grabbed a towel from the bathroom and cleaned Bella's neck. I didn't want her to wake up with blood caked to her skin like that. Anything that would make her feel at ease worked for me. I really didn't know what to expect, but I was trying to be positive about it all. It's almost over. I would say no more than half an hour more. Do you want everyone in here, Alice? Everyone but Edward, I told him quietly, but there was steel in my tone. I think that's a good idea as well. We just don't know how she's going to react to any of us, especially him. I don't want a repeat of the other day, Dad, which is why I'm asking. She might hurt him now that she knows she can do so. Not that he doesn't deserve it if she does, Rosalie said with a smirk. Hell, I'm all for it as well, but we don't want Bella to feel bad about it later. She won't. She'll probably enjoy defending your honor, Pixie. She continued jovially. Even Carlisle had a little smirk on his face, but he tried to cover it up. I'll go get the others and speak to Edward. Thank you, Dad. When he was gone, Rose walked over to the window and looked out towards the forest. Think she'll want to go hunting right away. Her throat will be burning like a bitch most likely than not. We can probably take her as a family and teach her the ropes. We never hunt in front of others. That might be a little weird. We have to at least teach her the ropes. I'm sure instinct will do the rest. Yeah, I guess you're right. Before I could answer, there was a soft knock on the door and the rest of my family came into the room. Esme was immediately at my side, hugging me tightly and placing a kiss on my forehead. It's almost over now, sweetheart. You did well, you know that, right? I nodded. I really just want the pain to stop. She's been really fidgety for the last few hours. Her heart should stop beating any minute now. Carlisle informed us as he checked on Bella once more. Maybe we should all step back and give her room. I'm not saying she's going to attack, but we need to be prepared for anything just in case. I dropped a kiss on Bella's lips, whispered how much I loved her in her ear and stepped back. Esme had her arm around my shoulder while Rosalie had hers around my waist and I leaned on them for support. I took a shuddering breath and brought my own hand over to my chest, moaning as I felt my heart beating so fast I feared it would explode inside of my chest. Carlisle was in front of me right away. His hand moving mine away while he pressed his against my chest, eyebrows rising in surprise. Alice. Does it hurt? No, I barely managed to gasp. It just feels like it's going to explode at any moment. Bella's is beating just as hard and fast, Jasper noted. When it felt like I would not be able to take it anymore, it stopped completely. They all looked at me and I looked back at them. Just like that, my heart stopped beating again. We were so stunned by what was happening that none of us noticed the movement on the other side of the room. My entire family was focused on me, asking me questions. When we heard the spitting hiss, as one, we all turned our heads and looked over to the bed to find it empty. Lifting our eyes, we all gasped when we saw Bella crouching in the corner of my room. Red eyes blazing, teeth bared and hands fisted tightly. In the midst of it all, I could not help but notice just how gorgeous she looked in that predatory stance. She leader. Ally took my breath away with her beauty. Bella. Just when I thought the burning sensation in my chest would kill me, my heart started beating so fast and so hard I had to beg every deity there was Oh, just end the torture and let me die in peace. For a moment there, I felt my lungs constrict, my heart gave one last painful throb and then it all stopped. There was no more pain, no more fire and no more heartbeat. I scrunched my eyes tightly and let out a slow breath. Then I realized I didn't seem to need air. I wasn't sure where I was or what was going on around me. I didn't want to open my eyes just yet, but I could tell there were others in the room. I was lying down on a very comfortable bed, fully dressed, but that was all I knew for sure. I didn't recognize any of the voices and even Hot they seemed to be speaking in low tones, I could hear them. They were worried about someone called Alice even though she kept reassuring them she was fine. The name triggered a distant memory in my mind. But I couldn't place it and it hurt to try and do so. As the seconds passed, I noticed my sense of smell was different as well. I could pick up so many scents at once it was almost irritating. I wondered if there was a window opened in the room since I could smell damp earth, pine trees, and what seemed like a wet dog. I wrinkled my nose at the disgusting smell and tried to ignore it. Sitting I needed to find out what was going on. I blinked my eyes slowly and stared at the ceiling. My eyesight was greatly improved as well since I could see every particle floating in the air as the hit the light coming in from the window. I tilted my head to the side and that's when I caught a glance of the people surrounding a small pixie-like young woman, whom I assumed to be Alice. She was extraordinarily beautiful and her petite form was absolutely mouth-watering to me. Snapping out of my lust-induced thoughts, I realized I didn't know any of these people and I didn't know why I was in a room with them. Faster than I had ever moved before, I was crouching by the wall, an angry hiss leaving my lips as they curled back over my teeth. As soon as they heard me, they all turned around at once and gasped. Again, I couldn't help but notice how unnaturally beautiful they all were. They were also looking at me with a mixture of surprise, amazement and affection. My eyes sought out the beautiful little pixie that had grabbed my attention and when she stared right back at me, I noticed the love and adoration in them. I frowned but couldn't tear my eyes away from her. It felt like I knew her, loved her even. But I couldn't remember her. Bella, she called out softly. Is that my name? I couldn't even remember that much, which really bothered me. A deep, low growl erupted from my throat and my body tensed even more. Sweetheart, it's okay. You're safe and we're not going to let anything or anyone harm you, she said just as softly, taking a small step in my direction. How do you know my name? I finally managed to ask and was surprised at the sound of my own melodious voice. When did I start speaking like this? What the hell was going on? The confusion was making my brain hurt as I tried to piece together what was happening and what had happened before I woke up so disoriented. Bella, the older gentleman called out softly. Do you remember anything at all, dear? Okay, my head in the negative and I saw my little pixie frown as sadness filled her eyes. Wait a second, my little pixie. Since when did I own her? Why did I feel such a connection to her? She moved a street closer and I was finally able to differentiate her particular scent from the others. My mouth watered when I inhaled deeply of her intoxicating strawberries and vanilla scent. There was just the slightest hint of musk to go with it, making her more appealing and exotic to me. I swallowed hard and growled deep in my throat as arousal hit me unexpectedly. I wanted her. I had to make her mine. And then out of nowhere I remembered kissing her, making love to her, and I knew that she was important to me in the deepest level possible. She was mine, and I was hers. I didn't fully know the details of it just yet. But at least of that one thing I was certain. I belonged to the pixie girl and she belonged to me. I whimpered when I lifted my head a little and took in her drugging scent again. And my eyes and my gaze clashed into hers, our eyes locking as our desire reflected freely on them. Before anyone could blink, I was in front of her, hands cupping her soft and warm cheeks as I crashed my lips upon hers. She moaned into my mouth as her arms wrapped around me and I could feel the softness of her body melt into mine. I lowered one of my hands to her waist and lifted her up effortlessly as she tightened her arms around my neck. I had been right about her scent. She tasted of strawberries and vanilla, with just that hint of musk to drive me wild with desire. One kiss and I was instantly wet. I knew she was aroused as well because I could smell it on her. I suddenly stopped the kiss and lowered her down when I realized that there was another scent mixing in with hers. Every protective instinct I had went into overdrive and I pushed her behind me and growled again. I looked at everyone standing around the room, their faces reflecting their fear and confusion. I looked from one to the other, trying to isolate that one particular scent on her skin, the scent that didn't belong with ours. My eyes narrowed into thin slits when they landed on the blonde woman that was leaning against a bear of a man. It was her. I could smell her on my Alice and I could smell her all over me. I took slow, deliberate steps in her direction. I didn't stop until I was right in front of her. The big guy next to her put his arm around her shoulders protectively and glared at me. So she was his mate. If that was so, how come her scent was all over me and my mate? Bella, what the hell? He finally spoke to me. You know I love ya, little sis, but if you try to hurt Rosie I'm going to have to beat you up, he told me calmly. I laughed at him. He was big, but I knew he was no match for me. I could take him down easily and I wouldn't even break a sweat. Don't ask me how I knew that, I just did. Why is your scent all over Alice and me? I asked her while I ignored the big man. Osie's eyes widened in surprise and then she had the gall to smile. Oh, my God, this is priceless. Bella, are you serious? I frowned. Shouldn't she be shaking in fear in the face of my fury? Did my growling not mean anything to her? I went to take another step closer when I felt an arm go around my waist and pull me back into a deliciously warm and soft body. Alice, honey, listen to me, please. Rosalie didn't do anything wrong. If her scent is all over us is because she was helping me make you feel better. I frowned in confusion. When did I feel bad? Was I sick? Is that why I didn't remember much of anything? Or did Alice, Rosalie and I have something going on beyond friendship or family ties? When Alice said make you feel better, just what did she mean? I racked my brain trying to come up with something. Anything that would give me a clue as to what was going on. I remembered being held, feeling like I was on fire and then feeling a soothing coldness press against my front and my back. There had been soothingly cold fingers running over my face, neck and shoulders. Whispered words, Alice crying, Rosalie comforting her. Before that, there was Carlisle telling Alice he was proud of her. Jasper telling her she had done well, Jacob telling her I would be okay and I wanted this. Oh my God, of course. The transformation had taken place. My eyes widened in surprise as I looked at every single person in front of me. These were my family, my friends, and the woman I loved more than life itself. And now I was a part of them. I was finally a vampire. Oh, fuck, I whispered as I ran from Alice's arms and into her bathroom and slammed the door shut. I looked at myself in the full-length mirror on the back of the door and gasped. Oh, wow, look at my eyes. And my face. I looked so different. I mean, I know it was me. But a much nicer version. My hair looked fuller and the brown color was deeper and shinier. My cheekbones were more pronounced, giving me an elegant flair, my brows were perfectly arched. My lips a bit fuller. My eyes moved down to my chest and I smiled. My breasts were fuller and firmer. My waist was tinier and I lifted my shirt to ogle at my abs. I had a fucking six-pack. My hips were a little fuller as well and my legs felt muscular underneath my pants. Wanting to see my entire body now that I could finally be proud of it, I stripped off my clothes and whistled. I was so hot. And conceited. A little smirky voice whispered inside my head. I shook myself and would have kicked my own ass if I could. Since when did I care about my looks or what others thought of them? Alice obviously loved me just like I was and I could tell she wanted me just as much. It was in the way she kissed me and clung to me. I was a little ashamed of myself now that I was thinking more clearly. and started putting my shirt back on when there was a soft knock on the door. Bella, honey, can I come in? I looked up as I recognized Esme's voice. I turned the knob on the door and opened it just enough for her to slip in through. Hi, Esme, I said quietly. Her smile was radiant and full of motherly love. Oh, good, you remember me. Of course I do. I was just confused before. How are you feeling now? A little better. Everything is finally settling inside of my head the more I relax. It might take a few days to get the full hang of it, but you're going to be just fine, dear heart. I'm sorry about before. I really didn't mean to upset Em or scare any of you. Oh, we know that, darling. I sent everyone down so I can help you shower, get ready and so we can chat for a little bit. But we better hurry. Why? Alice is not too pleased with me at the moment, she chuckled happily. But I told her it was my motherly duty to help you out and she went to wait with the others downstairs. I smiled as I imagined the tantrum Alice could have thrown if it wasn't Esme asking. Thanks, Esme. She walked over to the shower stall and turned on the water. While I undressed again, she adjusted the temperature until steam started filling the bathroom. For some reason, I was not ashamed to be undressed in front of her and stepped into the stall when she moved back. While I showered and washed my hair, she kept asking me questions and I answered to the best of my knowledge. If I was confused about something, she would remind me gently. It finally dawned on me that I must be one of the luckiest people alive to have such wonderful mothers. She reminded me of some very important things now that I was a newborn and I was grateful to her for it. Alice, for the love of all that's holy. I practically growled. What the hell is taking them so long? Bella hates getting ready and never spends this long doing so. There were several chuckles from my family as I paced up and down the area between the living room and the kitchen. Esme had been holed up with Bella for so long I didn't understand why they were wasting their vampire speed. I mean, seriously, how long did it take to shower and dress? It's not like we were going out or anything. The most we would do was take Bella hunting and that would probably be messy. I just wanted her near me, holding me and kissing me like she had done before she had acted like a damn caveman and pushed me behind her to defend me from Rosalie. Not that it bothered me, mind you. It was actually pretty hot to see her go all protective on me. And, God, that kiss had surpassed all of our previous kisses, a feat I didn't consider possible. Lord, and when she lifted me higher with just one arm. Can I just say swoon? My breathing was ragged and my hormones out of control and I wanted Bella to make it better. I huffed as I walked faster, trying to burn excess energy until she came down. Will you calm down? It's only been an hour. Emmett reminded me. You would be acting the same if it was Rose you were waiting for. Your horny little vampire will be down here shortly, Rosalie joked and I glared at her. Shut up, Rose. She's possessive, too, isn't she? Jake added with a guffaw. Seth giggled at that but stopped the second I gave him a dirty look. Jake, I'm not above kicking your hairy ass, I threat. And the big lug just laughed harder. What are you going to do, shorty, climb on M's shoulders to reach my handsome face? One jump is enough. You won't know what hit you when I'm all over you. Oh, shorty, you know you would enjoy being all over me. My growl intensified. You dirty-minded pup. You wish I was all over you. Actually, it would be me wishing that, baby, a melodious voice said from behind me and I froze. More chuckles were heard from my family and I glared at Jake and Emmett when they both said owned and exchanged a loud high five. I finally turned around and my mouth dropped open at the sight before me. Bella was dressed casually in low-waist, hip-hugging cargo pants, a light pink polo shirt, pink Converse that matched her shirt and a brown leather belt that had a buckle that said, Bellies. I frowned at that until I realized it was a combination of our names and my eyes widened in surprise. Her hair fell in a shiny curtain down her back before curling softly at the ends. Her makeup was simple but accentuated her features perfectly. She looked cute dressed like that. Bella was a beautiful girl but no one would ever accuse her of being overly feminine like me or Rose. The look was a nice mix between preppy and tomboyish now that Rose had gotten her clothes that fit her properly. Don't get confused by my use of the term tomboy, now. She was one hell of a sexy female and I was so happy she was mine. She was smiling at me, love and lust mixing nicely in her eyes and I think I fell in love with her all over again. Make my knees weak, why don't you? ate as I ran over and jumped into her waiting arms. Bella. I twirled Alice around a few times while she giggled freely. I have to say I'm loving the lack of clumsiness on my part and I'm seriously digging my newfound strength. Not that Alice weighed that much before, but to just be able to pick her up and twirl her around was fun. Finally setting her down, I kept my arms around her and dropped a quick kiss on her lips. "Hi, baby." "Hello, beautiful," she whispered back. "Miss me? Like you wouldn't believe." That's nice to know. I missed you like crazy, too." I brushed my lips over hers again and she deepened the kiss quickly. Who was I to deny her this when it was something I was craving as well? As our kiss lengthened, wolf whistles could be heard from the peanut gallery, but for once I ignored them and kept on kissing the love of my life. "Get a room, will you? There are children present," Jake hollered as he covered Seth's eyes playfully. Alice growled in the back of her throat and broke the kiss. She turned in my arms and leaned against my chest. My arms were securely at her waist while I waited for her to unleash her fury on my hairy friend, who did smell like a freaking wet dog. That would take some getting used to, let me tell you. I rested my chin on her shoulder and smirked at him. "I swear to God I will take you to the vet's office and have you neutered if you keep this up, pup." Jake covered his manly bits as his eyes widened in fear. "Why do you have to go there, shorty? Why do you always have to interrupt Bella and me? I don't do it on purpose. Em here does it as well. You both seriously need to get a life." Meanwhile, the rest of the buffoons we have for a family are laughing at them. Even I'm chuckling softly at their antics. Months ago, I would have never thought this possible. Edward would never have been this friendly or carefree with any of my friends, let alone a wolf. Alice knew he was important to me and had bent over backwards to make a place for Jake in her life as well. The Cullens had adopted Jake and Seth into their family unit, again, something that would have never happened if I was still with Edward. Well, now that I think about it, a lot of things would never have happened if I was still with Edward. I would be safely tucked into bed at home, I would still be a virgin, I would still be human and I would be unhappy. Why and resentful that he made so many decisions for me. Alice, however, had changed all of that for the better and in doing so, I was the happiest I'd even been. Knowing Jake and her would keep it all evening if I didn't interrupt. I kissed Alice's neck softly. That worked like a charm and she stilled in my arms and her argument died mid-sentence. She just tilted her head to the side and sighed. I loved that we were equals now and she was no longer hard and cold to the touch. Not that I ever minded, but still. Now she was warm, and soft, and pliant, and oh God, I was dying to make love with her. I sucked on her neck softly. Since Esme had already run me through the fact that I was stronger than any of them. I got a moan in response and my arms tightened against her waist, bringing her body even closer to mine. I can't believe I'm actually going to agree with the mutt, but get a fucking room, a voice interrupted my playtime. The prima donna had finally come out of hiding. I was just itching for a chance to beat his overly pompous and smart alecky ass and he was playing all his cards right. I lifted my face from Alice's neck and glared at him. I was glad to see his eyes widen when he finally saw my ruby red eyes. "Edward," I said tersely. "Bella, I never took you for someone that liked open displays of affection. You were never like that with me. I was never much of anything with you. You couldn't handle it, remember?" His eyes narrowed in anger and his body tensed. I was being a gentleman. He yelled at me. And I needed someone that could show me they loved me without fear consuming every part of the relationship. I yelled back as I stood back from Alice and faced him head on. "I didn't want to hurt you. So you keep saying, it's the truth. Why is the concept so hard for you to understand? I'm a monster and now you are one, too. For the love of God, just look at you." "Edward," I heard Esme warn behind me. I noticed everyone was standing now, their bod. Why language screaming they were ready to defend me at any moment. I could feel Alice's hand on my lower back and she was actually grabbing onto my belt, trying to keep me from moving closer to Edward. I am not a monster. None of us are and the sooner you understand that and deal with it, the better off you'll be, I said in a calmer voice, the feel of Alice's hand soothing me. We are monsters have to kill other humans or animals to survive, Bella. You're the one that never understood that. I left to save you from this life. I left to keep you from becoming an atrocity like we are. And ho. Do you pay me back for all the pain and suffering I put myself through? You jump into my supposed sister's arms and turn your back on me. All I ever did was love you and try to protect you, but you. Read too damn hot-headed to understand that. I would have dealt with this better if you had fallen for some human boy, but to go for Alice. Seriously, what the hell were you thinking? Oh, hell no. It's so on. I was tired of not being able to defend Alice properly and he had just asked for it. He had kept pressing the buttons and I'd finally had enough. My body was shaking in anger and I looked over. To see Jake and Seth shaking just as badly. We had to take this outside. Jake. Yeah, bells. He responded absently, never taking his eyes off of Edward. Be a dear and open the French doors for me. I think we need to take the trash out back. My pleasure, he said as he moved and opened both doors wide, leaving plenty of space for what I was about to do next. Without turning, I grabbed Alice's hand from my back and looked over at Rose. She understood my plea and came to stand by Alice, her arm going around the Pix's shoulders to keep her in place. Then I looked at Jasper and he nodded as well. I needed him to keep everyone inside the house as calm as possible. Emmett was flexing his muscles and I nodded my head towards the backyard. Without question, he went out followed by Seth. Bella, I heard Esme plead behind me. I turned to look at her. Yeah, Mom. Tears filled her eyes when I called her that. Don't hurt him too badly, please. I don't plan to. He just needs a come to Jesus talk and I'm about to deliver it to him. I trust you know what you're doing, Carlisle said from her side, his arms wrapped protectively around his beloved wife. I do. It has to be done. Yo. You must be joking if you think I'm following you outside, Edward exclaimed in that pompous voice of his that I was beginning to hate so much. Who said anything about following? Before he could even blink, I was in front of him and used both hands to push against his chest. It sounded like rocks clashing and he flew backwards and landed on the ground outside. When he got up and made to come back at me, Emmett and Jake grabbed him by his arms and held him in place. Baby, I heard Alice say softly. I melted on the spot. I'd never heard her call me that before and I liked it a lot. Yes, I Ned around and took a deep breath when I saw the tears in her eyes. This time, however, they did not fall. Be careful. Always, love. I'll be back before you know it. I just need to talk things out with Edward before things get really ugly. I was at her side in a second and kissed her lips softly. I love you. I love you, too. I nodded at my second set of parents and finally walked outside. I closed the door behind me and walked over to Edward. How dare you humiliate me even more in front of my family? What? You think you're a god now because you turned into a bloodlusting monster? My answer was delivered as a single but powerful backhand across his face. The explosive sound seemed to echo for miles into the thick forest. I will slap the shit out of you every time you call me or any of my family and friends monsters. Edward Cullen, and I won't stop until you do. They're my family and you're just trying to steal them from me, he whined like a petulant child. You need these two idiots to hold me in order to hit me. You think so? I know so. You wouldn't have the guts to do it if I was loose. Let him go, I asked them. Bella, Jacob complained. Do it. Edward needs to be taught a lesson and I'm itching to do it. I've been itching to do it for months now. They released him and before he could open his mouth again I backhanded him across his other cheek. He went to launch for me. But I stepped to the side quickly, my leg lifting on its own and he went flying towards the back porch. Wood splintered all over the place when he fell. He was back up and charging at me like a demented fool and was met with a fist to his stomach. I knew I wasn't really hurting him, but it felt nice to let the anger go. I'd never been a violent person in my life, but Edward had pressed all of the wrong buttons over and over for the past few months and I'd had it with him and his pettiness. Keep coming at me and I'll keep hitting you, you foolish boy. I taunted. I'm going to forget I'm a gentleman if you hit me again. Oh, please, stop it with that already. You're not a gentleman. Carlisle is. Charlie is. You're just a spoiled brat that wants to get his way time and time again. A hard-headed fool that thinks only his ideas work. A homophobic that doesn't understand that love is love and it doesn't matter who feels it. You don't fall in love with a sex, Edward. You fall in love with a person. I thought I loved you more than life itself. But now I realize I was wrong. The love I felt for you pales in comparison to the love I feel for Alice. She completes me in ways I didn't know were possible. She likes me for who I am, not who she wants me to be. She listens to what I have to say and lets me try things even when she doesn't agree with my choices. She lets me think for myself. She lets me laugh freely and live life to the fullest. She's not afraid to show me love with kisses and touches. She keeps nothing back from me but gives me more every single day. And that is all I ever wanted from you. To let me be me and love me just as I was, no judgments, no telling me how to do things, not by keeping things from me, not by keeping me at arm's length because you were afraid you would hurt me. You didn't really love me, either, Edward, and you might as well accept that fact and stop acting like I owe you something. If you had truly loved me, you would have shown me because that love would have kept you from hurting me. If you had truly loved me you never would have left and taken my second family away from me on a damn whim. Love conquers all, Edward. Love makes no demands. Love makes you give more than receive. Love tames the monster in us, which is why we're not monsters in the end. How can anyone call Rose a monster when she carried Emmett Foe? Or Miles when he was bloody and torn apart without finishing him off? Have you ever thought about the strength of will that must have taken? Have you ever asked her how she did it? And Jasper, he loved Alice so much he was actually man enough to step aside when we fell in love and he realized I was her true mate. Do you think it was easy for him? Do you think seeing us together didn't affect him and break his heart all over again? The rest of our family has made friends with Jake and Seth because I love them and want them in my life. I could go on and on about this for the rest of the night. I'll prove to you over and over that we're not monsters. A child rapist is a monster. An abusive parent is a monster. A serial killer is a monster. We're vampires that choose to live without hurting others. We love our family and friends. We want to spend eternity together. And when you take some time and actually take your head out of your ass long enough to think clearly, you'll realize I'm right. I made the right choice. I choose to live eternally with all of you and I choose to love Alice above all others, with or without your approval, with or without your friendship and not real. Lee giving a shit whether you ever accept us or not. I don't want to hate you, but you're pushing your luck. Hurt her or insult her again and I will make sure you can't walk for days. You can no longer fuck with me, Edward Cullen. I am your equal and I will no longer tolerate you berating her or our family. The choice is yours. We can be friends or enemies but I would rather it be the latter. No. Giving him a change to respond to my long-ass speech, I took off running towards the forests. For the first time since I had woken up I felt the burning in the back of my throat and I knew what it meant. I let my mind go and decided to follow every instruction Carlisle and Alice had given me before the change. I knew I could do it. I would never hurt another human being. I was ready for my first hunt and I wanted to go alone. I needed to blow off steam because when I came back, I wanted Alice alone and to myself for a few days. I wanted to love her for hours, just to show her just how very precious she was to me. A smile broke across my face and I shouted in pure joy as I leapt over a creek. I was truly going to love being a vampire. Alice. I watched as Bella basically ripped Edward a new one and my admiration for her grew. She could have really hurt him if she had wanted to, but I knew she kept it simple for me and my family. I still have to say that the way she evaded his attacks while landing a hit every time he came at her amazed me. She had no prior training in fighting and seemed to be going only on instinct. I glanced over at Jasper, our go-to guy when it came to fighting. In defense and even he seemed completely engrossed and also amazed at her abilities. Jake and Emmett stood there with matching grins on their faces, proud as hell of their sister as they watched her kick Edward's ass. I've never been one to advocate violence of any kind, but I had to say she looked good out there. She really wasn't trying to hurt him. She could do much worse with her strength and then it dawned on me that she had really listened and paid attention to us when we were teaching her the ropes before I turned her. That was also the reason why Esme had wanted to help her get ready earlier. To remind her of her strength and of the things she could and should not do. My Bella just kept amazing me in so many ways and I just fell deeper in love with her. I didn't know how that was even possible. But I knew it was the God's honest truth. I was back to my vampire normal self. My heart was still once again, my tears would not fall and I no longer had a link to her. Because Jake and Seth were here. I was having half-assed visions that didn't tell me much, but all seemed well, so I wasn't stressing about it. When she started speaking to Edward in such a heartfelt way, I knew I'd made the right decision to go with my feelings and love her. When she mentioned Rose, I felt the blonde stiffen by my side, but she immediately relaxed when Bella continued. I saw her eyes fill with tears, a rarity for her. And I knew then that Bella and Rosalie would have a very strong friendship from here on out. Then she went on to Jasper, and she knew what it had cost him to let me go, and she obviously respected him more for it. I snuck another look at him when she mentioned him, and he seemed touched by her words. Almost as if she was apologizing to him for us falling in love and at the same time thanking him for letting it happen. I glanced over at Esme and Carlisle, both of which had the proudest smiles on their faces. It was as if their new daughter was everything and more than they had hoped for. It was no wonder to me then that we all loved that beautiful creature to pieces, and she returned that love tenfold. She was proud of being what she was, and she had only been changed for a couple of hours. She was passionate about loving me and my family, and it showed with every word she said. I could tell by Edward's posture and the look in his eyes that he had finally accepted defeat. He wasn't even interrupting her, and she had given him plenty to think about in the days to come. She had put him up against a mirror, and what stared back at him wasn't something he seemed comfortable with. Bella was in full control of the situation, no longer the shy, silly teenager of a year ago. She had grown into a confident young woman that knew what she wanted and was willing to go for it, everything else be damned. In simpler terms, she was the best thing that had happened to our family in a very long time, and she would always be a part of us. She made us better, she made us proud, and I loved her so much more for it. We were all so wrapped around her little finger, it was unbelievable. She really is something, isn't she, Alice? Rosalie said next to me. That's putting it mildly, Jasper continued. I can't wait to call Kate and tell her about it. I smiled at that. Maybe you should ask her to come over for a few weeks. I'm sure she'd enjoy watching Bella get used to her new life, I suggested softly to him. He smiled at me. You're right. Have you ever seen a more controlled newborn, Carlisle? Never even heard of one. This is baffling to me. Any other newborn would be tearing the place apart, hunting humans down and causing all kinds of trouble. Bella hasn't even asked to feed. I've been wondering about that. Do you think she's suppressing it or not realized she's hungry? With Bella, you never know. Look at her now. She could have hurt Edward badly, but she didn't, because deep down she knows it would hurt us. She went easy on him and spared him. Now she's talking to him and making him see himself in a different light. I won't be surprised if he takes off for a while after this. She's given him plenty to think about. Just then, she finished speaking, took one more look at Edward, and then took off running. I gasped when I saw this and ran out to the back, followed by everyone. Why in hell did you let her take off like that? I cried out in exasperation. Before I could take off after her, I felt Carlisle's hand on my shoulder. We'll follow her at a distance, but I think she'll be okay. She is in full control of herself, and she probably wants tea. Oh, feed on her own before facing us again. What if she happens to come across a human, Dad? Do you think she'll be able to control her bloodlust then? I asked seriously. Yes, I actually think she will. But we'll follow her at a distance just to make sure and ease your worry. We took off running and soon heard the paws of Jake and Seth following our family. Bella's scent was easy to follow for me since I was so used to it. When it got stronger, we slowed down and waited. If she was hunting, we were better off waiting than startling her. We had ended up in a little clearing and stood around, leaning against tree trunks or sitting on the ground. Rosalie was sitting on Emmett's lap, her face buried on his neck as he held her tightly. They were speaking so softly none of us could hear their conversation. But we knew what it was about. Bella's poignant words had touched them both deeply. Jake curled on the ground and I went up to him and leaned back against his furry side. He was huge in his human form, but even more so in his animal form. The hair that covered his body was actually soft to the touch, and he was very comfortable to snuggle up against. I played with his ears absently and he purred contentedly as he closed his eyes. Arrow and the Volturi would have a conniption if they could see us now. We were lying around waiting for Bella for close to an hour. No one really spoke much as we waited for her to find us. She would have no trouble in doing so, and she would be well fed and happy. I really couldn't wait to get her alone. I needed to be with her, to love her freely. The only thing bothering me was that everyone would be able to hear us going at it and the teasing afterwards would be unbearable and Bella would probably kick Jake's and M's asses. Before much more time passed, she walked into the clearing. A big grin on her face. There were no traces of blood anywhere on herself or clothing. Not a hair out of place, no rips on her clothing, nothing. So she didn't hunt after all. The silly thing was just running around and having fun apparently. Hey, guys, what's up? Are we having a bonfire or something? Who are you and what have you done with my girlfriend? I asked playfully, but still surprised. You mean you don't like the new and improved version? She mocked as she came over and straddled my lap. No. Who am I going to save from falling all the time now? Who's going to be my damsel in distress? You're ruining my fun, sweetheart. I pouted. I swear Jake was laughing because there was this weird rumble leaving him and his body was shaking slightly. Ah, my little pixie is upset. How about I make it better when we get back to the house? She practically purred in my ear. I smirked at that. Don't you have to hunt yet? I just finished. I'm good for a while. Everyone gasped at her words. Carlisle recovered first. You fed. Yes. But you still look perfectly put together, Esme said. I wasn't about to ruin my new clothes and have Alice and Rose chew me a new one because of it. She explained. How is that even possible? What did you feed on, squirrels? Emmett guffawed. No, smartass. I actually fed on a bear and a couple of bucks. Our eyes widened ever more and Emmett's grin was the biggest I've ever seen it. Hell, yeah, little sis. I think you're my new hero. She giggled at his words. Did you guys expect something different? Was I supposed to get blood all over myself and ruin my hair and stuff? There should at least be something on you. This is your first time hunting and you didn't really know how to do it properly. Jasper added with a hint of admiration in his voice. You guys have been explaining, she edged while she stole a look at Emmett, who looked like a proud parent. Is there something you're not telling us, honey? I asked when I noticed the look that passed between them. It's okay, Bells, you can tell them, Emmett encouraged her. Tell us what? Carlisle inquired. Emmett and Jake have taken me hunting with them a few times to show me the ropes. I sort of knew what to do since we practiced me pouncing on Dakota's back while Emmett showed me the best techniques for catching my prey and causing it the least pain possible. The rest was instinct. Who is this Dakota? Jake in his wolf form, she answered Jasper. When did he get a new name? Esme asked. Bella gave it to him. It means, friend to everyone, in Sioux. Emmett explained. How come none of us knew? I asked curiously. Because we didn't want to tell you what we were doing and have you go all evil pixie on Bella, Emmett continued with a smile. I don't know if I should kiss you or kick your ass for doing this, I told Emmett. Now, Pixie, why would you want to hurt me? You love me. You could have put her in danger. And if Jake lost control and attacked her. Jake growled threateningly behind me and the vibrations of his body ran through mine. Bella giggled. Down, boy, she petted his head softly and he went back to purring contentedly. Tongue hanging out the side of his mouth and I swear to you he was smiling. He would never hurt me, baby. I sighed. This was too much. Who would have ever thought the silly and clumsy Bella would turn into one of the most controlled and beautiful vampires in history? Bella. As much as my family wanted to talk and discuss what was happening, sitting on Alice's lap only brought home one thing. I wanted her desperately. I didn't know how to just tell everyone I wanted alone time with her since they all seemed so excited and all. I didn't want to look desperate either. It was hard not leaning over and capturing her perfect lips in a kiss like I wanted to do so badly. Would they think I was rude if I just picked her up, threw her over my shoulder and ran with her to the middle of the forest so I could show her just how much I loved her without interruptions or anyone making fun of us? Now that we were equals, I wanted to see just how deep her desire for me ran. He no longer had a reason to hold herself back and I couldn't wait to get a few doses of her loving without restraints. Alice was a fantastic lover already, tender and caring, hot and sexy, loving and giving. However, because of my frail human body, she had never been able to let go completely and love me like she really wanted. It was a good thing, too, because as it was, she had given me so much pleasure that at times I had felt like I would pass out from it. Now, though, we were on equal ground and I could not wait to see what it would be like when we made love. Let's go home, I whispered as low as I could in her ear. Licking the outer shell, she shuddered delicately and we felt Jake shaking with laughter again. Damn pup. Okay, she managed to say back while hitting Jake's side softly with her elbow. I got up from her lap and helped her up. Are we finally going home now? 'Cause we have a surprise for Bella Bear, Emmett said as he helped Rosalie up and then got up himself. Oh, come on, you guys. Becoming a vampire hasn't changed me that much. I still hate surprises. You'll love this one, Rosalie told me in an excited voice. Do you know anything about this? I asked Alice. No, honey. They wouldn't tell me, either. Without waiting for anyone else, I swung Alice over my back and took off running. I loved her little squeal of surprise and the laughter that followed it. Moments later, Emmett was at my side, Rose on his back, and he was smiling like a fool. Race, yeah, he yelled. You're on. I yelled back and pushed myself harder. Within seconds, I had left him behind. And Alice was laughing even harder. We reached the mansion in no time and I let Alice down with a huge smile on my face. That will never get old. You're such a little show-off, baby. Met's going to be looking for all kinds of ways to best you now, you know that right? I'll take him any time he wants. Just then the rest of our family joined us. Emmett was laughing hard and Rosa Light pushed him aside while she straightened her clothes. Be thankful you didn't ruin my clothes with that little stunt you pulled. I would hate to withhold sex from you, Emmett pouted. Oh, come on, babe. It was all in fun. HMPH. I sniggered at that and mouthed on to him. He just chuckled and shrugged his shoulders. Takes one to know one, little sis. I just laughed because he was right. I was so far gone for Alice it wasn't even funny. So what's this surprise you have for me? I'll go get it, Rose offered and took off in the direction of the garage. A second later we all turned around as we heard a big rumble and as she drove out of the garage my mouth dropped open. In front of me was my old truck. Only it didn't look like my old truck anymore, but a much improved version of it. It had been restored to its original state with a few extras added. It looked amazing, from the shiny fire engine red paint job to the 20-inch rims on it. Oh, wow, was all I managed to say. The engine was practically purring and no longer sounded like a freight train was coming at you. I walked closer to it as Rosalie popped open the hood and my eyes widened even more. She started explaining about the new engine. Something about horses, and some other stuff I had no clue about. I just nodded numbly and kept grinning. Then she started talking about the inside work and my smile grew bigger. The entire interior had been redone, from a caramel-colored leather seat, to an amazing stereo system, wood paneling and power everything. The windows were tinted pretty dark and my mind went right to the gutter when I pictured all I could do to Alice in that big, comfortable-looking seat. She gave me a knowing smirk when I happened to look from the leather seat to her body. I would have blushed if it was possible. And then it dawned on me that I would never blush again and I grinned even wider. Score. Being a vampire definitely rocked. I kept telling Rosalie over and over how much I loved the truck and how thankful I was to have it. Well, we all knew how much you loved it, as ugly as it was, so we decided it needed to look better. Jake, Seth, and I worked on it for a few days and this is the end result. I'm just glad you like it. I love it, Rose. It's absolutely beautiful. Wait until Charlie sees it. The silence that followed was heavy and I lowered my head when I realized what I had said. There was no way Charlie would be able to see it since I wasn't supposed to see him anymore. Tears swelled in my eyes and I tried to blink them away. Esme moved closer to me and I leaned on her for support. Honey, maybe you'll see him again soon. With the way you're handling things, maybe we'll be able to find a way for you to see Charlie and Renee again, she told me softly. She's right, baby. Once your eyes turn gold and you have control over your thirst, we can put contacts in your eyes and we can go and visit him. He thinks you're going away to college anyways, so this could work. Or we could all eventually come out to him, Jake suggested. I mean, the old man has to be suspecting something is not right. From the adopted kids that look so much alike to us. Growing taller and bulking up overnight. He's not stupid and the minute he sees Bella, he's going to know something changed. He knows a bit about the legends of my people and he'll eventually put two and two together. Carlyle said as she scratched his chin. Jake is probably right, but because of the Volturi, we're not in a position that we can go to him and tell him what we are. If he was to figure it out on his own, then that's a different thing. For now, though, let's not think about it too much. We do have a couple of months while Bella is vacationing all over Europe. I nodded my head and smiled at them. I really loved my new and extended family. Yeah, let's not worry about it for now. I walked all the way around my truck and smiled when I saw the license plate up front. T said, "The Beast," in bold letters, and it was perfect. Seriously, guys, thanks so much. This is just amazing. I really love what you did with it. Want to go for a drive? Alice asked me. No, maybe later. Right now I need some alone time with you, I told her sincerely. I looked at the rest of our family. I hope I'm not offending anyone, but I really just need to be with Alice for a while. Amazingly, no one cracked a joke or made any snide comments. I think they all knew I was a little sad about the whole Charlie and Renee thing. Alice was at my side instantly and held my hand. Actually, if you two will follow me, I have something to show you quickly and then I promise none of us will bother you, Esme said as she took my other hand and led us inside the house. No one followed. She led us down a hallway I had never been down before and stopped at the last door. She opened it and motioned for us to go in first. Alice and I both gasped when we saw the beautifully decorated room. It was done in beige and gold tones, with strikes of blue here and there. There was a huge 4-poster bed against the far wall with 2 night tables on each side of it. Framed pictures of Alice and I were sitting on each, along with lamps and scented candles. Opposite to the bed was a sitting area with a soft-looking leather sofa, matching love seat and recliner facing a very nice plasma TV and a surround sound system. More candles sat on a metal plate surrounded by small, smooth stones on the coffee table in the middle. There was a dresser to one side where more pictures of us were framed. There was also a huge walk-in closet where most of our clothes would fit. Another door opened to a private bathroom with a whirlpool and a glass-enclosed shower stall. We noticed the shower stall had jets on each wall and at the top. I'm not sure who was more surprised or stunned by the beauty of the room and its perfect feeling of romanticism and calmness. Alice and I looked at each other and then at Esme for an explanation. She had a beautiful smile on her face. While they worked on your truck, I designed this room for you too. I figured you would like a place just for you now that you're together, and this is what I came up with. I plan on turning Alice's room into a guest room for when Jasper and Kate come over. I'll be working on it as soon as we have you settled here. Mom, this is absolutely amazing, Alice exclaimed as she went up to Esme and gave her a big hug. Thanks for being so thoughtful. Anything for my girls. Now, I'm going to leave so you can spend some time alone. I know you need it. She hugged us each again and kissed our foreheads. As she was getting ready to walk out the door, she looked back at us with a mischievous smirk on her face, something that was rare. The room is soundproof as well. Just so you know. With a little wink, she was gone. My eyebrows shut up and my eyes widened. Soundproof. So we could make all the noise we wanted and no one would hear it. We could make love all day and night long and no one would know. I loved Esme. I turned to look at the bed, then at Alice, and I wiggled my eyebrows. Alice. The look Bella gave me was all I needed. I knew it wouldn't be gentle. It would be fast and fiery the first time and probably a few times after that. I'd had to hold back so much while I made love to her before that my strength had been pushed to its limits. But no more. I should warn you, this isn't going to be very romantic or slow, baby, I told her sincerely while I started unbuttoning my shirt. I don't think I want that, either, Alice. I want you too damn much, she said as she pulled her shirt over her head. My eyes widened when I saw the skimpy and see-through bra she was wearing. The light pink color complemented her skin nicely. I undid the button on my pants and lowered the zipper while I watched her undo her belt buckle. We continued undressing slowly, never once taking our eyes off of each other. As much as I wanted to jump my lover, I was also enjoying what we were doing a lot. I like that bra, I told her, and I pushed my pants down and took off my shoes. I bought it with you in mind, she said as she took it off and threw it to the side. I like that you're not wearing one today. Her sexy smirk made me smile. My eyes turned pitch black when she turned her back to me and started lowering her cargo pants. The little vixen wiggled her hips and my mouth positively watered when I saw the beginning of the string of her thong. She bent forward as she finished taking her pants off, and I know she did it on purpose. I couldn't help myself. I growled and pounced on her. It was too much of a temptation for me, and I confess freely to being addicted to her. I hadn't made love to her in a few days and I was starving for a taste of her. It was a good thing we were next to the bed and she landed on it while laughing. I landed on her back and pushed my hips hard into her ass. Her laughter died right away. When I ran my hands up her back and arms, holding them over her head as I kept grinding into her ass. "You make me so fucking horny, Bella Swan," I husked into her ear, making her moan and push back against my front. I started dropping wet kisses on her naked back, sucking and biting on her skin like I had wanted to before. Bella groaned as she spread her legs wider, while sucking hard on the skin between her shoulder blades. I grabbed her hips and pushed harder into her. I loved how her fingers clawed at the sheets as she whimpered her need and my name over and over. I trailed wet kiss down her back until I was kneeling on the floor between her parted legs. And what a sight it was. Running my hands down her sides, I grabbed her hips to hold her in place while I ran my tongue over the length of the string. Bella's whimpers turned into deep moans as I continued to use my mouth to play with the string for several minutes, my hands roaming over naked and soft skin, fingers kneading her ass cheeks. Unable to wait any longer to really taste and feel her wetness, I ripped the string with my teeth easily and dived into her. Bella cried out my name as I went at her with a desperation bore. And out of love and lust for the woman in front of me. My hands parted her ass cheeks to give me more room and she helped by spreading her legs further apart. I feasted on all of her, leaving no part of her untouched. I licked up from her swollen clit to the puckered skin and back again. I couldn't recall Bella ever been this wet or excited. Don't get me wrong, she was always wet for me, but now she was dripping. Her delicious juices kept flowing into my mouth freely and I swallowed greedily, unable to get enough of her. She tasted so damn good and I was so gone for her I was incapable of stopping my own moans as my tongue entered her repeatedly. My mind had ceased to function properly and I was going on instinct alone. Bella kept grinding herself into my face, calling out my name, pleading with me to make her come. I was going out of my mind, a thick cloud of lust settling over me. All I could feel and hear and taste was the woman that held my heart in the palm of her hand. I pressed my thumb and rubbed over the puckered skin between her ass cheeks as my tongue continued to move in and out of her and I sucked hard on her swollen clit. "Fuck, baby, that feels so damn good," she managed. Between moans and pants and I moved faster. I made sure my thumb was wet with her fluids before I pressed it further in and Bella cried out at this new sensation. I'd never tried that before, but she seemed to like it, so I continued. I knew nothing much would hurt her at this point, but I was still gentle as I did it. Her reaction was to push back against my thumb and push it deeper into her soul. F as a guttural groan escaped her sweet mouth. I almost creamed my panties when I heard her and sucked harder on her clit, biting on it softly. "Alice," she screamed as she finally fell over the precipice and into a sea of sensations. Waves of pleasure washing over her body incessantly. Not stopping right away, I pulled my thumb back and licked her clean. She was shaking and moaning my name over as I crawled over her back and laid there, holding her close as she came down from her intense orgasm. "You always taste so good," I whispered in her ear, making her shudder. "That was incredible, baby," she managed to say when she had calmed down a bit. "Well, there's plenty more where that came from." I moved from her back and leaned on my side, facing her. She did the same and smiled at me so lovingly it melted my insides all over again. "Do you have any idea of just how much I love you, Alice Cullen? You're the best thing that's ever happened to me and I'm so lucky I get to have the rest of eternity to show you just how much you meant to me," she said softly as her fingers caressed my face tenderly. My eyes filled with happy tears as I leaned over her and kissed her. She was such a sweet talker it melted my heart. "Bella." That tender kiss turned lustful within a few minutes and then it was my turn to ravish Alice. I couldn't seem to get enough of her, but I was mindful of not sucking too hard, or biting too strong, or holding her too tightly. I had to remember to be gentle while loving her since my strength could hurt her easily and the last thing I wanted was to cause my little pixie any discomfort. Believe me, it was hard to do. I wanted her so damn much that it was difficult to keep all of that in mind. I just wanted to go on instinct and love her freely, but I knew I couldn't. Stop thinking so much, baby, and just love me, she told me as I licked the column of her neck, inhaling her sweet scent. I don't want to be too rough and hurt you, Allie. We both know. A little rough has never been a problem for either of us, she reminded me gently as she grabbed my face and made me look at her. But I'm not sure what my strength is like right now, and the last thing I want is to cause you any harm. And I want you to let go and make love to me. I want you to make me come so hard I lose my mind. I want to scream your name as I do. I might be tiny, Bells, but I'm a hell of a lot stronger than I look, and anything you want to give me, I'll willingly take. I moaned at her words. You make me crazy, Alice. I want you so damn much, baby. Then show me, she purred. Well, fuck, who was I to deny her? Grabbing her by the waist, I pulled her towards me and crushed our lips together. I ran my hand up her back, my nails scratching softly, and she moaned into my mouth. My fingers graced her nape and then grabbed a fistful of ebony locks and pulled. Her response was to drape a leg over my waist and press her center closer to mine, grinding as our kisses became more desperate. She pulled back, panting slightly, and looked at me, her black eyes mesmerizing me with their intensity. I want you inside of me, Bells. I'm dying here, she whimpered. Knowing that she wanted me so much, that she needed me so much, drove me crazy. I brought my hand down her back again, around her waist, and between our bodies. As my fingers reached her core, I couldn't help moaning when I encountered her heat and wetness. I couldn't wait any longer and pushed 3 fingers into her roughly. Her leg tightened against my waist, bringing me closer to her, and I groaned deeply when she bit my shoulder. Bella, she whimpered. Did I hurt you? I asked worriedly and started pulling my fingers back. Don't. But nothing. It feels amazing and I don't want you to stop. Please, baby. A shudder ran through my body as I heard her begging for more. To hell with inhibition. I wanted her too much, and it was obvious I was worrying over nothing. I pushed my 3 fingers deeper into her, and I almost lost my mind at her scream of pleasure. I pushed her on her back and laid on top of her, pushing my fingers in and out of her relentlessly and moving my hips in rhythm with my hand. For the first time in my life I knew what penis envy was all about. I showered her upper body with kisses, bites, and even managed to mark her in several places. I sucked on her sweet nipples and bit the column of her neck. I was desperate and I wanted to touch her all over. She was pulling at my hair, grinding her hips harder against mine, biting my chest and shoulders softly, raking her nails up and down my back and moaning my name over and over. It was amazing to love her like this, to feel so free, to drop all reserves and love each other like we really wanted without worrying about anything going wrong. I loved this new side of Alice. She was so vocal and aggressive, and it gave our love-making new depth. I was going crazy with need even though she had given me an amazing orgasm already. But another one was building as our bodies moved together in perfect rhythm. I want you to come with me, she moaned into my ear as she moved one of her hands down towards my throbbing center. God, baby, I hissed when her fingers entered me. We were lost in a storm of sensation at that point. Words were unintelligible and husky. Our breathing, while completely unnecessary, was ragged as her moans and whimpers grew louder and louder. I felt her wall tightening against my fingers just as mine were pulling hers in deeper into me. I don't know which of us was shaking more, but I knew we were about to go over that precipice again, and I didn't want to fall alone. Allie, baby, I'm so close, I moaned as I bit her neck. Then come with me, Bella, she whispered back as her fingers curled up inside of me and hit that particular spot that made me see stars. I mimicked her actions and I felt her body tighten hard one more time before she screamed my name and snapped. With a mind of its own. My body reacted to her orgasm with one of its own, and I cried out her name as I buried my face in her neck, fingers still pumping in and out of her, just as hers were still moving in and out of me. Don't stop, she pleaded, and I knew she was close to another one. I pressed my thumb against her clit and started rubbing furiously as her body shook and she panted my name and a few colorful words along with it. Let me tell you, Alice Cullen was a potent drug and I was completely addicted to her. Baby, she finally whimpered as she came again, her body shaking under mine, her lips parted, eyes shut tightly as her hand pulled on my hair and her back arched of the bed. I had never seen such beautiful rapture before in my life, and without even noticing it, another wave crashed into me and I fell back down into her as my body shook just as much as hers. I slid my fingers carefully out of her, eliciting another moan from my lover, and held her close as we trembled with the aftershocks. I turned on my back, bringing her with me, and just held her close. She laid her head on my chest while my fingers stroked her hair and face softly. I love you, I whispered to her. Forever and always. And I love you with all of my heart. Bella. I didn't know what it was to feel complete until you came into my life and made me realize what I was missing. Oh, Alice, you make me fall deeper and deep. For you every single moment of every single day. Good, because we have the rest of eternity to show each other just how much. All of eternity might never be enough. We'll just have to try, then. She lifted her head and moved closer to me. She brought her lips to mine and I kissed her back hungrily. My body was ready for more, and once again I marveled at how much our life would change now. That my human needs were no longer an issue. I pulled back panting from the kiss and smiled at her. Wonder where Rose put those toys. There's a couple I'm dying to try. Alice smirked and closed her eyes. A moment later she opened them and I could see they were pitch black again. They're in the closet. In this room. Want me to get them out? Hell yes. I pulled back panting from the kiss and smiled at her. Wonder where Rose put those toys. There's a couple I'm dying to try. Alice smirked and closed her eyes. A moment later she opened them and I could see they were pitch black again. They're in the closet. In this room. Want me to get them out? Hell yes. Bella. I watched as Alice sauntered towards the closet, the swing of her hips hypnotizing me with their sway. My mouth watered all over again, and I have to keep on wondering if I'll ever stop lusting after my little pixie. It doesn't seem likely, but it's not like I mind, either. Loving her is like nothing I've ever experienced before, and now that I know for sure it'll be forever, I can't keep the smile off of my face. I truly hope the soundproofing in this room holds, because I am far from being satisfied, and if these toys work the way I hope, there's going to be lots of screaming, swearing, panting, moaning and groaning for the next several hours. Oh, please, who am I kidding? It'll be seriously more like a few days, as much as I'm lusting after her. Hurry up, baby, I whine when she doesn't come back out of the closet for a little bit. Just what the hell is she doing in there? She walks out of the closet with a huge smile on her face and a duffel bag in her hand. This is heavy, sweetheart. Just how much did you and Rose spend? That's classified information and I'd have to kill you if I told you. So you spent a lot. She deadpanned. ×2, I answer her cheekily. She laughs as she sets the bag in front of me and smiles. Can I see? I nod. I'm eagerly waiting for her tea. Open the bag and start bringing out the treats. I rub my hands in anticipation and she smirks at me. Eager much, baby? I answer by wiggling my eyebrows and opening the zipper. It's sex with you. Hot sex with you. Hell, yes, I'm eager. Quote. She laughs at my silliness and I smile back at her. I'm so damn happy right now I could burst. I mean, don't get me wrong here. I'm not a damn sex addict or anything. What? I'm not. Seriously. Have you seen Alice? You'd act like a fool as well, and you'd so wanna tap that. Not that I would let you, mind you, I'm just saying. I pull out a few boxes and smile even bigger at her expression. She is so into this. I know that look, and it's telling me I should buckle up because it's going to get real bumpy, real soon. Oh, and I am in no way complaining. She TS grabbing boxes and looking at the pictures in front, her eyes darkening as she does. Nice choices, she says as she starts opening one particular box. I think so, too. I mean, some of these things will go to waste now. But we can use the majority of them. What do you mean? She frowns. Some of the things we got are edible, and I'm not going there. I already know it'll taste like crap. Stupid period, I mutter under my breath. Honey, don't be upset. I guess we can still use the warming oils and such, though. We don't have to taste them, but we could see if they make a difference. Let's leave those for later. I want to try other things first. Like what? This one, I say as I pull a strap on with a bright blue dildo out of a box. I definitely want to try this one, Allie. One of her eyebrows went up. You want to wear it or do you want me to? I looked at the toy in my hand, squeezing the soft gel shaft as my mind went into overdrive. I wasn't sure what I wanted first, but I knew I wanted to try both. I'm afraid to ask if Alice has any experience with this kind of thing, and I'd rather not find out at this point and psyche myself out. I can wear it first, she suggested softly as she took the toy from my hand and got up from the bed. Wanna help me put it on? She husked, and I took a shuddering breath as I turned towards her. Once I was sitting on the edge of the bed. She stood in front of me and put her legs through the straps. Rose and I had decided on this one in particular because it looked comfortable to wear, with straps going around each leg and the waist. I put my hands on Alice's waist and brought her closer to me. While she held it in place and played with the gel part, I adjusted the straps to her slight frame and tried to keep from slobbering all over myself. That would be so embarrassing. How do you want me? She asked as she wiggled a little and adjusted the straps to her liking. However you want, I whispered as she moved closer and I took one of her nipples in my mouth. What? It looked lonely all by itself and I just happened to be the one close to it. Bella, love, this is your first time using toys, so I'm happy with whatever you want. I just want to please you, she told me as she ran her fingers through my hair, pulling me closer to her while I played with her other nipple. I seriously don't care as long as you do it soon, I managed. Alice didn't say anything else, she just knelt between my legs, parted them and buried her face between them. Alice. The taste of her, the feel of her wetness and warmth against my is not something I'll ever get tired of. It didn't help my case that she would practically purr my name, or moan asking for more, or pant while trying to tell me how good it felt. My ego was close to bursting with pride because I knew just how good I was making my lover feel. Allie, I want you inside of me, she panted as she pulled at my hair. She didn't have to tell me twice. I got up and moved closer to the bed, pulling her closer to me by her waist. I looked down between our bodies and I moved my hips forward so the tip of the dildo was right against her entrance. I grabbed it and rubbed it up and down her wet slit while she moaned. Do you want the vibrating bullet on? I asked absent-mindedly while I watched what I was doing intently. Yeah, whatever, just do it soon, please, she begged. Jeed as her hips lifted seeking more friction. I grinned as I pushed my hips forward and the tip of the dildo entered her a little, making her gasp. I noticed her hands were grabbing onto the sheets. Her eyes were shut tightly and she was biting her lip as she waited. I didn't want to torture her more, so I twisted the top of the little bullet, got the vibration going to a nice hum and pushed forward little by little and watched in wonder while I buried myself into her all the way. Bella's eyes opened all of a sudden and I looked up when I noticed this. She was gasping my name over and over again as I began a slow, rocking rhythm within her, my hands on her hips keeping her in place as I moved. I winked at her and looked down again and I moved in and out of her enjoying what I was doing more than I had thought possible. Watching the dildo enter her over and over was doing funny things to me and the more I watched, the more I wanted, the faster I moved and the wetter I got. But I wanted her to feel even more. So I grabbed another box from the bed, tore it open, put the batteries in and turned it on within seconds. Bella watched in wonder as I directed the vibrator towards her clit. Oh, my God, Alice. That feels so fucking good, baby, she moaned when it made contact. Please don't stop. Like I would. I just smiled at her while my hips kept a steady rhythm and I moved the tip of the vibrator over Bella's swollen nub. Trying to extend the pleasure for as long as possible, I started running the vibrator around her belly, up her torso and towards her hardened nipples. Bella pulled her legs up from the floor, grabbed onto the back of her knees and spread herself further for me. I about lost it. Move faster, baby, she ordered me. Fuck, Bella, are you trying to kill me? Never. It just feels so good. You move so good inside of me, I want more. I grunted a response as I moved the tip of the vibrator back down to her hardened clit and grabbed onto her hip as I moved faster in and out of her. Had I been human, I would have been flushed and sweaty and she would be, too. My hips were moving a lot faster now as Bella continued to moan my name and asking me to move faster and deeper inside of her. Abandoning the vibrator, I pulled out of Bella and had her on all fours before she knew what hit her. Not missing a beat, I buried myself fully into her as she moaned low and deep in appreciation. I grabbed her waist with one hand, pulled on her hair with the other and fucked my Bella hard as she begged for more. I was going crazy with lust and I could feel the vibrating bullet doing a number on me. While I watched, Bella searched with one hand for the vibrator I had abandoned earlier, turned it on and started playing with herself. I moaned my approval and kept on moving and she pleasured herself. Moaning my name still and telling me how much she loved me and how much she wanted me. I want you to come for me, Bells. Oh, baby, I want to come for you, all over you. Then let it go. Come on, babe. Give me what I want, I begged as I managed to move faster and deeper inside of her. I let go of her hair and slapped her ass cheek as she grinded back against me. Oh, God, baby, I'm so close. She panted and then suddenly tensed up. Her entire body went rigid and she screamed my name as she started shaking. I moved in and out of her a little slower, but didn't stop right away. I wanted to extend her pleasure as much as I could. She pulled forward finally and collapsed on the bed with a satisfied sigh. Not wanting to miss any of it, I immediately took off the strap-on and lay down next to her. Pulling her body close to mine, kissing her shoulders as I did so. She turned her head and looked at me, a smile adorning her lips and her eyes bright and full of love. I put that smile and that love there and the satisfaction that gave me was something I would enjoy for the rest of my life. I would live to make her smile like that for the rest of time. Happy, love? I asked softly as I caressed her face. Incredibly so, all thanks to you, Allie. So how did you like the strap-on? She smiled again. I loved you using it. I don't know that it's something we'll use all the time. But I definitely liked it. So just on special occasions. Well, maybe a little more than that, but you know what I mean, she said with a wink. I do prefer your mouth and fingers on me, baby. I do as well, darling. Nothing like having my mouth on your clit. She looked so embarrassed for a moment I almost laughed as she buried her head on my neck. What is it? God, baby. Sometimes you say some things to me and I can't help but be embarrassed by them. You're so open and I'm still learning my way with all of this. I'm sorry. I never meant to offend you, I tell H. As I play with a strand of silky hair. She moved back and cupped my cheek with her fingers, a tender smile on her lips. You never offend me, Allie. I'm just getting used to things still and some of the things you say make me crazy. Not in a bad way, but it'll take me a bit of time to get used to your frankness. Should I stop? No. I want you to be you and I'll get used to it soon. I promise. Are you sure? I could tone it down. I'd rather you didn't. I do enjoy it and it makes me hot. It makes me want you even more than I already do. I had to smile at that. I can't help but love that she wants me so much and all the time. I feel exactly the same as she does. Bella. After resting for a little bit, I started kissing up and down the column of her neck. I loved the taste of her, the silkiness of her skin. And now it wasn't hard or cold anymore, but more of what I was used to as a human. Her scent was intoxicating to me and I couldn't stop licking her skin. My hands started roaming up and down her back, pulling her closer to me. Is it crazy that I want you again? I whispered in her ear as I nibbled on the lobe. I don't think so. I want you too, she whispered back as she arched into me. I kept on kissing down her neck, nipping at her skin as her hand played with my hair, keeping me close to her. I want to make love to you with the strap on, I husked. She shuddered and moved closer to me, seeking more contact. I want that as well, so much you have no idea. I'm dripping just thinking about having you inside of me, Bella. Oh, God, baby, it makes me crazy when you say things like that. It makes me crazy when I think about you moving in and out of me, of pleasuring me that way. Alice, I moaned. Make love to me, Bella. Before I could respond, she got up and grabbed my hand. I stood in front of her and watched as she grabbed the strap on and started helping me put it on. I adjusted the straps around my legs and waist while looking at her. Come here, I asked throatily. She came to me and I lifted her by the waist. After her legs were wrapped securely around my waist, I moved over to the wall and pressed her against it. I went for her neck again. Her hand pushed between our bodies, grabbing onto the dildo and lifting herself over it. Our eyes locked as she lowered herself over the tip, and her breathing increased. Oh, fuck, Bella, she moaned. Ed softly as my arms tightened around her and my hips buckled up. At first, we moved slowly, but as she kept panting my name over and over, our movements increased and I lost it. I pressed her against the wall and started pounding into her without mercy. Being gentle was no longer an option and I wanted her too much to go slow. Then it occurred to me that I wanted to see what we were doing, so I stopped moving and stared at her. What's wrong? Why did you stop moving, love? Alice frowned. I want to see us. Oh. I decided to move towards the bathroom, making sure to stay inside of her. My hands were on her ass, keeping her close to me. The moment I saw us in the mirror, I almost lost it. I'd never done this with her before and it was fucking sexy. We look damn good, baby, I told her. I stood sideways with her and we both faced the mirror. We do, she told me as she started moving up and down again, grinding herself into me as her arms went around my neck and our eyes met in the mirror. I twist around again and press her against the wall, all the while watching us move together. I press into her harder, move her hips faster and she drops her head to my shoulder as she pants my name over and over, begging me to make her come. I sneak a hand between our bodies and my fingers find her swollen clit. I press it between two of my fingers and she moans her approval. Sit on the floor or the edge of the whirlpool. Love, she manages to pant. I do so immediately. I lower us to the floor and she pushes me back. Before I can do anything else, she grabs my hands and pushes them up over my head and I am under her dominion now. She starts riding me hard and fast, her hips moving up and down on the shaft and all I can do is stare at her in wonder and lust. God, baby, you're so deep inside of me and it feels so damn good, she moans against my neck and I shudder. My hips buck up faster. Let me touch you, I beg. Mercifully, she lets go of my hands and I immediately cover her breasts with them. I knead the soft flesh and run my thumbs over her hardened nipples, enjoying her little moans the entire time I'm doing it. I raise my legs so she can lean back against them. Her head is thrown back as she rides me and I can tell by her body language that she's close. I decide to help because I can't wait to see her fall apart in my arms again. I run my hand down the middle of her chest slowly, my nails scratching her skin a little. I reach where our bodies meet and my fingers immediately locate her hardened nub and start rubbing softly while she moans deep in her throat and calls my name. The harder she rides me, the faster I move my fingers against her until she tenses all over and suddenly lets out this guttural cry that turns my world upside down and I tumble right along with her, crying out her name as waves of ecstasy run over me. She drops down to my chest, out of breath and trembling and I run my hands up and down her back in a soothing manner. I don't know exactly how long we lay on the bathroom floor, but it seems like a while before she lifts her head from my chest and smiles at me. A smile that makes her eyes shine brightly with love and I love her even more then. Tired yet, lover, she whispers and I smile. Not by a long shot, baby. There's plenty more in that bag I want to try. She chuckles at me. Like what? There are some handcuffs that we might be able to use if we pretend we don't have the strength to snap them apart with a tiny tug of our wrists. And then there are the silk scarves that we can also use to tie each other to the bedposts. I'd like to play more with that vibrator and there are these beads that looked kind of fun. She's full out laughing at me now as she sits up. However, the minute she does we both notice. I'm still buried deep inside of her and I lose my composure. By the look on her face, she won't mind delaying going back to bed for a bit, either. I grab onto her waist and flip us over so I'm laying over her and my hips immediately go to work. I'm moving in and out of her slowly while I watch her eyes darken for me. Her hands go to my ass and press me closer into her and I smile in response. I love you, Alice. I tell her as I lick her lips. Love you right back, darling. Now fuck me hard. Oh, yes, ma'am. And I do. For the rest of the night. And the next few days. By the time we make it out of the room, there isn't a toy we haven't used or a position we haven't tried. I think we might even need a new mattress and the bed frame needs to be adjusted and tightened. The recliner needs lacing and there might be a few broken tiles in the bathroom. Surprisingly, I've been able to go for a good 3 days without feeding when Alice finally points out that we should go out and do so. Esme, bless her heart, had a door built in the room that leads to the forest, so we use that instead of facing the family. After all of that loving, I don't want to face the family yet. I'm also a little tired after all of the activity, so I'd rather feed and then come back and shower before facing them. I'm sure Em and Jake are just dying to go at us with their silliness and I just need Alice to myself a little longer. God knows I might come back from feeding fully refreshed and ready to go a few more days. She seems to like that vibrator a lot, in more than one place, and I have to admit I love doing it with her. Yeah, I'm admitting it finally. I, Bella Swan, am addicted to sex with the most gorgeous little vampire you've ever seen. Not only do I adore Alice Cullen, I lust and pant for her like the horniest teen you've ever seen. Emmett and Rose have nothing on us. Did I tell you I love being a vampire and having Alice at my mate? Oh, I did. You'll have to forgive my repetitiveness. Half of my brain is fried due to so many amazing orgasms and the other half is lusting after my little pixie. Wonder how she feels about sex outdoors. Only one way to find out. I lift her over my back and open the door quietly. I take off running into the forest while she holds onto me and kisses my neck. Oh, yeah, we're so doing it in the forest. 2 months later. Bella. It's been a wild ride are the last few weeks of the summer break and I've been meeting a lot with Jake without the others' knowledge. If Alice found out what I was up to she'd probably kick my ass and she would have every right to do so. I mean, I was planning on coming out to my father for a second time. It was one thing when I told him I was gay and in love with Alice, but another entirely to tell him I was now a vampire and would live for eternity. Since Carlisle was right about the Volturi hunting us down if our secret got out, Jake and I had plotted on how to give Charlie enough hints to have him figure it out. He had even discussed it with his pack and with Billy and the tribe. No one cared that Charlie found out about the wolves since he was now dating Sue Clearwater and it seemed like the logical thing to do. He knew them all well and everyone figured he had a right to know since things with Sue looked to be getting serious. I wanted nothing more than to see him happy with a woman that could truly love him and appreciate him for the good man he was. So far, Billy had given him the book I had read all that time ago that helped me in figuring out what Edward was. Billy and Sue had also been telling H.I.M. more stories of their tribe and Charlie seemed quite interested in the tales. He was a smart man and I was counting on him being able to figure most of this out on his own. I know you're wondering why I didn't tell Alice or the others. I guess if things went wrong, I could be blamed and no harm would come to the Cullens. She would be beyond pissed, but I loved her too much to get her in trouble with Arrow and his court. I would not put any of them in a compromising position. I would deal with Alice's wrath later if need be. I knew for a fact that Charlie had been reading the book the week before and we were all planning a campfire on the beach with the elders and the pack. It had been decided that if Charlie had figured some of the details out, Jake would turn into Dakota to demonstrate what they could do. He said he would still do it even if Charlie had not figured things out just to speed things along. Alice knew I was going with them tonight, but since everything involved the pack, she could not tell what we were up to. If there was one thing I loved about my little pixie it was the liberty she gave me. She didn't question me when I wanted to spend time at La Push, nor did she resent my time with Jake and the pack. Nothing had changed much since my transformation and since my control was still remarkable, I had been able to see Charlie after a month of being changed. He did comment on my pale skin. But the contacts hid the color of my eyes and we blamed the color of my skin to spending time in Europe where it was colder and not sunny. Jake and Seth were constantly at Cullen's mansion and Esme just loved having them around so she could cook for them and mother them to death. Jake and Seth loved the attention and the company. Emmett did as well since he had willing partners to play with him for hours on end. Surprisingly, Rose and Jake started bonding over cars and even got his rabbit all hooked up, as they like to say. So all in all, my life was wonderful. Edward had basically taken off after our fight and had decided to take time for himself abroad. No one knew for sure where he was or what he was doing, but he called his parents dutifully and they seemed appeased by that. I couldn't really care less if he came back or not, and I think most of the family missed him but preferred that he was gone for the time being since he was too stubborn for his own good. I had felt guilty at first. But Carlisle and Esme had taken me aside and made me understand that he was responsible for his actions, an adult, and he needed to grow up and learn to be accepting. After that, my guilt went away. Alice couldn't be a more perfect partner in every single way. I'd never felt so loved and cared for since I had decided to be with her. She showed me her love in so many ways I had no doubt it was the forever kind. It was to the point that I was contemplating the idea of marriage for the first time in my life. I've been looking into it when I was with Jake Sin. I didn't want her to know, and I knew we could fly to Canada and marry legally there. The more I thought about it, the more the idea appealed to me. Jake was all for it and I was just waiting for the right time to discuss it with the family before talking to her about it. I knew I would be with her forever, but I would not mind seeing my ring on her finger. If that doesn't tell you how in love I was with my little star. Nothing ever would. But back to Charlie and tonight. Alice and Rose went out shopping and to catch a film both of them had been dying to see, so I was at Jake's planning the last of the details. Charlie was due to arrive in about an hour and Sue was over getting things ready for a fish fry they wanted to have before heading down to the beach. So we're ready to do this, right? Jake asked me. Yeah, I want him to know because I can't keep hiding. Before long he will notice I'm not aging, and wearing the contacts when he's around make my eyes burn. It's uncomfortable as hell. I hear you. I think he'll be okay with it. Sue's going to be there to take care of him when he freaks. I mean, he's either going to faint or blow a gasket. I'm thinking he'll do both. I paced up and down his living room with a frown on my face. Jake, what if it's too much for my old man and he ends up in the hospital with heart failure? Bells, I don't think that would happen. Read the book because he's been asking Sue questions about it. He's an intelligent man and I think he's probably figured most of it by now. He just needs solid proof to be sure. It still worries me. Hey, we don't have to do this. Hell, I don't want to be near Shorty when she finds out we did this. That is going to be one annoyed little vampire and you're not going to get any for a long time. Jake, you know it's true, Bells. Shut up. Oh my god, I don't think I could stand her being mad at me for more than a day. It would seriously kill me. I couldn't keep the horror I felt out of my tone and he got up from the couch and hugged me. Shorty could never be mad at you for long. She loves you too much, Bells. I sure as hell hope you're right. I think I know her enough to know that for sure. I've never seen Alice keep a grudge. She refuses to speak to Edward still. Well, hell, Bells. No one blames her for that. He's an asshole and who wants to associate with those. She has my full support there. I know. I sat down next to him and he put his arm around my shoulder, pulling me to him. Look, Bella, it's going to be alright. Charlie is stronger than you give him credit for and he's going to be surprised at first, but then he'll deal with it. He's going to eventually come to his senses and marry Sue, which means his stepkids will be wolves. He has to know regardless, so it might as well be tonight. You're right. I sighed and leaned against him. It was going to be one hell of a night, of that I was positive. Alice. I know she's up to something, Rose. They've been saying that for a couple of weeks now, Alice. What makes you think that? We were driving back to Forks after having spent most of the day in Seattle. We had shopped to our heart's content, we had seen a movie and we had even managed to go hunting for a little bit. It had been the perfect day of sisterly bonding, but throughout the entire day, I kept thinking something was going on with love of my life and she was keeping me in the dark. I know my Bella, Rose, and she's hiding something from me. Something like what? That's the damn thing, I can't figure it out. I keep looking into the future. But I don't get anything. That means she's doing whatever it is with the damn mutts. Since when are they mutts? Rose asked me with a smirk. Since they are fucking up my visions. Ella uses that to her advantage like a sneaky devil and there isn't a damn thing I can do about it. It might have something to do with you, a surprise of some kind. Why are you assuming this is a bad thing? It's just my gut feeling. She's been seeing Charlie a lot, too, and it worries me that she might slip and he'll notice something is totally different. And she's been going down to the reservation a lot more than usual. So I'm thinking she's either planning on telling Charlie what's going on without us knowing or getting tired of being with me all the time, I confessed in a small voice. Alice, now you're being completely ridiculous. That silly girl lives to love you. She would never be bored or tired of you. Stop being so insecure. Do you really think so? Really, Alice? You're seriously asking me that question? I had the decency to look down. Shame was clearly visible on my face and I didn't want to show it to her. I guess I'm being silly. You're being daft and it doesn't suit you at all, Pixie. Bella loves you, and if she is planning to tell her dad what's going on, it might ease things a bit and she will be able to spend more time with him. He's dating the mother of 2 wolves. So that has to come up soon as well. Might as well tell him the truth all at once so it's one big hit instead of 2. That still doesn't make me feel better. What if Charlie's heart can't take it? It might be too much of a shock, I insisted worriedly. From what I know of Chief Swan, he is an intelligent man with a strong character. He's not going to die of a heart attack. He'll probably be surprised and it will come as a shock to him, but I think, once he has time to process things, he'll deal with it just fine. When he found out about you and Bella he was cool with it right away, and he had figured it out before you guys told him. He might know something is different about us and the wolves for all we know. You might be right about that. Before I could continue, my phone rang and I saw that it was Bella. By my smile, Rose knew who it was, too. See, she misses you. I smiled at her and answered the call. Hey, darling. Hi, baby. How was your trip? Wonderful. We shopped like crazy and saw the movie. I'm glad you had fun. What are you up to? I'm at Jake's. Sue is preparing a fish fry and Charlie is due any minute. Then we're going to the beach for a bit. To do a bonfire and the elders will tell their tales of the tribe. Oh, sounds like fun. I guess I won't see you until much later tonight, huh? As much as I tried, I couldn't keep my tone of voice happy and I'm sure she noticed. Aw, baby girl, I'll be home before you know it. I've already gone a whole day without seeing you. I pouted and ignored Rose as she rolled her eyes. I miss you, too, baby. Do you want me to come home instead and spend time with you? I felt ashamed of my neediness because I knew she would drop everyone and come straight home if I asked her to. I wasn't about to become some possessive girlfriend that had to have her glued to my side at all times. I refused to act like Edward used to. And I loved her even more for wanting to please me. No, darling, you enjoy your time with Charlie and your friends. I'll be busy putting things away and I'll just see you when you get home. No need to hurry, either. Are you sure? Very sure, sweetheart. Okay. I have to go, though. Since everyone is getting here and I have to figure out what to tell Charlie when he asks why I'm not eating. Honey, just tell him you were too hungry to wait and Sue fed you earlier. She chuckled. I don't know what I would do without you, baby. Don't worry, you'll never have to find out. I'm counting on that. Love you. Love you, too, sweetheart. Have fun and I'll see you soon. Bye, baby. I hung up the phone and looked at Rose. I still think something's going on, Rose. It's my gut feeling. Bella is up to something. I sighed and leaned my head back. Closing my eyes, I prayed that she wasn't about to get into major trouble. Bella. After lying to Charlie about eating prior to his getting there, the rest of them ate while I watched TV in the living room. I could hear them talking about the legends of the wolves and the tribe, and from the tone of Charlie's voice, I could tell he was genuinely interested in the ancestors of his girlfriend's people, which was actually kind of cute to watch. I knew he was interested in her because he'd even asked Alice for advice on new clothes and where to take Sue for a date. You know Alice, she had him in the car in no time and a shopping spree followed. Including a trip to the barber shop. Now he had a closet full of new clothing that made him look younger and hipper, a shorter cut, and she had even talked him into getting a new truck since she had mentioned taking Sue on a date in the cruiser was a big no-no. Needless to say, by the time it was all said and done, he was exhausted but a huge grin was on his face. I had waited for them at his house with Sue, and when they got back, the matching grin on her face said it all. She more than approved of the changes and the new Ford F-150 he came in with, not to mention the huge bouquet of wild flowers her handed her. She thanked him by kissing the hell out of him, which scarred me for life, but since he was happy, I moved on. The smile on Alice's face was priceless, as well. And she looked so damn proud of herself I couldn't help myself and kissed her as well while my dad was busy kissing his own girlfriend. Nothing like bonding time, But back to the present. I could tell dinner was over and dishes were being done. Jake came out a moment later and sat next to me. Ready? He asked as he patted my knee affectionately. As ready as I'll ever be. I'm worried about Alice, though. I think she knows something's going on. Why do you say that? A gut feeling I have. I'm sure she can tell when I'm lying to her, and she knows spending time with you messes up her visions. I've been doing it on purpose and I think she's aware of that. Did she mention something? No, and she won't. She's too supportive for that. Not to mention she trusts me more than she should. I was feeling ashamed of myself and he could tell. Bella, if you want to, we could call them and invite them over. Really? Yes. I think we should tell Charlie about the wolves and tea. He vampire legends being true, and then when he calms down, we can call them and have Dad and Carlisle chat with him a while about it. That way, if Arrow was to find out your father knows, they weren't here when he was told. I think it would work. I like the idea. Let's get this over with so I can call her. Give Carlisle a heads up before we leave so he makes sure everyone is at home and ready to head this way when you call. Okay. I'll go outside and call him. So that's what I did an hour ago, and now we're down at the beach, the campfire is roaring, and the elders just finished their tale. Charlie is sitting there as awe, and I figure now is the time to tell him, so I nod at Billy. It's all true, Charlie. Charlie frowns a little at him. You mean to tell me you turn into a wolf when there's a full moon, old man? No, you fool. That's just in the movies. Our people are shapeshifters. The chosen ones can turn into wolves at will, and they form a pack with an alpha that guides them. They can communicate with their minds when in wolf form. Are you telling me there is a pack of wolves in your tribe right now? He asked aghast, and Sue put her hand on his knee supportively. That is what I'm telling you, Charlie. Charlie scratched the back of his neck in confusion and awe. But if I remember correctly, the legend says the wolves only appear if there is a threat of the cold ones. Are vampires, from what I've been told. Are you seriously telling me there are vampires too? I saw Sue squeeze his knee and smile at him. Honey, there are many things in this world that are true and not pure legend. Vampires and wolves being two of them. So you're saying there is a coven of vampires living in Forks? By his tone, it was clear he was having trouble digesting the information he was being given. Yes, there is a coven living on the outskirts of town. I could tell he was close to figuring this out, but he also looked sort of furious. Wait a damn minute. All the killings and disappearances were caused by this coven. And that's why the wolves came back. Did you kill them all? Everyone exchanged glances around. Jake spoke next. Charlie, the coven we have living here is what would be called vegetarians. They don't feed on humans, but animals. At first we thought they were the problem, but we're actually allies with them now and worked together to get rid of the vampires that were causing all the havoc. Oh, sweet Jesus, it's the Cullens, isn't it? He asked as he glared at me. Yes, Charlie, the Cullens are the vampire coven that make Forks their home, Billy confirmed. Charlie shook his head in disbelief and looked over at Jake. When you say we, does that mean you're a wolf, Jake? Jake looked at me and I nodded. Billy did the same. Jake faced my father. I'll just show you. Excuse me a second. Before anyone could blink, Jake undid his jean shorts, took off his sneakers and dropped his pants when he was a little ways from us in the light of the fire. A moment later, his entire body started shaking, and the next thing you knew, Dakota stood before us. Charlie let out a curse word I'd never heard him use and literally fell backwards from the log he was sitting on. Sue was immediately at his side as I sent a quick, one-word message and walked over to Jake. Bella, Charlie screamed as he tried to get up and come to rescue me, get away from it. It's going to kill you. Dakota won't harm me in any way, I said as I reached Jake and put my arm around his thick neck. He nuzzled my head with his nose and my hand came up to pat his muzzle. Dakota is my friend and protector. Charlie just stood there, and moments later we all turned at the sound of running footsteps coming closer. Seconds later, the Cullens were at our side, Alice's arm going around my waist immediately. I leaned over and kissed her cheek. Hi, baby girl, I whispered to her. Don't you baby girl me, Bella Swan. You have plenty of explaining to do when we get home, she whispered back. At least she kissed my cheek when she was done speaking, so I knew I was in trouble, but would live to tell about it. I will. I looked over at Charlie, who was standing there, pale as a sheet while Sue held his hand and talked to him softly. He shook his head and let go of her hand as he started walking over to me. Bella, is there something you need to tell me as well? He asked in a voice I didn't recognize. I couldn't tell if he was more hurt or angry at me. I felt Alice's arm tighten protectively against my waist and Jake moved closer to me. Neither action was lost on C. Harley and then the rest of the pack got up, changed before his eyes and moved to stand by all of us. Charlie stopped moving and just stood there, his jaw hanging open, his eyes about to pop out of eye sockets and unable to utter a single word. Sue, bless her heart, was once again at his side, trying to talk to him. Billy wheeled his chair next to Charlie and also spoke to him. We all waited for his reaction. Depending on it, I would have a father or I would be disowned. I'd rather he be angry, but talk to me eventually. I leaned against Alice for support and waited for him to speak again. This is some crazy shit and I don't even know what to fucking think right now, he finally yelled while looking right at me. Are you a vampire? He screamed even louder. I simply nodded. I was afraid the words would not come. His face got so red I thought for sure he would pass out. I can't fucking believe this. Renee is going to kill me when she finds out. That's what he's worried about. Well, hell, I don't know my father as much as I thought. I thought for sure he'd start blaming the Cullens for changing me, but no, he was worried about my mother. Go fucking figure. I'm not going to tell her this. This is all on you, he said while pointing a finger at me and then running a hand over his face. Next thing I see is Billy passing him a flask which he took gratefully and took a long sip. He gasped a little when it burned his throat, but took another sip and then another. No one tried to stop him and Sue was just rubbing his back. As if remembering she was there, he turned to her. Then to the rest of the people still sitting around the fire before his eyes widened again. He peered closely at the pack before turning to her again. You mean to tell me my step-kids are wolves and my daughter is a vampire? Sue took a deep breath and nodded while trying to contain a smile. I heard Billy chuckle and then my father glared at him, which only made him laugh harder. Welcome to the real world, Charlie Swan. He guffawed and took the flask from him and took a sip as well. I need a moment, Charlie said and walked away from the group in the direction of the water. I looked at Bill, Lee and Sue and she started pushing Billy's chair to follow Charlie. Carlisle stepped up to them and took the chair from Sue. We all turned and watched as they followed Charlie and disappeared in the darkness. In the next few minutes, the pack was back in their human forms and dressed and we all sat around the fire one more time. I pulled Alice between my legs and held her close to me. Do you think he'll speak to me again after tonight? Baby. She could hear the sadness in my voice and leaned closer to me, her arms covering mine around her waist. I think that once Dad, Billy and Sue talk to him and he has time to calm down, he'll be okay. He's actually taking this well enough, considering all he found out tonight. A lesser man would have either died of heart failure or lost his mind. I hope he doesn't change his mind about Sue now. She's really good for him and having wolves as kids isn't that bad. I'm sure Esme would be willing to teach him a thing or two since she's basically adopted Jake and Seth. I don't think he'll change his mind. He's a smart man and he's in love with her. I can see it in his eyes and his words tonight proved it. He called Seth and Leah his step-kids. We're all going to be related soon enough. That's a positive way of thinking about it, love. We have to be positive. How mad at me are you? I asked her timidly, afraid of the answer. Honey, I know you so well that I knew you were keeping something important from me, but I figured you had your reasons. I won't lie to you, it hurts me that you couldn't come to me with this. I sighed because I hated hurting her. I kissed her neck once. Allie, I did it to protect you and our family. It might sound lame, but it's the truth. If Arrow and the Volturi find out about this, it's all on me and none of you knew about it beforehand. So none of you can be blamed for any of it. I'm sorry I hurt you, baby, but I wanted to keep you safe. Silly Bella, don't you know by now that where you go I'll always follow? You are my mate and I don't want there to be any secrets between us. We have to trust each other. I do trust you, baby. It was never about trust, but me trying to protect you. I don't need protection. I need you to come to me when things like this happen. Otherwise, what is the point of being together? It's not all about happiness and laughter, sweetheart, we have to share our problems and issues as well. I thought about her words for a few minutes in silence and I realized she was right about everything she had said. I tightened my arms around her petite form and brought her even closer to me. You're right and I'm sorry, Alice. I promise you it won't ever happen again. She turned her head back and I kissed her softly. Since we had lots of company, I kept it mild and moved my head back. I love you more than I'll ever be able to show you, baby. I love you, too, sweetheart. Always will. And just like that, we were back to being us. Another hour passed in silence. As we waited for Charlie and company to come back, the rest of the elders had gone home and just the pack and the Cullens remained around the campfire. I was getting worried now, but a bit later we saw them coming back. Charlie had his arm around Sue's shoulder and she had hers around his waist while Carlisle pushed Billy's chair. When they got closer to us, Charlie looked up and just stared at me for a full minute. I nudged Alice a little and stood up when she moved to my side. "Dad, are you happy?" His question floored me and for a moment I could not speak. I suddenly felt Alice's tiny hand holding mine and I smiled gratefully at her and then I looked back at my father. "Yes, I am. I've never been happier. And this is the life you chose for yourself, willingly. No one pushed you towards the decision. It's all on me because they fought me about it every step of the way. However, Alice is my soulmate and I could not fathom getting older and not being able to be with her. I asked her to change me. Did you want to change before? When you were with Edward?" I cringed at his question, but answered him honestly. "Yes, even back then. When I thought I was in love with him, I figured I wanted to be with him forever. But then Alice happened. The love I felt for him is nothing compared to the love I feel for her, and that's when I knew for sure this was the only life I could live." "You sound so sure of yourself I don't even recognize you, Bells." "I know, Dad. I guess I matured more since they came into my life. But don't doubt for a moment that I'm not happy. I guess you truly do love her." "I do. More than I could ever tell you with plain words, Dad. There's only one thing that would make me happier, but that's probably for later on." "What would that be?" he asked me curiously. "If she'll have me, I want to marry Alice someday. That would complete my happiness and I would consider myself the luckiest woman in the world." The word stunned wouldn't even begin to cover it. The silence that descended on the beach was unbelievably loud and I waited for someone to react. I hadn't meant to just throw that out there, since I had wanted to talk to Carlisle and Esme first. But there it was, and no way in hell would I take it back. I wanted to marry Alice Cullen and I was not ashamed to admit it. Alice. If my heart had still been beating, it would have surely stopped. If my lungs had been working, they would have collapsed. As it was, I felt paralyzed. Never, not even in my wildest dreams, had it occurred to me that Bella would want to marry me. For as long as I had known her, she had been appalled at the idea of marriage, something that had irritated Edward to no end. So not only had she given me all of herself, virginity included, she now wanted to make me her wife. And you know what? Until this very moment, until she had said it out loud, it hadn't occurred to me that I wanted to marry her more than I wanted anything else in my life. There would be no waiting on this. There would be no couple of years of engagement before we married. She would be my wife by the end of the year if I had any say in the matter. But before the planning began, I should let her know I was all for the idea, since she was looking at me, terror-filled eyes waiting for my reaction. I smiled at her and cupped her cheek tenderly. "You want to marry me?" I whispered. "More than anything, I want you to be my wife because I will never love another as much as I love you, Alice Cullen. So yes, if you'll have me, I want nothing more than to make you my wife." Oh, what do I do to let her know I'm on board for this new adventure? The usual. I squealed like a little girl and jumped into her waiting arms, my legs going around her waist as I peppered her face and mouth with kisses. She laughed at me as the tension around us broke and held me closer. "Is that a yes? Silly Bella. That's a hell yes, darlin'," I told her before I kissed her like I wanted, mindless of the people surrounding us. "Bella, we're back home now, in bed, very naked and satisfied for the moment." After my outburst, Alice saying yes, and us having to calm Charlie down, we finally called it a night. We had to remind him I would be this age for the rest of my life, so it didn't matter if I married young. I would forever be young and a legal adult, so I didn't need anyone's approval, not that I said that to him. Alice and I agreed to go see him the next day and have a chat, and then we came home, and the moment we were through the doors of our room, we were tearing each other's lots off and devouring each other with so much lust and passion it didn't last long, so we did it 3 more times, each taking longer than the previous. "Are you truly happy with me, sweetheart?" I frowned at her. "Why are you asking something that you should know by now? Do I not show you enough how happy I am? I just want to make sure this is beyond a doubt what you desire." "How mad is Esme?" Likely to get if I beat the answer into your brain. She had the gall to chuckle. She'd be a little pissed since I'm the littlest one. Also the most conniving and sneaky, so she might forgive me if I plead my case. I can tell her you drove me to temporary insanity because you didn't believe my love for you was the forever kind. She cupped my cheek and kissed my lips softly. Ah, baby, it's not that I don't believe you. I know you love me, but you don't have to marry me to prove it to me. I know the idea of marriage is sort of repulsive to you. That statement was true in the past, I won't deny it. But then you came along and made me see that with the right person, marriage works. I know I'm going to love, adore and desire you, and only you, for the rest of eternity. With you, marriage makes sense. Like it does with Carlisle and Esme or Emmett and Rose. Like it will for Charlie and Sue. I want to be your wife more than anything. Tears filled her beautiful amber eyes and I couldn't help but lean closer and kiss her. It was a soft kiss, unhurried and sweet, filled with promises of tomorrow and wishes and desires to make each other happy. I pulled back and cupped her face while I got lost in her eyes. Nothing in this world, no one, is more important to me than you are, Alice Cullen. I gave you my heart and my soul, and I know the best thing I've ever done in my life is to fall in love with you. You truly make me happy, and you make my heart fly and my dreams come true. You complete me in ways I didn't know were possible. You make me laugh and you make me so happy, Somit. I even pinch myself to make sure I'm not dreaming. And when you make love to me, it's the most sublime experience in the world. You make me feel beautiful and wanted. You make me feel sexy and desirable. You melt my bones with one kiss and heat up my blood with a single touch. My heart doesn't have to beat to belong to you. Do you see now why I must marry you? Do you understand that my life is meaningless without you? Marriage to you is the greatest idea I've even had, baby, and no one can change my mind about it. I truly and hopelessly love you. She took a shuddering breath and let it out slowly. Oh, Bella, you truly know how to make me soar with your words. I've never doubted your love or commitment to me, and it will make me happy and proud to be your wife. I want nothing more and to wear your ring and have the world know I belong to you and only you. The day you came into my life, so did true love and I'll never regret a single thing that's happened between us. Call me selfish if you will. But I would have moved heaven and earth to make you mine, even when I knew others would be hurt. I loved you that much. I love you even more now and I plan on showing you every day just how devoted I am to you, to us. Alice, I whispered softly as I captured her sweet lips in another kiss. 1 year later. Alice. I called the family into the living room to tell them about a vision I just had. Bella bounds into the room and right into my arms, kissing me like she hasn't seen me in weeks, when in fact we were just cuddling in bed an hour ago. I'm not complaining, mind you, I'm kissing her back with abandon when we hear a few throats being cleared. We break apart and smile sheepishly at the rest of our family and Bella pulls me over to our recliner and sits, pulling me onto her lap. We've been married for 6 months now, and you'd think we'd cool off by now. You would be very wrong. Every day that passes we seem to love and desire each other more. We can barely keep our hands off of each other. To the point that we're worse than Rose and Emmett. Thankfully, our family is supportive and don't mind it at all. Carlisle and Esme confessed to acting the same when they RST got together and they're still loving with each other, so that gives us hope that our love and affection will never wane. Alice, did you have a vision? Carlisle asks when we're all gathered around. Edward is coming home and he's not alone. The silence that follows is expected as each of them digests the news. Carlisle and Esme exchange a look and I'm a little confused. I expected more happiness to reflect on their eyes. But all I see is worry. Emmett is cracking his knuckles as Rosalie rubs his back in soothing circles. She doesn't look that happy herself. My Bella seems tense. When will they get here? Carlisle asks me after several minutes of edgy silence. This evening from what I can tell. I haven't seen the other person, but I guess it's a woman by the name of Tracy. Have you seen how the visit goes, dear? Esme wonders. I didn't get a lot on the vision. He just made the decision to come by and say hello. Nothing else has been decided so I can't tell you much. He seems happy, though. So I hope that means the past year has served him well. Well, all I'm going to say is if he comes here and starts bothering you and Bella, I will forget he's my brother and I will beat him to a pulp. I'm tired of his ass. Emmett boomed. Calm down, babe, Rosalie cooed. I'm sorry, Rosie, but if he comes looking for trouble, trouble is going to bite him in the ass. I won't let in. Don't bother Bella and Alice or mess with our family. He decided to leave and I hope he changed his mind about them because if he hasn't, Jake and I will be ready to rumble. Bella giggled behind me and I smiled. She loved Emmett and he loved her like a little sister and protected her as such. Rose was smiling as well. I turned to look at Carlisle and Esme and they had amused looks on their faces. And then it finally dawned on me. Our family supported us above anything, even Edward, and I had never felt so loved and protected in my entire life. As I cuddled back into Bella's arms, I felt a sense of security and love that only family and loved ones can provide. No matter what the visit was like, no harm would come to me or my wife because we had a lot of people ready to defend us. It was the best feeling in the world and I know Bella felt the same since her body was relaxed completely. We should probably go hunting just so we're all relaxed for this visit, Carlisle finally suggested. Bella, you might want to call Jake and tell him to come over with Seth. I'm not expecting any trouble, but just in case, I want them here. Bella nodded as she took out her iPhone and walked towards the back porch. I followed behind her so we could take off to go hunting right after. Her conversation was brief and Jake and Seth would be by in a couple of hours, giving us time to hunt and Esme to cook for them. They'd taken to calling her Mama C, and she loved it. By the time evening rolled around, everyone was gathered in the living room. Jake and Seth had feasted on spaghetti and meatballs and ate a whole chocolate cake. They were currently playing with Emmett some new game that had come out. Rose was reading a car magazine and Bella and I were cuddling in our chair. They're here, I whispered so low. Only the ones in the living room would hear me. I could see everyone tensing up right before there was a tentative knock on the door. Taking a deep breath, Esme got up, but Carlisle put his hand on her arm to stop her. I'll get it, darling. He walked over to the door and we watched. Esme stayed standing, smiled at all of us in turn, and then turned towards the door. I could see he tension in her body and wanted to kick Edward's ass for coming back and ruining the peace we had all found. If he so much as made a derogative comment to any of my family members, especially my wife, I would seriously hurt him. Bella. I watched as Carlisle opened the door and tightened my arms around Alice. She was sitting sideways on my lap, her head resting on my shoulder. I had both of my arms wrapped protectively around her waist and her arms were around my neck. She dropped a quick kiss on my neck as the door was opened. I felt her tense against me when Carlisle stepped outside instead of letting them in. Esme frowned a little, but waited like the rest of us. We couldn't hear a thing, which meant Carlisle was keeping it below a whisper. I wondered what was going on, but figured Carlisle was doing his part to keep the peace. A few minutes later, the door opened again and they walked in. I heard Alice's surprised gasp when we saw Tracy. I understood the surprise. Tracy was a guy. One that was standing closer than usual to Edward and who looked more than nervous. Edward seemed tense to me as his eyes were running over each of us. Then they focused on the sapphires and diamonds band on my ring finger. Then on Alice's rubies and diamonds band, and his eyebrows rose a bit. It was barely discernible, but since I was watching him closely, I noticed. He knew we had married, because Carlisle had told him. But he had never gotten invited to the wedding. Like we would be so stupid. And I begged him in my mind to make one stupid comment just so I could get up and beat his ass again. One comment is all it would take. Hello, everyone. It's nice to see you all again after so long, he said softly and actually sounded sincere. There were a few murmured hellos back, but no one say meant to be welcoming considering how things had been when he left. Look, I didn't come back to cause any trouble. I came to apologize and make amends, and to beg you all to take me back. We all watch. Head intently as Tracy put his hand on Edward's shoulder and gave it a gentle squeeze. I looked over at Jake and as if sensing my gaze, he looked at me with raised eyebrows. Pansy. I mouthed at him. Sure as hell looks like it. He mouthed back. Holy shit. I mouthed again, wide-eyed. He sniggered and I tried to contain my own giggle when Alice looked at us and frowned. We think Tracy is gay. I whispered in her ear so low only she would be able to hear me. Her eyebrows shot way up as she looked at me and then at Jake, who was nodding like an idiot. Rosalie noticed our exchange and raised an eyebrow in question. Tracy is a pansy. I mouthed to her and she looked shocked as well. We all turned back to Edward and his companion, looks of interest in our faces, as we tried to make sense of what was going on. Then Alice stiffened in my lap and went into another one of her visions. She wasn't out long, and when she snapped out of it, she turned to me, a look of incredulity on her face. "You're right," she mouthed. "He and Edward are together." "Holy shit," I said too loud and covered my mouth with a hand, but everyone had already turned to look at us. "Figures. Something wrong, sweetheart?" Esme asked me lovingly. Was all I could come up with in my shocked state. "Everything is fine, Mom, just something I saw." "Oh, Alice, always saving my ass. Is it a wonder why I love her as much as I do?" "Care to share?" Carlisle asked and I felt her stiffen. "I'm sorry, Dad, but it's not my place to say anything," she told him as she glared at Edward. "I can tell you right now what she's thinking. After all that bastard put us through, he goes and falls for a guy himself. How ironic is that? I mean, seriously, what the fuck? I should get up and beat him again. I should have known when he cted all cold towards me and never wanted to go beyond a few chaste kisses. He wasn't kissing what he liked. And then he was acting all hurt when I broke up with him, trying for months to get me to go back to him and do the right thing. What a fucking nerve. If this doesn't beat it all so far, I don't know what will," I said out loud and everyone turned to look at me. I just looked at Edward and noticed how he stiffened. "You might as well tell them about your little secret. Ironic, isn't it, Eddie boy? I guess perversion runs in the family." I had the satisfaction of seeing him swallow hard. Good. I didn't want to make anything easy for him. I was still mad at his sparkly ass for everything he put us through. "What secret is she talking about?" Carlisle asked as he turned towards Edward. Tracy moved instinctively closer to Edward and that wasn't lost on anyone, either. I saw Esme's eyes narrow as she played with the pendant on her gold chain. Carlisle put his arm around her and she leaned into him. "How long have you been with Tracy, Edward?" She deadpanned. Edward had the decency to look stunned. 6 months. When Mom says been, does that mean you've turned gay? Because if it does, I might just have to kick your sorry ass for everything you put Bella Bear and Alice through, Emmett said in a voice so slow it was scary as all hell. "Did I mention I also adore my big brother?" "Now wait a minute." Tracy finally spoke. "No one is beating my baby as long as I'm here. No problem there, bro. Just step outside and we'll tell you when you can come back in." "It shouldn't take us long," Jake said. "Gotta love Teen Wolf." I sniggered behind Alice and I felt her chuckling as well. "Oh, revenge, how sweet thou art. Edward, Tracy, my study. Now." Carlisle walked in that direction knowing full well he would be followed. Edward took Trace's hand, laced their fingers, took one more look at us, and then followed Carlisle. They weren't gone long before we all burst out laughing. Even Esme joined in. "I mean, seriously, how the hell did this happen? Edward is a fucking pansy." Emmett boomed and we all laughed harder because we knew they could hear us. "All this shit with Bella and Alice and he goes and falls in love with some guy." "Emmett," Esme tried to reprimand him between bouts of laughter. "Language. We should have figured this out a long time ago. For God's sake, he hardly ever touched me." Alice actually growled. "That's a good thing." "Oh, I know, baby, I could. I'm all yours now." "Damn right you are," she said with a nod. "Just like I'm all yours." "Oh, here we go with the sugar high," Rosalie commented with a smile. We kept joking and fooling around for a good hour. Just when we were getting bored of waiting, Carlisle walked back to the living room followed by a very subdued Edward. What followed was a series of apologies to all of us individually, but I won't bore you with the details. Since we'd had a good laugh already, we decided to forgive him and take him back. I mean, he was an asshole, but he was family still. Can you seriously tell me you don't have assholes in your family you'd like to get rid of but know you'll never be able to? Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm sure we'd have plenty of fun with him for a while, though, even if we found it in our hearts to forgive him. It's the least he deserved. After the apologies were said and accepted, he went on to tell us about his travels, how he had met Tracy, how things has slowly developed with them, and how life had taught him a lesson in humility and he had finally grown up. Well, thank you, Tracy. For fucking him and making him see reason, I wanted to shout with glee, but bit my tongue. Really, Edward? It took a dick to make you see reason. Wow, that was harsh, even if it's him, so I'll stop now. Tracy seemed like a decent enough guy. They planned on traveling for a while longer, but would stay for a few weeks so we could get to know him. Esme seemed pleased with the idea of having the entire family around for a while and asked Alice to call Jasper so he and Kate could come down for a couple of weeks too. Later that night, I was lying in Alice's arms, my favorite place to be. We were in our bedroom. Soft music playing and candles flickering in the semi-darkness. It was perfect. Interesting day, love, I said as my fingers traced her abs softly. Alice naked in C&L. Elite was a sight to behold and one I enjoyed immensely. If that isn't an understatement, I don't know what is, sweetheart. It never would have occurred to me that he would go that route. But it makes sense. He probably knew all along but never wanted to accept it. I seriously think most homophobics are gays in denial. Interesting observation. Well, why else would they be so hateful unless they wanted the same and are too afraid or ashamed to go for it? Society and our parents really do a number on us when we're growing up. Instead of teaching tolerance and acceptance, they just want to keep living in the dark ages and be all Puritan and shit. Seriously, there is nothing wrong with living your life as you see fit and letting others do the same without judging and being complete assholes when you do something they don't agree with. Like politicians that make their entire platforms on denying gays their rights during the day and at night or on all fours while some handsome and fabulous man fucks them from behind. It's all bullshit. Wow, baby, you feel really strongly about this, she said with a smile. Well, love is love, right? Doesn't matter if it's a man and a woman, two women or two men. People of different races and cultures. Love is just love. I agree, and when more people learn to see it that way, things will be easier. Just think, we'll be there to see it. Yeah, I just hope it doesn't take another few decades. Seriously, how dense can people be? Alice took my hand and turned me so I was laying on my stomach. She straddled my ass and started massaging my shoulders. You're too tense, honey. Let me make it all better for you. Don't think about any of that anymore. We're together, happily married, and no one is ever going to be able to break that bond. Let's just love each other. Well, hell, how can I refuse her when her naked center is pressed tightly against my ass and her hands are working their magic on my back? I'm not stupid, you know. I just close my eyes and enjoy the feeling. All the while getting wetter and wetter as my wife moves suggestively on top of me. And when she moves lower and lifts my waist, I can tell you I'm beyond reason. When she lays between my parted legs and her tongue runs through my wet slit until it reaches my clit, I let out a low moan and my body shudders. I love it when she takes me like this from behind. I love every little thing we do together. I love Alice Cullen and it's a given I'll spend all of eternity showing her just how much. Just like she will show me in every sweet and delicious way she can come up with. I would seriously tell you more, but right now my brain is not functioning and my hormones have taken over. Suffice to say that in my case, she was waiting for me and I saw that she LD give me everything I need and she's the one that got to love me more. The end. Do like, share and subscribe for more such stories and do let me know your reviews in comment section.